Chapter 1051 A Single Minute. Fealty, or death, rumble, domineering, magisterial, tyrannical. The void shook at the sheer dominance and tyranny of this apex paragon as his hand rose to up, ready to tap at any time as this simple action scared the undead paragons that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A tap of his fingers had caused a storm of Chronos essence to wrap around them as time was halted. A few other taps later and they were forced to go through an inversion in time as they returned to the states they were in over an hour ago. Just what would another tap of his fingers do? Prompts appeared in front of the eyes of the 45 defeated paragons. Their origins were locked onto the gaze of the terrifying demonic Lich Emperor as one by one. I pledge fealty to the tyrannical Emperor. Rumble. The eyes of Chronos shone with a somber light as he watched this scene. The hegemony of necromancy was filled with disbelief as the Goliath continued to watch him mutely. They had no words. After the paragons that had come to wage war very quickly bowed down to their enemy, the 35 incarnations that remained felt a chill run down their bony spines as thereafter the eyes of the demonic Lich Emperor turned towards them, the 45 undead paragons that were incarnations of chaos just a minute before also turned their gazes towards the legions they themselves brought, but this was when a certain necrotic ring of death came into the perimeter of the frontmost legion. Recall the effects of these wondrous skills: unstable necrotic ring of death, 5/5, passive, a constantly swirling ring of death filled with the essence of the Daos of ruination, Chronos, annihilation. The greater and more powerful the number of undead, the more potent and deadly the necrotic ring of death will be, endless torment, 5/5, passive. Any poor soul that manages to fall within the bounds of the unstable necrotic ring of death. Adds 10% increased damage and area of effect for up to a maximum of 1,000,000% for 60 seconds. There were thousands of entities and sages within such a legion as the moment that the ring of death touched them and the horrifying damage from the swirling chaos of bones and essence reaped their lives. It exploded in its area of effect and damage. BZZZZT, a few thousand beings died as the percentage very quickly reached 13,000% damage and area of effect. As it expanded to cover even larger regions and deal even more damage, the undead within its folds fell even faster as in the next second. Hundreds of thousands fell as its boost reached 500,000 just 2 seconds after the first death due to the necrotic ring of death. After the third second, the full 1,000,000% cap of damage and area of effect was reached as the necrotic ring of death had already spread to cover over 1,000,000 miles in diameter. Within this area, there were trillions of undead. In the next second, pure horror ensued as the undead began to fall by the billions. BZZZT, the necrotic ring of death was too powerful, and after it moved to cover over 1,000,000 miles, it allowed for the singular achievement of a being reaping the lives of a few trillions in a few seconds. A pervasive silence descended as a terrifying necrotic ring of death howled madly. The 35 remaining incarnations of chaos felt the astounding strength of this ring of death as while surrounded by it, they couldn't stand against the 7 deadly sins and the undead paragons on Noah's side that weren't affected by the terrifying effects of the necrotic ring of death, these incarnations beginning to be ripped apart. A state of utter awe and horror descended on the battlefield. Over half of the trillions of undead collected in the legions that came with the 80 incarnations had fallen in a matter of seconds. Trillions. A single being bore the weight of it all as his eyes remained placid, the star of conquest shining ever brighter as the number of skill points he held exploded into over 200 billion and they were still climbing. The aura of death from the instant wipe out of trillions pervaded the battlefield as even the undead that didn't fear death began to shake and have their wills shattered, as 35 incarnations were being ripped apart from the effects of the necrotic ring of death and the 7 deadly sins. The few trillions remaining in the legions of undead that stood opposing Noah lost their wills at this very moment. Noah saw this scene as the effect of the necrotic ring of death was simply too heavy, his eyes shining brilliantly as the Tao of fealty burst from within him and descended to the undead that had lost their will to fight. In exchange for a portion of his power and salvation, bind a portion of your soul to the tyrannical Lich Emperor and become his vassal. Choose between death or fealty. A prompt appeared in front of the shaken masses. They gazed towards the powerful Lich Emperor and the terrifying necrotic ring of death that was only a few miles away from them as the remaining trillions of undead. I pledge fealty to the tyrannical Emperor. Rumble. It was the ridiculous reality of all beings kneeling towards the enemy they faced just minutes ago. Actually, it wasn't even minutes, as during the time that the 80 incarnations appeared and their legions soon followed. And taking into account the time of Noah merely tapping his fingers in the void of space and causing and using seas of the essence of Chronos to cast a temporal halt and a temporal inversion, and then the expansion of the necrotic ring of death with the death of trillions, barely a minute had passed, barely a minute as the last war for the control of an entire universe was finished in this period of time. 45 of their strongest commanders were incapacitated in seconds as the remaining ones were currently being ripped apart, and the majority of their army had been decimated in seconds as the remaining were pledging fealty, in just a bit over a minute. Such a universal war that many sides thought would have very different results ended as the horrendous effects of the aura of an antiquity did not seem to do a single fucking thing. A minute to end a universal war, a minute to decide the fate of a universe. Ah, how glorious, how magisterial. Chapter 1052. A single minute. 2. Who could do something as grand as end a war in a minute? Who could dominate so profoundly that hegemonies were left scratching their heads at the mere possibilities of their actions? Only the apex paragon could do so. Thrum, his essence seemed boundless as the clock swarmed with the essence of Kronos still swarmed around him madly, his eyes watching the now struggling 35 incarnations as this war for the necrotic universe could be considered as good as won. Noah's eyes left the incarnations of chaos being defeated as he then turned towards a certain direction where these armies had come from. It was the area where the universal construct within this universe laid in, the area where he could sense the terrifying auras of three universal powerhouses that had their gazes in his direction. There, Kronos and the Goliath stared back at him, while the hegemony of necromancy had his eyes aflame with anger and rage. The flames within the eye socket of this undead universal expert burned brightly as he gazed upon the universal construct that was a tinge dimmer than before, his voice ringing out. Ever since his conquest began, the rate of accumulation of essence has been getting gradually reduced in this universe as at this point in time, its effectiveness has been reduced by 80%. Those branded with the universal constructs could sense such things, and nobody knew this more than Kronos as his eyes shone with an unknown light while he also turned towards the cocoon-like universal constructs. A few days of delay have been added until the descent of the great usurper. If we allow him to continue at the pace he has been going, the days will turn to weeks and the weeks will turn to months as eventually, even the universal constructs might break down. Rumble, shocking words came from Kronos' mouth, but his expression was placid as while the hegemony of necromancy turned grim, the black hole of the Goliath focused on Kronos with immense sharpness as the air turned immensely cold. The guttural voice of the Goliath rang out as it reeked of ancientness and age. I betrayed a lifelong friend and left behind all that I built because you promised me to come in contact with antiquity, to break out of the shackles of this single universe as I paved my way to establish a cosmos. Now, you're telling me all of it is in jeopardy because of a mere paragon? The air shook heavily as the essence of extinction so potent that the seeds of chaos could not even compare erupted out, the flames on the hegemony of necromancy flickering dimly as only Kronos remained unwavering. I even designed the seeds of chaos from my own origin to do my part, and even that has barely done anything. So let me ask, what exactly are you doing? Friction seemed to be occurring among the experts with the same goals due to the action of a single being, a being stages below them in power, and yet, he just seemed unstoppable. As the air around the three beings changed and it seemed like a shocking conflict was about to break out, a smile appeared on Kronos' expression as he glanced at the shocking might emanating from the Goliath with ease. Naturally, there are a few things I can do. Rumble, he spoke with utter calm and majesty, the hegemony of necromancy breathing out a sigh of relief as the Goliath looked towards him to continue. Schemes and plans began to unfold on one side, but the last battle of the necrotic universe was wrapping up as many eyes still paid immense attention to its details. But in the fast pace of it all, there were still some very important details that others entirely missed. A detail that some seemed to forget was the fate of the 45 seeds of chaos that Noah obtained seconds after the battle began. He waved his hands and put them away as the actions that followed were too much that many beings momentarily forgot about these precious treasures. Wondrous items containing a portion of the origin essence of a universal hegemony as they were filled with the essence of a myriad of cosmic Daos, these treasures naturally went to the only being that could fully utilize them at this moment. It was a certain blue slime standing at the forefront of a battle with automaton sentinel incarnations in the automaton universe. Enormous robotic beings with heavy weapons and machinery that shot out blasts of the essence of cosmic Daos. The blue slime was in the shape of a blue dragon as he faced the pressure and power of these beings with Tiamat and the other animus summons beside him. Similar to Noah, the essence of Kronos vibrated intensely around the body of the blue dragon as in the skies. A cerulean clock that washed down waves of the essence of Kronos rotated madly as the blue slime wanted to recreate even a portion of the majesty that Noah showed in the battle in the necrotic universe, but the power that the primordial ruination clone could display was of course multiple times higher than the slime, especially since this clone stemmed from a cosmic treasure and could display 200% more strength compared to even Noah's main body. as well as having a skill like ruination, essence skill conversion and amplification, that vastly amplified any skill he cast with ruination essence. So against a force of 80 incarnations of chaos, there was a small sense of struggle as currently. They were kept at bay with the stupendous power of the summons and the surging essence of extinction and Chronos. This sense of struggle only lasted briefly though, as seconds later, the clone that the blue slime was fused to brought to light 45 seeds of chaos. The eyes of the blue slime flashed with might and joy. Universal devouring was cast seamlessly. 45 seeds of chaos were devoured as the aura of the blue slime exploded and began to shoot through the roof. Rumble, the figure of the blue dragon, roared out majestically at the forefront of the battle in the automaton universe, his body erupting with an aura that reached what the incarnations were releasing, and then surpassed it. Chapter 1053, Insuppressible Destiny. I, a being that had not devoured the seed of chaos, achieving a level of power even higher than those who did, the racial ability of universal devouring was so powerful and potent that it went against the normal and established truth of progressing through ranks. When the blue slime devoured a half a step great sage, he obtained that exact realm. When devouring a paragon, he would become a paragon. If he somehow devoured an antiquity, he would obtain the power that antiquity held. That was the domineering nature of the ability that the race of the Universal Emperor Slimes possessed. So when this being devoured tens of seeds of chaos that held a portion of the origin essence of a hegemony, his realm was elevating at a stupendous rate as he quickly shot past even what power the incarnations could display. Within the vibrant origin of the blue slime, 100 billion galaxies were fully formed as countless lines of connections were being formed every second. After the 45th seed of chaos was devoured, hundreds of millions of galaxies flashed with connections, the total number of all connected galaxies reaching 10 billion. Aside from Noah, this creature was the one in the foremost position to reach the stage of a universe, as its racial ability was simply that insane. It was an existence that deserved to be the main character of their own story, just how unique and overpowering their abilities were. As the aura of the blue slime climbed over the incarnations, it meant another creature that was excelling among paragons had risen. It was the birth of another apex paragon. As a second later, the blue clock releasing immense essence of Chronos flew out in waves as the targets were over 50 incarnations of chaos. Extinction was mixed with Chronos as the blue slime felt a tinge of bloodlust, going for the kill and to devour as his draconic figure flashed with immense might, a gorgeous cerulean blue light flashed across the automaton universe, drawing with it rivers of blood as a unique creature with immense power moved. Amidst all of these shocking actions, they all came back to a certain being. He was safely tucked away in the dark universe, as even while playing in a field filled with danger, his main body always remained safe in his universe that floated peacefully in the ruination sea, a universe not bound to a cosmos, a universe not utilizing primordial essence at its core, as it was something unique out of the vastness of existence. Within this universe, the seas of fortune above Noah had grown immensely vast, as at this time, he was on the cusp of obtaining 2 more universes. Fully under him, as the majority of its experts were either being defeated or fully under him, waves of pristine destiny washed over him endlessly, as at this moment, marks of antiquity were forming at an impossibly fast pace. The seas of fortune and destiny seemed to rile up the marks, the number very quickly passing 13 billion at this moment as Noah collected them at an unprecedented rate. His origin just continued to buzz with ridiculous power as he was getting ever closer to his goal of a universal seed. 13 billion marks of antiquity meant 13 billion Tau galaxies that he could then connect with 13 billion normal galaxies to form a total of 26 billion connected galaxies. At this moment, he was truly 1/4 of the way there. Just 74 billion more connected galaxies, just 37 billion more marks of antiquity, and the rank of hegemony was within grasp. Rumble, his eyes flashed with magnetic power as when he looked above him to see the vast seas of fortune and destiny. He wondered, just who might stand on his path? If even the aura of an antiquity could not suppress him, just what would his enemies do now? He was close to fully having the necrotic and automaton universes under his grasp, as in a matter of days, he expected to extend his reach onto the remaining 6 universes. If things stayed as they were, he would at most just need days to wade through the vastness of a single universe and conquer its most powerful beings. Given that there were approximately over 1 billion trillion planetary bodies and realms within the stellar galaxies on each of the universes of the cosmos, the uncountable quintillions of beings on each universe would be ones that take Noah the most time to conquer. But the moment that the strongest experts were under him, all that Noah had to do was spread out the essence of the Tao of fealty across the universe, as the quintillions of weaker beings within them could only acquiesce. When he repeated this for the remaining 6 universes, 37 billion marks of antiquity would be under his grasp, so he wondered, just what possible tricks could his enemies pull to stop him? Noah would ponder and try to anticipate what his enemies would do, and his enemies would still move to act regardless. In the meanwhile, near the crimson protective boundary around the cocoon-like universal construct of the necrotic universe, BZZT space was torn apart as Kronos created a doorway leading to an isolated hidden fold in the void. Voicing out to the hegemony of necromancy calmly, continue observing the progress of everything here. If the necrotic universe is lost just like the animus universe, that's that. We just have to plan better for the future, and that begins now. Kronos was beckoning towards the Goliath to follow him into the hidden fold in space, leaving behind the hegemony of necromancy with a somber message as the torn space faded soon after the two beings went in it. The gaze of the skeletal hegemony went towards Noah as with the fold of space that Kronos and the Goliath disappeared to, a shocking reality was about to unfold. "What are you doing?" the Goliath's ancient voice came out as in the hidden space. He saw Kronos lying down with a calm expression without explaining what he planned to do, a contingency plan I didn't expect to use, but one that it seems I must use regardless. "I'll need you to use your essence of extinction, to bring my origin and soul to a state of near-death, rumble." "You what?" The black hole of the Goliath shone with a terrifying luster at such words, but Kronos replied back calmly, "A state of near-death, but not quite dead yet. Someone of your caliber should be able to do it with ease. I won't put up any defenses and allow your essence of extinction to do as it wishes." Interesting, isn't it? My life and death in the palm of your hands? Just be careful not to completely kill me. Otherwise everything will be for naught. Kronos spoke out calmly as he didn't mention that he just didn't want to reincarnate so quickly and accidentally, but the mere mention of this idea seemed preposterous to the Goliath as he asked somberly, "Why?" A period of silence came as while lying down, Kronos opened his eyes lightly as he replied, "It's the only way for me to communicate with the great usurper. With the antiquity we are trying to call forth." Yes, Kronos had to be in a state of near death to communicate with the antiquity in question, as he had to be in a state where the Tao of reincarnation was about to initiate once more. This was because Kronos only became aware and came in contact with the great usurper in a prior lifetime. Only through the Tao of reincarnation that he singularly alone possessed in the primordial cosmos. Chapter 1054, Insuppressible Destiny. 2. There was silence in the hidden fold of space as the Goliath looked towards Kronos with unknown thoughts crossing through his mind. After a certain period of time, his raspy ancient voice rang out, "For how long? Yes. For how long must he play the game of keeping a hegemony like Kronos in a state of near death? A task that seemed to be filled with paramount dangers, as a small mistake could rip apart everything, for as long as it needs to be. Don't worry, you'll know when I've gotten what I need and I'm coming to," Kronos replied passively as he closed his eyes. The overbearing and powerful waves of power that always protected the bodies and origins of hegemony slowly faded away from him as his aura seemed like that of a normal man. This powerful hegemony actually lowered all of his defenses next to another, the Goliath moving in front of the body laying down as his obsidian hand wavered in front of it, a burst of the terrifying essence of extinction erupting out, BZZZT, in calm waves. It wrapped around the body of Kronos as the fair white skin outside his body quickly deteriorated and became sunken, an aura of death hanging over him as the essence of extinction went even deeper as it came to wrap around his origin. His brilliantly shining universe that swirled with purple essence, 100 billion galaxies closely intertwined together and connected as they formed a powerful universe. They seemed to sense the feeling of death at this moment as the vibrant universe vibrated. A burst of golden blue essence that was hidden deep within this origin bursting out at this moment as it quickly spread to even permeate over the essence of Kronos in the origin, overcoming everything. The Goliath looked at this new essence he had never come across with somber eyes as he sensed it was the essence of a unique cosmic Tao, but it was one that he had never come across before. It was the essence of reincarnation that a single being in the primordial universe comprehended. The black hole atop the body of the ancient being shook with a powerful luster as he carefully controlled the input of the essence of extinction, putting Kronos in a state of near death as his part was done. As for Kronos himself, the moment that the essence of reincarnation erupted from his origin and covered everything, his mind became extremely active as an enormous river of time appeared within it. It stretched out endlessly from one end to another, and there should have only been a single one of such a vast river of time. This was, after all, the scene that Noah himself had seen when he comprehended the Tao of Kronos. A scene of an endless river of time that represented an untouched timeline of the primordial cosmos that he lived in, yet in front of the eyes of Kronos, there was a different sight as he couldn't just see a single endless river of time, but it seemed like there were countless ones lined up cylindrically around each other. As if they were reflections of each other in a mirror, multiple rivers of time stretched out endlessly. The mental form of Kronos appeared extremely minuscule in comparison to these vast rivers of time that seemed identical, and yet they each had their differences. The essence of reincarnation wrapped around him as he consciously moved away from the river of time he was in, floating forward with purpose as his eyes found what they were searching for soon enough. It was the image of an obsidian-colored river of time, the eyes of Kronos lighting up as he went towards the vast river and then placed his palm on it. Bzzzt, a painful feeling coursed through Kronos's mind when he came in contact with it. Almost as if such a thing was not supposed to happen. An impenetrable barrier existed around the obsidian river of time as while bearing the immense pain, Kronos called out powerfully, "Usurper, usurper!" His voice echoed and boomed out in waves, this voice reaching a certain being as an instant later, the consciousness of Kronos disappeared in front of the obsidian river of time. When Kronos came to again, he found his consciousness in a space filled with darkness, where the only source of light was something in front of him. It came ever closer as it became extremely clear, a terrifying figure that would be enough to cause the minds and souls of any paragons to shatter, materializing in front of Kronos. The figure was extremely enormous compared to the small consciousness of Kronos, the size difference being over 1,000 as Kronos felt like an insignificant thing standing next to it. It held a humanoid shape as it was entirely shrouded by murky smoke that roiled around its body endlessly, the power being felt from it being simply maddening as Kronos could only make out a single thing: pristine dark hair and gorgeously cerulean blue eyes that light up the darkness. Everything else was covered with rolling smoke. It was only silent briefly before a voice that seemed powerful enough to shatter universes rang out. "What an extremely dangerous thing to do, Sargon, rumble." The voice came from all sides as it smashed into Kronos' figure, addressing him not by his title, but by his name, Sargon. The small figure known as Sargon remained placid in this terrifying wave of power, the golden blue essence of reincarnation wrapping around him protectively as he looked up towards the figure 1,000 times larger than him and voiced out, "Dangerous, but required. We are facing heavy interference from the primordial cosmos this time around, even though the impeccable aura of the oh-so-great usurper has already begun to permeate across 9 universes." Rumble, the words of Kronos, or really Sargon, were actually not servile, even being slightly overbearing as he began conversing with an antiquity. Chapter 1055, Insuppressible Destiny. 3. Ahaha. "This is why I always liked you, Sargon." The voice of the great usurper shook everything in the unique mental space the two beings were in, a space that stretched across the rivers of spacetime and placed two unique beings together through their own methods. The antiquity wasn't bothered by the tone of the hegemony of Kronos as he even seemed amused, but one could still detect the tone as if it was an adult being amused by the actions of a child. "The tools of descent are acting properly. With my descent only being a few weeks away. Though I did notice a reduction in the rate of accumulation." "What's happened?" The voice returned to that of ancientness and majesty as Kronos nodded while replying calmly. "An apex paragon has arisen from nowhere, his existence hitting us specifically by the fact that we cannot act against him due to the restriction we ourselves imposed for the proper establishment of universal amalgamation. This paragon has been breaking apart the influence our hegemonies have established in a matter of days as he conquers the universes, to the point that even your released aura and the power of incarnations that have ingested a portion of an origin of a hegemony cannot take him down. Bzzzt. If he continues without being stopped, the rate of accumulation will continue to reduce as nothing will be descending for months, the universal constructs breaking apart in a matter of time after that." His words seemed like a clap of thunder in the unique area of spacetime, a thoughtful look appearing on the clouded face of the antiquity as his voice rumbled out, "An unbeatable paragon. What name do they go by?" An unexpected question came as Kronos looked towards the Titaness figure above him and replied quizzically, "Why does that matter? Names are naturally very important. Across the many cosmos and dimensions, I've met a few beings with certain names that even I have grown to be wary of." Rumble, a shocking sentence came from the antiquity as the consciousness of Kronos was jolted for the first time ever. He thought carefully before he replied, "He loves the moniker of tyrannical. Going by such names like Tyrannical Dragon Emperor and Tyrannical Lich Emperor in the respective universes he is conquering. He is also a paragon that has somehow birthed his own set of lesser Daos before even reaching the rank of hegemony, and he has comprehended the Cosmos Dao of Kronos." All the information that Kronos knew was shared as the form of the terrifying antiquity seemed to be thinking thoughtfully before his ancient voice came out. "There are many unique existences across the cosmos. Geniuses being able to comprehend supreme tier cosmic Daos and even being capable of birthing lesser Daos appearing here and there. This paragon, you've never heard of him referred to as Agon? Or Noah? Or Ezekiel? Rumble, a set of names came out from the antiquity as Kronos only shook his head when he heard them. Yet, when the antiquity mentioned these names, he seemed to give them a sense of importance and somberness he had never attached to anything else he had said so far. No. This being literally appeared from nowhere just days ago. No mentions of Agon, Noah, or Ezekiel surround him. Why these names especially? There should be quintillions of beings with such names. They shouldn't have any significance, my dear Sargon. Once again, names have great significance. After all, I met a version of you from a previous lifetime that you stole their origin and soul to reincarnate. Only then did you know of me. As for the 3 names I mentioned, I've come across beings like that too many times. Each of them always turned out to not be worth the trouble, the destinies of these existences being too ridiculous. If a being with such a name isn't a prominent figure in your primordial cosmos, then it shouldn't be a problem. Power and majesty leaked from the antiquity as the cerulean blue eyes he held shone with arcs of unknown light. In the mind space, Kronos' expression was calm even while faced with such a shocking being, his words coming out calmly in a reply as he nodded. If it is no problem, then I came here for a solution. I know there is no such thing as a free lunch in existence, and that you have your own aims for coming down to the primordial cosmos. I care not whether you want to dominate the cosmos or destroy it, all I care for is the method towards antiquity. A cruel and calm light coursed through Kronos as these terrifying words were uttered, the antiquity glancing at his minuscule figure with great amusement. What a cruel existence you are, but I can understand your search for antiquity. After all, the things I did to achieve it, oh well. I am bound by the tools of descent you call the universal constructs. The conditions I proposed will have to be maintained if I am to successfully descend and stay, so you have nothing to worry about, the path to antiquity. I will show you the method that guarantees it in less than 10 million years. Swirls of terrifying essence and might roiled around the terrifying form of the antiquity, his eyes blazing with an intense light as he stared at Kronos, antiquity, and even the untouchable realms of power those self-righteous existences have reached. That is my destiny. I will go across cosmos and do what needs to be done for it. Nobody can suppress it. Rumble, the raging storm of essence continued. The eyes of Kronos were placid as if it didn't matter to him what the antiquity wanted, his voice simply coming out amidst the ancientness around him. What is the solution, usurper? Bring 9 paragons into the cores of the universal constructs. Preferably those that have ingested the essence of a hegemony. It will be an extremely costly price for me to mobilize my authority early, but I will do it regardless. I will give you 9 existences that cannot be taken down by anything other than a hegemony. I will give you subjugations of the usurper that will hold a semblance of my abilities. I'll even reduce my focus on other cosmos and put more attention to this primordial cosmos to accelerate the rate of accumulation. With all that, my descent should not be too far away. Tides of essence moved chaotically at the words as Kronos nodded with shining eyes. The essence of reincarnation around him fluctuated at this moment. Kronos looking at his own body as he knew it was time. The risk he had taken this time was a dangerous one, but it had paid off as he thought about the words of the Titaness being before him, subjugations of the usurper that cannot be killed by anything other than a hegemony. A light of destiny and cruelty flashed across his eyes as even Kronos didn't know the consequences of the events he was perpetrating. Chapter 1056 Influence Across Universes. A blank void isolated from space and time. In this darkness, the enormous figure of the great usurper watched as the small shape of Kronos faded with a flicker of the essence of reincarnation. Reincarnation. His ancient voice rumbled out as his form began to vibrate with an intense light. His eyes seemed reminiscent, but he quickly shook them as he focused on the direction that Kronos' soul was flowing back to a certain river of time far different than the one he currently resided in. Within this river of time were 9 anchors that currently stretched out dimly across space-time, stretching across the uncrossable sea of ruination. Stretching even across dimensions as it was reaching out towards the great usurper, they looked like thin strands that could break at any moment, but they held a stupendous amount of power as it also seemed they were unbreakable. His essence had already bloomed from these anchors, these tools of descent, these universal constructs. As he had more leeway on what he could do at this moment, his eyes flickered with thought as his huge hand moved, plucking onto each of the 9 strings as a mass of obsidian crimson essence began to flow from him and course through them. At least it will be worth it. His ancient voice rang out again as while he played with the 9 strings and allowed his essence to gush forth. He was looking in another direction as his eyes could already visualize something there. It was actually multiple of them floating across the vast seas of ruination, the picture and names of certain cosmos floating across the mind of the great usurper as his focus returned on the one in front of him soon after, the primordial cosmos that was unique, as there was even a cosmic treasure born within it, among many things. This ancient antiquity was also aiming for this, with a cosmic treasure capable of commanding primordial essence. I won't have to use this long and tedious method to find more cosmos. Oh, my dear Sargon, you truly don't know what important tools your home has. Searching for antiquity when a method for it is right in front of you, rumble. The cerulean blue eyes of the usurper flashed with wild light as he focused on a singular primordial cosmos. On the place that his ravenous might would descend on next as he forged his path of power, not a single thing would be able to stand in the way of his insuppressible destiny. BZZZT, a colorful and glorious essence of blue-gold color that had been buzzing around Kronos' unconscious body began to recede. The Tao of reincarnation sunk back into the depths of the origin of this being as he had not achieved a state of death and did not need to be reincarnated, the eyes of Kronos opening up. Soon after, WAA, the Goliath stopped his flow of the cosmic essence of extinction as he looked at the rising figure of Kronos whose dried and sunken skin began to rapidly heal. The black hole swirling on the head of the Goliath looked over at Kronos mutely, this hegemony that had just finished having a discussion with an antiquity staring back at him as he opened his mouth slowly. There shouldn't be any issues. Tools capable of stopping the obstacle will be in place soon, rumble. His words didn't even finish before the space around them began to tremble and twist. Even in the hidden folds of space they were in, they felt the unique pressure and might that occurred not too long ago to start spreading wildly once again. One of the promises of the great usurper was that he would direct a large amount of his focus to the primordial cosmos, and this promise was on its way to being fulfilled right now. From the 9 universal constructs, the menacing crimson light shooting out increased by more than double as terrifying. Bloody webs erupted out to cover these constructs that were larger than galaxies and formed even more pronounced cocoons. Thump! They resonated with the beat of a heart as the 9 universes they were connected to actually resonated with their beat for the first time ever as something shocking happened. The universal barriers around these universes trembled as they began to be squeezed into each other. Squeezed. As if they were coming together, as if multiple circles that were near each other at this moment began the process of fusing, amalgamation. This term has been used many times in the past, but what did it truly mean? It was the action or process of combining, of merging and fusing. Since the beginning, the goal of the universal constructs was universal amalgamation, and this process had ensued in full at this moment as the might of the antiquity allowed to release his authority fully displayed itself in the primordial cosmos. The inhabitants of these 9 universes felt this terrifying might firsthand as the pressure descended around every existence powerfully. Noah was wrapping up the ridiculously short battle in the necrotic universe as he put away 35 seeds of chaos. His powerful eyes lifting up somberly to stare towards the direction of the universal construct that was a few light years away from his current position. There, he could sense the terrifying waves emanating from these constructs, as well as the aura of the hegemony of necromancy that was entirely unaffected by it all. His gaze hardened as he felt the shackles around the necrotic universe wrap around everything ever tighter, under the enhanced influence of the aura of the great usurper. The effects of corruption of the usurper and malignant madness are enhanced from initial to advanced. Corruption of the usurper, advanced. Those not under the protection of the great usurper gain the corrupted status directly on their souls as their mana and health regeneration are reduced by half. The damage taken from other sources is increased by 30,000%, minus 30,000% to all laws and Tao resistances, minus 30,000% comprehension and assimilation ability to all laws and Taos, minus 75% effectiveness of all abilities, minus 75% mana reserves, minus 75% movement speed, minus 75% attack speed, minus 75% cast speed, minus 75% efficiency of mana conduction and usage, and 75% chance of skills failing on cast. Are you serious? Noah looked at the terrible debuffs in front of him as his eyes began to blaze with a light of anger. Chapter 1057 Influence Across Universes 2. Anger. His eyes were blazing with immense anger as he looked at the ridiculous debuffs that were enhanced by too much, to the point that they might even be capable of affecting him. Yes, he had infinite mana. But taking 30,000% more damage from his enemies was entirely ridiculous. That was 300 times the damage that he would be taking, which was extremely terrifying when one thought of the incarnations of chaos that could release power above what most paragons only dreamed of. There was also the minus 30,000% to the resistances of laws and Daos, meaning that the damage would come across even more as the future battles were bound to be tedious and dreadful. This wasn't to even mention the 75% to multiple statuses that filled the corruption of the usurper and even the myriad of debuffs added under the malignant madness advanced effect. All of these were terrifying to even look at. But as Noah read over them, his angered eyes flashed with an intense light. My enemies are squirming in impatience. Yes, the recent actions just told him that his enemies were simply getting impatient as his actions against them were working. It meant that he was such a big threat to their plans that just after he defeated waves of their incarnations of chaos, their reply was the terrifying might of the antiquity to be released in droves. Very well. Squirm some more. Grow fearful. Meanwhile, Rumble, his body vibrated with essence as he bellowed out a roar of power, the hundreds of trillions of undead around him beginning to move towards the direction of the universal construct. All the experts of the necrotic universe could now be considered under him as after the 80 undead paragons turned into incarnations that the hegemony of necromancy sent his way were defeated, Noah was freely sending out waves of the essence of the Tao of fealty. He sent within these waves and prompt something unique that he could do as the architect and assimilator of this Tao, sending in memories of the shocking battles and the over 100 undead paragons under him as the essence he held. Stretched out across the folds of space of the necrotic universe, to every hidden galaxy and realm, to the billions of trillions of stars, to every stretch of land where an existence lay, all of them saw the shocking scenes of Noah and his path of conquest. The number of undead pledging fealty rising by hundreds of billions every second, the star of conquest above him shone with a glorious white luster as the enhancement where his power was tripled became even more oppressive, his body gaining a quadruple enhancement at this moment. It was the recognition that he wasn't just undergoing the process of conquest within this universe, but that it was conquered. THRUM, his golden flames blazed from his eye sockets as he looked at the scenes around him, the hundreds of trillions of undead that formed legions that looked larger than galaxies, legions that stretched out for millions of miles, legions filled with terrifying undead paragons. Planetary-sized abyssal undead, all sorts of abominations with the essence of death surrounding them. Amidst all this, Noah sat on a throne of bones floating at the very forefront as he overlooked the deathly scene. His golden flames danced madly as he took the trillions behind him to cross the chaotic void of the necrotic universe while heading towards the universal construct, the essence of fealty continuing to permeate from him endlessly. The procession of the tyrannical Lich Emperor drew in many gazes, the eyes of watching hegemonies enamored by the enticing picture of conquest as they sensed the terrifying aura of antiquity plaguing the very same lands they couldn't enter. Over an hour passed as this terrifying procession continued, coming to a stop near the enormous universal construct that looked like a cocoon. BZZZT, a fluctuation of essence erupted out as an instant later, the image of a terrifying lich letting out waves of power at the level of a hegemony appeared. The hegemony of necromancy was without any pieces to play as he came out himself, similar to Ambrose who stood guard over the animus universe, the universe construct behind the hegemony of necromancy pulsed dangerously as the cocoon-like shape thumped ever so often, releasing waves of horrendous power as a black veil of death covered this construct entirely. This was the protection of a hegemony that no being within the universes could break. Noah's bony throne floated forward as his golden flames glanced at the powerful figure of the hegemony of necromancy. While gazing at this majestic existence filled with power, the gaze of the demonic Lich Emperor on the bony throne seemed to be filled with ridicule as his domineering voice rang out, "How weak you all must be, for a mere paragon like me to be giving you all this much trouble." Maddening words addressed the powerful hegemony of necromancy as the deathly flames of this existence shone a mixture of colors before they settled on a deathly black, but he didn't so much as give a reply to Noah, the exemplary hegemonies overlooking the primordial cosmos with strength and might as even paragons cannot even dare to gaze upon you. Look at you now, BZZZT, cowering in 9 universes like mere rats protecting cocoons of a foreign power. How proud ancient existences like you must feel for arriving at such a place. Noah's words reverberated like a clap of thunder not just to the hegemony of necromancy, but also Kronos and the Goliath who had just begun to leave the necrotic universe to get things ready per the words of the antiquity. These words also reached the hegemonies under Kronos who were watching the events in the necrotic and automaton universe on illusory screens, their eyes blazing with anger as similar to the hegemony of necromancy standing right in front of Noah. These beings did nothing, they could not attack any existence lower than their realm of power in the 9 universes. This was their restriction for keeping all others out, so the flames of wrath in the sockets of the hegemony of necromancy only rose ever higher as the pristine obsidian skeletal body beneath the glimmering robe was revealed underneath. As Noah released his biting words, his skeletal arms rose up as with his command, a bright crimson-purple clock began to bloom above them, expanding millions of miles instantly as it moved to cover even the space above the universal construct that the hegemony protected. Faced against a hegemony that could not attack him, his voice came out majestically as droves of the essence of Kronos mixed in with a myriad of other types of cosmic Tao essence began to leak from the enormous clock. Let's see whether cowards like you even have a tenth of the power and majesty you used to hold before you submitted yourselves to another existence. The skeletal arms of the demonic Lich Emperor swung down as they came with a storm of essence and a body bubbling with immense mana. It was a strike to test out just how close he was to a hegemony. A strike to see what he lacked before he could stand against these beings and decimate them as he wished. It was a strike of defiance against an existence that had forged a universe. Chapter 1058 Influence Across Universes. 3. A paragon raising their hand to attack a hegemony. Such a scene was a rare one to come across, especially since the gap in power was simply too vast to cross. Yet Noah wanted to try. This was because he held multiple cosmic Taos, and he wanted to see if this would be enough to overcome the large gap in strength. The enormous clock spun crazily as the essence of Kronos came down in droves, forming into a sharp point as it swirled dangerously in a serpentine fashion. It carried with it the desolate of time, as anything hit with it would face the effects of instantaneous age regression and progression. Contained within this swirling strike was seemingly the crimson essence of annihilation, but it was actually a mixture of annihilation and ruination as three cosmic Taos twisted around each other to strike down the deathly figure of the hegemony of necromancy. The genuine universal realm expert looked at this strike as the dark flames within its sockets flickered. The obsidian barrier covering the vast universal construct behind him shone as it became even thicker, his own body obtaining a similar barrier as against the terrifying killing strike that would decimate any incarnation. He did nothing but make the natural barrier of a hegemony more prominent around his body. Boom, bzzzt, the sharp cluster of three cosmic essences struck the obsidian barrier of the hegemony as the flames in his sockets blazed brighter momentarily, but they calmed down soon after as even while space deteriorated and folded around him, this hegemony remained spotless as his barrier wasn't breached. Yet the mind of the hegemony was shaken as they almost sensed a penetrative force stronger than anything he imagined to nearly devour a portion of the protective field he constructed that no paragon should even be able to damage. The fuck was that? His dead heart nearly beat faster for a millisecond before it calmed down. The hegemony did not know this, but this was due to the terrifying Tao of ruination. Noah looked at this scene with calm eyes as he called out slowly, temporal halt. WAA, temporal looping. The essence of Kronos wrapped around the skeletal figure of the hegemony of necromancy as it threatened to bring the time around it to a standstill while putting him in a constant frozen loop of time. But the hegemony had now learned to be careful as he didn't underestimate this ridiculous being, as the runic circles brimming with the essence of time swarmed around him to try and do their intended purpose. Dark obsidian skeletal hands reached out as with the force that only universal realm experts could wield. The skeletal hands touched the swirling runic circles of Kronos as they brought them to a stop, and then they ripped the essence of this cosmic Tao apart as the surroundings of the hegemony were soon filled with the cosmic essence of necromancy. The pure force of a universal realm expert pulsed out as it ripped apart the cosmic essence utilized by a paragon a level below. Even though the quality of the cosmic Tao was extremely high, it still could not withstand the force of an existence that could wield the force of a universe within their origins. Paired with them reinforcing their bodies with another cosmic Tao, even if it was of lesser quality, they could seamlessly stand against Noah at this moment. The enormous clock releasing the essence of Kronos glimmered above them as Noah stared calmly at the hegemony. After all skills were broken, even at this moment, the hegemony did not make a move against Noah. He could defend and set up barriers, but he could not attack. Noah returned to his bony throne as he didn't continue, even though he had other methods of attacking that he would have to reveal some of his major secrets if he employed. He didn't plan to utilize these yet. When he did utilize them and expose his secret of a cosmic treasure in the cosmic Tao of ruination, he wanted to do it while guaranteeing the death of a certain hegemony. As of right now, with just pure power, he couldn't break the might and defenses of a hegemony, not yet, maybe even not him. As his eyes wandered to the blue slime and the automaton universe that was putting to an end the conquest of the third universe within the primordial cosmos. At this moment, this blue slime was devouring the other 35 seeds of chaos that Noah just sent over, and there were 80 more that he obtained from the 80 incarnations of chaos that were sent into this universe. As Noah saw and felt the terrifying level of power of the blue slime that only continued to rise, as well as the number of connected galaxies crossing 20 billion this very second, he wondered if the first existence to become a hegemony would even be him in the near future. He wondered if he was the one with the trait of protagonist. As this blue slime was rising and connecting his galaxies even faster than he was without the need to collect marks of antiquity and form his Tau galaxies yet. At this moment, the blue slime was roaring out dominantly across the battlefield of the automaton universe where 80 incarnations had fallen, its eyes glimmering with power as from its body and the bodies of the other animus summons Noah was fused to. The essence of the Tao of fealty began to spread from them and emulate out to the surrounding millions of miles, stretching themselves for light years as the light of conquest was closing in the automaton universe as well. Without an enemy capable of standing against them in sight, Noah's influence now extended across multiple universes as the necrotic and automaton universes were brought into his fold. The number of marks of antiquity such actions brought him were grand, his main body in the dark universe swimming in a golden luster at this moment as even his surroundings were tinted a gorgeous gold. In the necrotic universe, the primordial ruination clone returned to his bony throne as he stared at the yet to be taken down hegemony of necromancy. The skeletal hands of this clone rising up as he didn't throw out another attack, but a unique spatial essence spread out from him as it went on to cover the trillions of undead in the legions behind him. Many beings looked at his actions as he wondered what he was doing now. A type of essence began to expand from the skeletal fingers at this moment as Noah's voice rang out, "My attacks cannot reach you now, but this won't be the case the next time that I attack you again, Rumble. Similar to how I can butcher paragons in your incarnations as if they were mere vegetables while I am in the same realm, I will be giving the same treatment to hegemonies like you when I establish my universe." A promise was uttered out in the eyes of all as in the next instant, the essence that Noah was utilizing was revealed as its target, was actually the legions behind him, a spatial essence beginning to wrap around them. Chapter 1059 Subjugations of the Usurper. Noah was still cognizant of the effects of the aura of the great usurper, thinking more closely about the heretical malediction, effect that affected beings who couldn't protect themselves against the mere aura of an antiquity after a certain period of time. That was why his next action after testing the irrefutable might of a hegemony was to spread a spatial essence over the vast numbers of beings in the legions behind him. The show of a single being using ridiculous amounts of mana was about to unfold yet again at this moment, the action of a spatial essence covering trillions not just playing out in the necrotic universe, but also in the automaton and animus universe. Millions of trillions were covered by a spatial light as they began to be teleported away, and nobody was the wiser on where they were going. Many watching eyes looked at this scene in a stupor as a question of mana rose up in the hearts of many. But they could only watch a shocking scene unfold as no answers were provided this time by the eccentric paragon. The Oathkeeper watched the unfolding scenes across multiple universes, scenes of the vast number of existences being wrapped by a spatial light as they began to disappear. Looking at the existence doing it all, he wanted to ask many things, but he knew that he wouldn't get any answers. The only thing he was searching for was answers, so he simply moved as he went to find them. His figure was warped by the primordial essence as he tore through the universal layers to arrive in the Elysian universe, and he further tore through multiple layers within this universe as he accessed an unknown location that very few beings would be able to access. The only way to even find and enter it required for one to use a cosmic Tao at the caliber of the primordial Tao, and the Oathkeeper already had prior knowledge of this hidden doorway within the Elysian universe as he crossed it to arrive at a certain location. Unlike the golden shimmering Elysian universe or dark chaotic void of many universes, the area that the Oathkeeper arrived in was pure white. His brilliant golden wings were the only thing letting off any color as when the pristine white primordial essence faded from his body, it seemed to meld into the white surroundings. There was a pervasive and deafening silence in this area. At this moment, the expression of majesty and power that the Oathkeeper always held seemed to fade as his expression became soft. He looked around the blank expanse, as if waiting for something to come and face him, but nothing appeared. After he waited for a few minutes in silence, he began voicing out in a tone that others would be shocked to hear. As it was nothing like the commanding and authoritative voice that the strongest creature of the primordial cosmos normally spoke with, the cosmos have been targeted by an antiquity as even some of its natives have turned against us, and the power of the antiquity spreads every day as it becomes more pervasive, seeming like only a matter of time before it comes to be. I have thought of many possible solutions, but nothing is coming to be. There is even a paragon that seems to be working more effectively than all of us, but against the ever-increasing aura of an antiquity and the hegemonies protecting the tools calling him forth. What will he be able to do? Destiny says the possible arrival and change of everything could occur as early as 2 or 3 weeks. Can that apex paragon reach the universal realm in such a short period of time? The solutions aren't there. There are actually very few. Please, his powerful body actually kneeled down as a golden light from his wings caused his figure to look extremely mesmerizing. He called out please as if he was seeking the most sincere help from a specific thing. Please let me know what I should do. Please provide for me some guidance on what to do to save us all. Silence. Deafening and all-consuming silence as nobody and nothing replied to the Oathkeeper, whose expression had actually turned into a pleading one. The demeanor of an expert was gone as he looked like a lost being simply asking for help and direction. But he received none. He waved his hands as he caused a pristine white disk to appear before him, this disk nearly melding with the whiteness of the surroundings. It was the cosmic treasure, the primordial disk. You brought me here and gave this to me millions of years ago. I've used all the power it granted me to establish order amidst the churning chaos. Yet as we are in the midst of a storm of chaos, why are you silent, Arumble? Why aren't there any directions now as we are on the cusp of utter chaos? Why, the expression of this powerful being was actually becoming aggrieved after time passed, but even with all his calls, no reply came for him, whatever being or entity the Oathkeeper was addressing. Not a single reply came as after a while, an expression of loss overcame this powerful being as he sighed while staring in the expanse of white. He recalled the primordial disk that had nearly become lost in the expanse of a sea of primordial essence, his connection with it still being extremely strong even though he could only refine half of it as a universal hegemony. His expression gradually had the sense of loss and sadness leave as it became strong and mighty once more, the demeanor of the strongest expert soon returning as his body to be covered with primordial essence once more. He looked around the expanse of white for one last time before he disappeared. When he left, the quietness remained, seeming even more oppressive as even the golden source of light that was the Oathkeeper was now missing, a silent white expanse, and yet at this moment, in the depths of it, a flicker of light appeared. Nobody was there to see it. The light flickered gradually as it melded with the surrounding primordial essence soon after, calm returning into this blank space of white as this continued as it had always been. Chapter 1060 Subjugations of the Usurper 2. As the apex paragon swore a promise after moving against a hegemony and proceeded to wrap the existences of many universes in his spatial light, many beings wondered of the resulting location of this spatial warp. Their powerful eyes moved across the cosmos as they wanted to see where, many thinking it would be the next targeted universe under this paragon's conquest, yet, no movements could be seen in any of the 6 remaining cosmos that had already begun to fuse with each other as the process of amalgamation ensued. So where exactly were all these beings going? In the vastness of the ruination sea, a simple universe floated silently. Its directional floating wasn't without rhyme or reason, as the moment that Noah arrived in the primordial cosmos and sensed the vast difference of distance between this and the dark universe, he had already begun to change the direction of the universe to go towards the primordial cosmos ever so slowly. As for why, he had his own possible plans for this, but at this point in time, thousands of trillions of creatures began to enter the singular dark universe en masse. Those that could survive the void of space arrived onto a glimmering new starry space. Those weaker who could only survive in the atmosphere of worlds and realms appeared in such locations, with the vast majority of them actually being teleported into the extremely vast universal core that was the fusion of 100,000 galaxies, that was the population of multiple universes, all of them flowing into the dark universe, BZZZT. Noah's main body stood near the very center of the universal core as he was currently enshrouded by a majestic light. Marks of antiquity forming all around him as his eyes were closed while he communicated with the universal core. The effects of mass teleporting thousands of trillions of beings was much more crucial than many would believe. Noah seeing this firsthand at this moment as he received multiple prompts and information from the universal core. One of the pathways towards the next upgrade of the universal core has been opened. When a large number of existences arise within the universe, the possibilities of the universal core to birth another universe increases substantially as it begins on the path towards a cosmos. The current number of existences within the universe, 33 quintillion. The number needed before the possible advancement of the next stage is 100 quintillion. The path forward was shown. One must recall what the universal core and in extension the dark universe truly was. It wasn't just a normally occurring universe. being something that was on the brink of apocalypse as its source of primordial essence nearly ran dry and it could protect itself from the ruination sea. But after Noah made the move to prevent yet another apocalypse, the nature of the dark universe changed as it became a universe that didn't depend on the primordial essence that birthed cosmos, and it instead became a universe supported by the essence of ruination that endlessly spread out across a vast sea of ruination. It stopped being a normal universe as it became exactly what Noah obtained those many months ago from the beast world when he first obtained the spiritual land. It became a unique treasure, a universe, as a treasure, and with it becoming such a form of existence, boundless possibilities were open to it, as thousands of trillions of beings were ushered into this dark universe. Noah was able to find out the next method of advancement for the unique treasure universe to go towards becoming a cosmos. To better understand this, one had to know what the numbers of trillions or quintillions meant. A quintillion was a number followed by 18 zeros, or a million trillions making up a single quintillions. Noah had been ushering in thousands of trillions of existences these past few minutes into the dark universe, or it can be said that he was bringing in a few quintillion beings every few minutes. The number had added up to 33 quintillion in addition to the natives of the dark universe that were already here. And a measly 67 quintillion was required before yet another universe could be born from the universal core as it went towards becoming a cosmos. What are some boons to come from such an advancement? Noah couldn't help but ask the universal core amidst all of this, the reply being something that caused his golden seas of destiny and fortune to churn madly. The capability of birthing grand Daos will be opened as well as an increase in the number of birth lesser Daos. The capability to fuse existing universes will also open up. Rumble, a wondrous set of possibilities opened up in Noah's eyes at this moment as they shone with utter brightness. Good. Good, he couldn't help but call out multiple times as his body pulsed with even more golden luster, continuing the mass teleportations of beings from 3 universes as he saved them from the heretical malediction of an antiquity that threatened to devour their origins and change them into something else. With the introduction of vast numbers of existences into a single universe, though, Noah had to carefully plan and personally use his mental power to decide which regions the few quintillion undead would stay at, which region the 9 supreme bloodlines of the animus universe would occupy, and then which area the automatons and mechanical races of the automaton universe would stay. His actions would have far-reaching consequences as the inclusion of all these beings and races would be something wondrous when managed well. The means of the beings from the automaton races could be incorporated to the technological advancement of the dark universe. The capabilities of the bloodline races of the animus universe and the undead of the necrotic universe could also become incorporated to this universe as the end result. Noah's eyes released beams of golden light just thinking about it, imagining a future where he had a cosmos that was a mixture of different systems of power that all came together to birth something no cosmos had ever seen. His goals and possibilities were limitless as all he had to do was get through a few problems first. Chapter 1061 Subjugations of the Usurper. 3. As Noah carried out grandiose actions that were watched by all, others conducted there in secrecy as tumultuous waves were made in the dark. Within the 9 universes undergoing universal amalgamation, 9 champions were chosen. Kronos and the Goliath went around the 9 universes as they collected unique existences under their hegemonies. Existences that they then fed seeds of chaos as they produced 9 powerful incarnations. Thereafter, these incarnations were each brought towards the pulsing cocoon-like universal constructs as Kronos used his singular highest authority to actually enter the core of these constructs and then leave these powerful incarnations of chaos within. All for the purpose and promise of immense power from the antiquity that even hegemonies were trying to reach. The chosen contenders who would become subjugations of the usurper varied in shapes and sizes, but Kronos actually chose 3 of them to come from the Chthonian universe, opting for the enormous planetary-sized bodies to fill up more than 30% of the would-be weapons of the usurper. There were 2 unique existences brought from the abyssal universe, 2 from the liberated universe, and 2 from the microbial universe. At this moment, these incarnations were placed into the 9 universal constructs within the 9 universes as Kronos was monitoring everything while communicating with the other hegemonies constantly on any changes. The Goliath was beside him as they were watching the scenes playing out from the Chthonian universe, the voice of the ancient being ringing out, all of this for the promise of antiquity. The Goliath seemed to be reminiscing and thinking of many things as he was forced to think of his past and where his future was headed while he watched the fluctuating and pulsing cocoon like universal constructs. Since they placed the incarnations into each of them, the pressure they released only became more and more oppressive as at this moment, it even seemed to be rising to a crescendo. Kronos only listened to the words of the Goliath with a calm expression on his face, waiting for the results of his actions as the initial steps seemed to vastly be heading on the correct path. The supposed subjugations of the usurper though, just what power would they be able to wield that even with everything on the line, only hegemonies could take them down? Kronos did not have to wait long as soon after. The cocoon within the microbial universe and the cocoons in all the other universes let out a brilliant light. An awe-inspiring aura emanated from each of them as they foreshadowed the coming of terrifying existences, much of the crimson light surrounding the universal constructs dimming slightly as the process was completed, a ray of light shooting out from the constructs as after it faded, it left behind a pulsing ball of light. This ball of light was a new existence in the primordial cosmos. The 9 balls of light were the subjugations of the usurper. Rumble essence wildly flew from them as the respective hegemonies guarding the constructs of the 9 universes looked at them with analytical eyes. Kronos looking at the microbial incarnation of chaos that wasn't even discernible with the naked eye, the power from this creature being immensely menacing as it was unlike anything that the incarnations of chaos could release. Good enough, the Goliath spoke out again as he also scrutinized the new existence. He didn't want another scene of surprise to appear when they inevitably were put against the singular apex paraphon again, should be more than good enough. They hold a trace aura of the great usurper, which means the abilities in Daos they display are also things that stem from him. He is an antiquity, while the apex paragon is a being that hasn't even lived over 1,000,000 years. It is like comparing a child to an adult. There should be no surprises. Kronos spoke with a tinge of confidence as even if he didn't believe in himself, he believed in the power of the antiquity that could cross through the timelines of other cosmos. No surprises. The Goliath repeated the words again as these two powerful beings affirmed with each other that against such monstrous weapons that only hegemonies could touch and defeat, the apex paragon would not make them stare in a stupor this time around. Chaos churned as the subjugations of the usurper were born, Noah finishing his migration of a few quintillion beings from 3 universes and into his own as very few of his subordinates even remained in the primordial cosmos. Noah planned to give a brief period of a few hours at most to his people before he sent them out on a path of conquests once more. And this time he had hundreds of paragons under his command as the conquest of the remaining universes should be even faster. Among the many boons gained recently, the biggest one still remained the bountiful marks of antiquity, filling up the light of conquest once more, and most importantly, the blue slime. The main bodies of Noah's subordinates were all in the universal core of the dark universe as while marveling at Noah's current actions, they could help but stare at the bubbly blue slime in utter envy. Kazuhiko always spoke about what was on his mind as he voiced out without hiding the envy in his voice. Why weren't we born with a universal devouring skill? Even designing something resembling it costs trillions of skill points that none of us would be able to gather. His voice expressed everyone's emotions as they looked at the manifested galactic filament of the blue slime that showed a terrifying scene, the terrifying creature that had swallowed 200 seeds of chaos, 200 portions of an origin of a hegemony. His realm had been progressing at a crazy speed as at this moment, he actually already had 55 billion galaxies connected within his origin. 55 billion, more than halfway towards birthing his own universal seed. I thought Noah would be the only one I would have to chase after and never reach. Never did I think a slime would also stand above all of us. Rumble, it was a mystery to who said it, but a voice that showed the emotions of many of Noah's subordinates rang out as many of them mingled among each other for a few others before they set off for whatever awaited for them next. Chapter 1062. A paragon descends as a universe trembles. The dark universe buzzed with activity at this moment as a myriad of different existences arrived and began to assimilate themselves in it, the pressure from an antiquity that constantly plagued them in the animus necrotic and automaton universe had entirely faded away as they weren't under horrendous status effects that made them feel like they were suffocating every second. They were in a brand new space that seemed to be filled with wonder and possibilities as one particular thing that made the settlement of all the coming beings fairly easy was the fact that they had all sworn fealty to Noah. Everyone was under the same banner and conflicts or wars were annulled, a period of peace was taken. However brief it was for beings to just recuperate and relax their minds at this moment, even if it was just for a few hours. Noah summons and powerful subordinates mingled amongst each other. Prominent beings like the Sword Emperor, Morgana, Paragon Quinny, Lich Emperor Agobo, numerous beings from all walks of life were seen around each other as they took a moment to recognize their achievements before they rushed out for war once more. Of course, others couldn't help but initiate spars as the focus of many was around the blue slime. With Noah's contracted summons and many other subordinates going towards the slime for battle, with the power of the cosmic Tao of Kronos. Extinction, and many other ones, while also being halfway through connecting the galaxies within its universe, though, the blue slime was unrivaled towards all those he faced. Boom! Kazuhiko's sorry figure tore through the sky like a bullet at this moment. The dark sword aura protecting him torn apart as he smashed onto a verdant mountain nearby. His gaze was despondent as he sighed endlessly while speaking out, his eyes still locked onto the blue slime floating in the skies alone as he had knocked everyone else to the ground. Can't even defeat the slime now. BZZD essence buzzed around his body even with the complaints, flying through the skies again as the figures of the prideful Emperor Penguin, Steel Mikhail, Anna, and many others all tried to get through the now ridiculous power of the blue slime, as Noah had exquisitely designed verdant lush mountains and golden glimmering rivers around the area they were currently at. It was a scene of wonder and uniqueness that could not be found anywhere. Valentina was looking at these scenes from a distance as she drank from a crimson cup filled with golden liquid, Noah's main body situated in a meditative position behind her inside of a huge high-rise glass building. The elegance and power of a hegemony could be felt even more powerfully from her as while everyone was momentarily celebrating or sparring, she was close to Noah as he had told her more of the current situation. Her eyes twinkled with light as when she thought of what she could do, she always found her mind returning back to the image of the man behind her as she sighed, as a powerful hegemony. She was actually so weak as she had to depend on her man that was a rank below her. The being that actually did more against their enemies compared to everyone else. She teleported at his position as she hugged him from behind, seemingly speaking out in frustration and in a pleading tone towards the being who opened his eyes soon after. How can I display power like you at the same level? Or even like that Tiamat and blue slime? I feel stifled only being able to deploy my clones to harass Ambrose in the Animus universe, the hegemony complained in a soft voice towards the being surrounded by golden light, her figure hugging onto him tightly as she was shockingly acting shy while asking Noah for how someone like her could gain even greater battle power. Others would be shocked if they heard and saw such a powerful being speak in such a tone towards an existence a rank below her. The demeanor of an aloof hegemony was gone as she revealed a certain side only to special someone. Others would only ever get to look at her as an untouchable existence with immense power, but Noah, he only raised his head while smiling lightly at her actions. There are naturally many methods, I just don't know if you'll take them. Oh? Valentina's interest was piqued as her ears perked up, Noah replying to her with a sharp light coursing through his eyes. When I establish my universe, you can form a contract with me and just become bound to me. Then I can merge with you and give you access to a myriad of cosmic das and so much more. Rumble, a preposterous idea was given to a hegemony as Valentina only let out a harumph at it, her eyes swimming with possibilities as she actually gave it some thought before she replied, forget it, what are you doing next? Which universe is the next target of conquest? She said this as she turned her eyes towards the shining star of conquest drizzling pristine white essence over Noah at this very moment. Noah's senses focused on this star as well, his mouth moving freely as he shared the sight of the primordial ruination clone. My clone has just entered the Thonian universe with the Cthulhu and other terrors as we speak. THRUM, a universe filled with planetary-sized existences as it boasts to be larger than most universes in the primordial cosmos, yes. The Thonian universe was an extremely terrifying one as the beings within were simply too different in size compared to other existences. Races of Thonians and Titans thrived within this universe as among the many universes of the primordial cosmos, it was actually the largest as its size alone was twice as large as others. Even though the existences within weren't as numerous as other universes, their sheer sizes made them pronounced and unique across the primordial cosmos. Noah's primordial ruination clone had just arrived within this universe right now. Just you and the terrors alone? Valentina asked doubtfully as Noah replied with a smile, we're just an advanced party. Some will soon join me in this universe as I'll divide the clones of others to descend onto another universe with the blue slime in the lead. Chapter 1063, a paragon descends as a universe trembles. 2. The gaze of Noah's main body was piercing across spacetime as the scene of what the primordial clone was looking at reflected on his eyes. He had to be relentless when it came to the 9 universes and the antiquity that was invited to make his way in, as everything truly was on a timer. But after he finished the conquest of the necrotic universe and the automaton universe, he was also speedily advancing forward as the number of marks of antiquity he held now towered over 18 billion, not the 15 billion he expected, but 18 billion as at this moment. He transformed 18 billion galaxies into Tao galaxies that were occupied with the essence of ruination. That was 18 billion Tau galaxies that could seamlessly form a connection with normal galaxies, and it meant that Noah now had 36 billion fully connected galaxies. Terrifyingly, it was behind the blue slime. Even with all the work he was doing, he had to conquer quintillions of beings across multiple universes to get where he was, while the blue slime had to devour just over 200 portions of the origin of a hegemony to get over 55 billion galaxies connected. How unfair life was, but with such a pace, Noah was on track to soon establish his universal seed. Now, it's just a few more universes. Noah had such a thought as while his main body enjoyed the company of a hegemony. His primordial ruination clone descended onto the Thonian universe as this time, he didn't even use the Tao of subterfuge to grant himself a new body, but instead used the terror of Ether's skill tree to obtain the planetary-sized body of a Cthulhu, as it was changed. Through the essence of ruination, as with every skill he cast, there were some modifications as he took on a terrifying form of a winged octopidraconic humanoid being. An innumerable number of tentacles wriggled powerfully on the octopidraconic head that shone with two crimson-colored eyes. The entire body being actually colored galaxy black, as it seemed like there were stars constantly moving throughout his figure. Standing over 10,000 miles long, the body was larger than most planets, as with the glimmering star of conquest above it, it made him look like a demonic saintly creature out of the most fantastical horror. By his side, the real Cthulhu at the Paragon realm looked at Noah's form and harumphed as the purple aura around this terror only became thicker, the millions of tentacles around it trembling with power, their gazes turned towards their surroundings as they took in the Thonian universe. A hint of red could be seen within its chaotic void that encompassed all of its galaxies and other stellar bodies. And the unique thing with these stellar bodies was, of course, their sizes. A galaxy from an average universe could be anywhere between a few light years to thousands of light years, with a single light year equating to 6 trillion miles. In the space that Noah just arrived in, he could already see the outline of an enormous galaxy within this Thonian universe that actually spanned over 100,000 light years. To accommodate the planetary-sized bodies of the Thonians and Titans, some planets could span as wide as a few million miles, with some unique and well-known planets and realms where the ancient old ones lived spanning for over 1 billion miles. Ancient old ones, the most powerful and oldest beings still living in the Thonian universe. Their lifespan actually exceeding what most paragons could handle, as among the many existences the Thonians were the few that could exceed the 1 million lifespan before their origins began to break down. Some even had unique skills that allowed them to enter deep slumber, halting the progression of their life as they would wake up hundreds of thousands of years later to look for opportunities in another era. This was the type of existences that Noah would come across. His grand party had arrived into the Thonian universe at this moment. The sheer might they released frightening as their planetary-sized bodies began to move forward, seemingly causing their surrounding chaotic void of this universe to quake as it was fearful of the future actions these beings would take. In the Cthulhu form, Noah moved forward relentlessly as against an antiquity. He didn't waste any time. As he moved forward at this moment, he didn't know of the subjugations of the usurper that Kronos had prepared just for him. The primordial cosmos was vast, and so was its number of powerhouses. Even though there was a significant amount of hegemonies, many moved to protect the respective universes they were born in, with some loving seclusion as they didn't get out for millions of years. Recent actions had caused a large number of hegemonies to come out of the dark, where most were currently watching the unfolding scenes of the actions of Kronos and the Goliath, as well as the group they had following them. Among those watching the unfolding situation, they actually paid great attention to the movements of a certain apex paragon, as he was the only one moving freely within the universes that were now filled with an intense aura of an oppressive antiquity. After the shocking actions of carrying out a universal-wide teleportation of quintillions of beings in a few minutes, many hegemonies first questioned the reality of all that they knew before they moved on to questioning where he went now. They wanted to understand how a paragon could have enough mana to wrap up and teleport trillions out from multiple universes, something that even the combined mana reserves of tens of hegemonies would not be able to accomplish. The methods of the apex paragon were too mind-bending as they left behind too many questions, but the centermost was which of the remaining 6 universes this being would appear in next. The eyes of the hegemonies were everywhere as soon enough. Some were able to notice the glimmering white star of conquest of a few planetary-sized beings in the Thonian universe. The Thonian universe, WAA. Chapter 1064, Ancient Old One's Eye. The Thonian universe, WAA, the location of the apex paragon was found as the eyes of many hegemonies turned towards it, Oathkeeper obtaining this information himself as he had a thoughtful look on how to move. After he had searched and pleaded with no answers, he looked towards himself for them as he soon found one. It wasn't something he would have ever resorted to doing, nor was it something a being like him would have been capable of thinking of in the past, but certain circumstances required him to make a move. Whap! The glimmering golden body of the Oathkeeper was unlike the other hegemonies that began to appear on the boundary of the Thonian universe or gain access to the happenings within from watching from afar, and he instead actually appeared in front of the microbial universe, the universe where he sensed the powerful auras of Kronos and the Goliath last frequent, as they were last here to watch the birth of the subjugation of the usurper that stemmed from a microbial incarnation of chaos. Oathkeeper didn't know any of this as he came here for his own specific reasons. He waved his hands in front of him as on his palm appeared a certain pristine white disk. It let out terrifying vibrations in the surrounding space as milky white primordial essence leaked from it, the primordial disk coming to be as Oathkeeper began to pour essence unto it. BZZZT, the surroundings began to shake as this universal realm hegemony began to utilize a cosmic treasure, and it was truly a powerful one at that, as it could mobilize the very essence that the cosmos was birthed from. Even if he could only use a portion of its functions, as only a being at the cosmos realm would be able to utilize it fully, he could still do shocking things with it, as one of them, BOM, was to affect the very universes that were built from the primordial essence. A thin crack had appeared in the universal boundary of the microbial universe as the strongest hegemony holding the cosmic treasure capable of using primordial essence actually began to use it for the purposes of destruction. Primordial essence could build, but it could also disassemble the things it built. The Oathkeeper searched for an answer and received none, and so he instead chose to do the only thing he could with a powerful tool in hand. He would break apart the barriers of the universes he could not cross, as he would rip apart the betrayers of the primordial cosmos with his own hands. Primordial essence endlessly rushed out from the primordial disk as it formed into a razor edge that began to eat up a universal boundary. Under Noah's fingertips, there were many cards to play. He had an entire universe's worth of them, and so he went ahead and put them to use. To do so, he started off with himself and the terrors in the Thonian universe. Aside from this, he also had the forces of 3 genuine universes under his fingertips, the forces of the 4th universe being his native one, as it was actually the strongest. After he gave many of them less than a day to settle, he deployed them out into the primordial cosmos once more. After all, the enemy was an antiquity that had powerful hegemonies moving around on his behalf. Noah could not tarry. The first party was led by the terrifying blue slime, his strength actually nearing Noah's primordial ruination clone, as this slime would actually lead half of Noah's summons, subordinates, and paragons of the Animus universe to descend onto the Euthenia universe. The second party would be led by Tiamat, the twin draconic serpents, and the rest of Noah's summons, as they led the forces of paragons from the automaton universe to descend unto the liberated universe that was filled with heroes, villains, and capped beings with grand illusions. The third party would be led by the manifested 7 deadly sins, pride taking the lead, as with them, the over 100 undead paragons from the necrotic universe would be under their banner for the conquest of the abyssal universe. The abyssal universe was filled with unique races of demonic beings, some nearly being as old and unique as the Titans and Thonians of the Thonian universe. For this, Noah wondered how everything would play out when they faced the 7 deadly sins, 3 forces, 3 universes, and he had descended on the 4th one himself, as at this moment, only the Omicron and microbial universes would not have his forces moving through them. This was the rate he designed to be able to seamlessly bulldoze through the plans of hegemonies and even an antiquity. In the universal core of the dark universe, Noah was now taking the behaviors of the hegemonies that could not act within the 9 isolated universes, as he had 3 illusory screens that were showing the scenes of 3 different universes. They were showing all the events about to occur within, not mainly for him, but for the main bodies of Valentina, Barbados, and those around him who wanted to observe the happenings of the universes. As soon as Noah's words traveled down to the vassals, they moved as the blue slime was the first to arrive in the Athenia universe. Half of Noah's Animus summons and the paragons of the Animus universe soon appearing behind him as he would lead their legions. He took on the shape of the glorious blue dragon as burning blue flames shone in his eyes, reflecting the green luster that permeated throughout the unique Athenia universe that was filled with powerful ancient plant races, Treants, Dryads, Ents, Halflings. A myriad of ancient plant races filled the Euthenia universe as the beautiful verdant greenery about to be ravaged by war was extremely distinct. Noah saw the beautiful scenes of this universe as he made a mental note to go visit it later whenever everything was done and he could actually enjoy vacations, as his eyes moved on to the scenes of the 7 deadly sins. They had just arrived in the abyssal universe, the chaotic void around them tinged black and red as with the golden glimmering sin of pride leading the way. Trillions of undeads appeared behind them soon after as they began to move methodically. It was a glorious scene as the terror of the sins and undead would entrench itself fully into the demonic races of the abyssal universe. Chapter 1065 Ancient Old Ones 2. The last illusory scene Noah was displaying showed Tiamat and the remaining animus summons with the Emperor Penguin and a few other subordinates along with the paragons of the automaton universe appearing near a galaxy in the liberated universe that actually had a huge statue of a smiling human being posing gloriously as a cape stretched out behind him. It was the glorified statue of a renowned heroic hegemony that was over a single light-year large, many beings looking towards it for inspiration over the years. All of those under Noah experienced vastly different scenes in the universes they descended on, as some were about to meet ancient plant races, others a myriad of demonic races, and others would even experience the unique atmosphere of heroes and villains fighting for supremacy in another universe. As for Noah himself, his forces were moving towards the nearest galaxy in the Thonian universe as he would meet monstrosities that others only thought of in their dreams. With the request from Adelaide that found Noah's actions the most interesting, the illusory scene of the movements of Noah's primordial ruination clone and the terrors was also made visible beside the other three screens as many more eyes turned towards it, for screens showing 4 different universes, those watching it all being the main bodies of Noah and his subordinates as they were all clustered in an enormous movie theater-like stadium at this moment. Delectable foods and feasts being prepared as they watched the unfolding scenes of the universes play out. It was a hubbub of activity as many wondered how the events would go down in each of the universes, and they would have feasts while they watched on. It was something that only these beings in the dark universe could do, as under Noah, they felt an immense feeling of safety and companionship. Within the Thonian universe, Noah's primordial ruination clone and the Cthulhu form led the party of terrors forward, their eyes set on the distant galaxy that was so large that it covered everything for tens of thousands of light years. The terrifying wings of Noah's new form flapped as they released a unique force to move him even faster than light speed. His enormous body that shone with the color of galaxy black shimmering powerfully as it made him seem like an ancient being. He enjoyed this feeling of power and strength as he made his way across this terrifying universe. Among the many universes out there, Noah was extremely curious about ones like the Thonian universe purely based on how unique and different their inhabitants were. They had their own systems of power, as when he thought of the ancient plant races in the Euthenia universe or the microbial races in the microbial universe. He wished he could have just had a laid-back time touring all of these universes, but the universal amalgamation would destroy it all, as the end process of it was going to be the fusion of all the universes with the universal constructs. The merging of the cocoon like tools of descent as they became one and gave way to an antiquity. Let's clean things before then, shall we? Noah spoke lightly as his senses caught movements from the galaxy they neared. They were ready for battles of conquest like always, and the bodies of the terrors began to throne with power as they prepared to face whatever terrifying legions of Thonians were released soon after. But, the magisterial and ancient auras of only 3 paragons could be felt coming towards them. No armies, no legions, nothing. Just 3 enormous planetary-sized Thonian that caused Noah's eyes to glimmer with intense light. One looked like a purely enormous squid, the tentacles from its body being even more numerous than the Cthulhu as its body undulated with a black aura. Another was an enormous circular ball of mass that looked like a planet, but the wriggling flesh that trembled with power gave away its status as a terrifying living being. The third, and the one leading the party of 3, was the most unique one in Noah's eyes, as this Thonian actually had a humanoid shape, with his face being black as it held no facial features, and a glimmering crimson halo undulated powerfully on top of his obsidian-colored head. Something unique about these beings was their auras. They were at the levels of paragons, and yet Noah could feel they were extremely powerful ones at that, as their auras almost neared that of the incarnations of chaos. His eyes glimmered as eyes of truth were activated. Icarus, a creature from the race of ancient old ones, unique existences capable of living a few million years no matter their realm of power. Such uniqueness is accompanied by the fact that the advancement into the next rank is hundreds of times harder than normal for those of this race. Life history, habits, boundless information opened up in front of him as Noah's eyes glimmered with light. Ancient old ones, unique existences of all shapes and sizes, and the 3 in front of him were no smaller than his own planetary-sized form as they released an ancient aura of oldness. With Noah's comprehension is the essence of Chronos. He could see a unique factor of time wrapping around these 3 beings as they came forward, their bodies not holding any battle intent as Noah didn't attack. the humanoid Thonian at the forefront with the crimson halo spoke first, mental waves entering Noah's mind. We have long heard of you and your actions in the animus and necrotic universe, tyrannical emperor, WAA. A voice that seemed synonymous with age rang out as Noah focused on the powerful being before him, the Thonian. Universe is half divided under the influence of two hegemonies, one siding with those searching for antiquity, the other being the great old Nazagath that is trying to protect us even now. He has sent word to us that you might be descending here, and that adhering to your will would be the best option to fight against the beings holding our universe hostage, Rumble. So from us, there will be no need for war or bloodshed. Half of the Thonians in this universe will bend to your will whenever you so want. Noah looked incredulously at the ancient old one as he nearly laughed inside, seeing that the conquest of the Thonian universe would actually be even easier than any of the past universes combined. The star of conquest above his head shone brilliantly at such a reality, but the words of the ancient old one continued. I do have to warn you though, Apex Paragon. We old ones share unique abilities and on a deeper level, even consciousness. In the past day, from the old one's siding with the usurper, 3 of the most powerful paragons were forever removed from our lineage, their consciousness cut from us as it wasn't the release of death, but something else. Before the connection between us was entirely cut off, we were able to first sense the essence of a hegemony corrupting their souls, and then the essence of the antiquity that plagues our universe before the connection was cut off entirely. Noah's eyes constricted at such information as his mind worked at high speeds, souls corrupted by the essence of a hegemony. This should be an incarnation of chaos. But, thereafter, these souls were corrupted by the essence of antiquity, chapter 1066, not following the plot. Noah absorbed the words of the ancient old ones as many thoughts and ideas flowed in his mind. The powerful incarnations of chaos, could Kronos and the Goliath have created something even more terrifying with the aid of the antiquity? Noah didn't know the answer to this, but it didn't matter to him at this moment as he merely nodded at the humanoid Thonian before him. You are, devourer of the deep, Zagadath. The rumbling voice of the Thonian paragon replied to Noah as his body began to glimmer with the pure white light of conquest and fealty. Very well. You shall take the lead under me for the days to come as we make sure all the ancient old ones and the rest of the Thonians break free of the shackles of Kronos and his followers. THRUM. The moment his words finished, Noah had extended the essence of fealty to the devourer of the deep in front of him as well as his 2 companions, the essence of fealty going even further and extending into the vast galaxy behind them. From their words, these unique ancient old ones under the lead of the hegemony great old Nazagath were ready to stand with Noah, with half of the existences within the Thonian universe being told this as it made Noah's job very easy. The Tao of fealty extended far past the 100,000 light-year galaxy before them as Noah continued to churn his mana out wildly, spreading it throughout the Thonian universe as he would gladly take the free pass of a few quintillion vassals. As he made a move the moment he arrived in the Thonian universe, so did his enemies. He wouldn't have to wait too long as after his entrance, measures were taken by Kronos and the Goliath. A present was already prepared for Noah, and it would come in a manner that he never expected. Kronos and the Goliath were looking at 2 terrifying scenes at this very moment. One was the fact that shockingly, the Oathkeeper was outside the boundary of the microbial universe as he was using a cosmic treasure to actually shatter the barrier of this universe. Nobody knowing the results of his actions when such a thing succeeded as Kronos' expression became gloomy. The other terrifying scene they were focused on were the 9 horrendously powerful beings floating before them, these being the subjugations of the usurper that had come out of the universal constructs not too long ago. 3 were planetary-sized ancient old ones that overshadowed everyone else. 2 were microbial beings that could barely be seen by the naked eyes. 2 were terrifying horned beings from the abyssal universe, and 2 were caped heroes from the liberated universe. The 9 existences were extremely unique, but they followed the commands of Kronos as aside from the antiquity trying to descend. He was the being with the most authority of the universal constructs. Below him was Ambrose that initially designed everything, and the Goliath and others came after. He's made his landfall in the Thonian universe. The Goliath spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as Kronos nodded beside him, his eyes shining with a sharp light. We'll be doing things differently this time around. Even with the confidence we have that a single one of these subjugations of the usurper will not be able to be defeated by anyone other than a hegemony, we won't be sending one after another or separate them into different universes. We will focus on the apex paragon, Rumble. Kronos spoke in a domineering manner as the eyes of the subjugations before them shone with an intense light. He wasn't going about it in a roundabout manner as he followed the plot where they send waves upon waves of fighters against their enemies, only to learn them successively defeating them as by the end they are left with nothing. This happened just recently as 20 incarnations were sent first against Noah, and it acted as a stepping stone for him to get even more powerful. Even though Kronos didn't know this, he instinctively chose to make the move that granted the highest success of the Apex Paragon being wiped away. All 9 of them shall descend onto the Thonian universe and wipe out the Apex Paragon first. Everything else can wait. It was a route that didn't follow the traditional plot of waves of enemies being sent until they were all defeated. A spatial light erupted from Kronos as it began to cover the existences, releasing a terrifying light thereafter, the Goliath nodding as he still kept his attention towards the cracking universal barrier that was actually being disassembled with the primordial essence that made it, and the Oathkeeper, "We'll have to deal with him and hold him back ourselves, sadly, OM." The voices of the 2 powerful beings slowly faded as the 9 figures of the subjugations of the usurper disappeared. From the microbial universe, their destination being the universe where an Apex Paragon was already spreading out his Tao of fealty freely, in the Thonian universe, to Noah, things had just been unfolding very smoothly as the words of the ancient Old One before him held true. Trillions of beings willingly agreeing to become his vassals before he even shed any blood within this universe. His planetary-sized body glimmered with the starry color of a galaxy as his crimson eyes blazed with light, the star of conquest above him letting out intense bursts of light as it seemed everything was under his fingertips, as if everything was heading in the right direction, but there would always be obstacles. Life would never be so easy. Noah's crimson eyes shook a second later as he turned his gaze towards a certain direction. 9 terrifying auras having suddenly appeared as for a brief second, Noah mistakenly linked it to the auras of hegemonies. But this caused his gaze to change drastically soon after as he corrected himself when he confirmed and realized they were not. But this realization was an even more terrifying conjecture as the 9 blazing auras that could be mistaken for hegemonies shot towards their position at a rapid pace. The river of time churned as the seas of destiny and fate began to boil. A crucial juncture had appeared for the primordial cosmos as 9 players stepped onto an already chaotic stage at this moment. Chapter 1067, Not Following the Plot. 2. Above Noah's main body, the golden seas of destiny churned as his vast universal fortune began to erupt out wildly. He had undertaken many actions in the past weeks, the growth of his universal fortune as an architect of 3 Daos that were being utilized by the beings from over 4 universes having grown to an extent that most hegemonies could not even compare to. Those with immense universal fortunes were the types of beings who could somehow overturn a horrendous and deadly situation to their own favor at the most crucial junctures, somehow finding hidden opportunities at a time when they would normally face death or suffer a major setback. Noah had no major risks of death as he had truly prepared too much, but he still had ways experienced setback. At this moment, the vast fortune he held churned as for the first time ever. This fantastical concept sensed a coming setback that would befall on the being it coiled around. As there had been so few setbacks, this fortune churned wildly as it flew towards the vast rivers of destiny, assimilating together before shooting into Noah's head as he was filled with boundless information about a coming calamity. Information of what he could possibly do to bypass this calamity. Glorious waves of gold covered Noah at this moment as the hundreds of beings in the theatrical stadium around him who were watching the illusory screens showing the scenes of 4 different universes looked towards him in shock and wonder. He didn't say a single word as his eyes released golden beams of gorgeous light, a tremor going through his body as his eyes turned towards the screen of the Thonian universe. The rest of his people also turned their eyes in this direction as they saw a blinding crimson light beginning to stretch out from 9 locations. Noah looked at this light as he understood it represented a great calamity, but also a grand opportunity. His universal fortune told him this much. There were certain things he could do as if his primordial ruination clone came out of this terrifying situation alive. There would be something beautiful waiting for him. There was a possibility for a certain light to bloom. There was a possibility of the glorious light of a universe to bloom, a possibility for hegemony. The great old Nazageth floated outside the boundary of the Thonian universe as he looked at the vastly changing situation within. Other hegemonies that had found out the Apex Paragon being here staying a few miles away from him. This being was titled a Great Old, within the Thonian universe, being a powerful hegemony that was only slightly behind Kronos, Oathkeeper, and the Goliath in terms of power. His figure was that of a crimson star-shaped monstrosity, purple flames constantly burning throughout the wriggling mass that formed into the shape of a star in the primordial cosmos. He was known as the Great Old One, the Star of Destruction, and the hegemony of venerable chaos. Aside from the Goliath, he was the oldest being in the primordial cosmos. He knew very well the renowned and powerful paragons of the Chthonian universe he was born in, even the ones that fell under the influence of the only other Great Old One that had now sided with Kronos. So he recognized the three planetary-sized Chthonians that came towards the apex paragon, even though it seemed there. Original forms were greatly changed and the very air they released had become something else. These were the very same ancient old ones that had forever been taken from the collective consciousness connection of the Chthonians a few hours ago. Two were very similar, their bodies being those that a majority of Chthonians took. They had the octopi-draconic features as their bodies leaned more towards the spherical shape, looking very similar to the purple Chthonian, Cthulhu, that the apex paragon had brought with him. These were known as the Trepidities of the Deep. They had two abyssal black eyes the size of small stars peeking out of the wriggling tentacles that covered their bodies that were over 50,000 miles long. Recall that a small planet was only a few thousand miles long in diameter. These two Chthonians had grown to the size that was 10 times that of an average planet after their transformation, even the form of the apex paragon and his allies looking 4 times smaller in size. Overix and Kabulzin, what have you all done? The great old Nazagath couldn't help but shake his head sadly, glancing at the third ancient old one that actually led the party of 9 terrifying beings, the Chthonian paragon who was most likely to become a hegemony in the next 100,000 years. The being known as the three-faced old one, being a unique Chthonian that was also circular in shape as its body had 3 pronounced faces that stretched for thousands of miles. The three-faced old one was currently over 60,000 miles in diameter, the star-sized eyes on its 3 heads releasing a terrifying sense of loss as they didn't actually release any light. They released a deep sense of loss as when Nazagath looked at them. He couldn't see the light of a soul within these eyes anymore. The eyes were the key to every being, the light within them giving a glimpse of just who they were. The Trepidities of the Deep had naturally abyssal black eyes as Nazagath didn't notice anything, but when he looked deeply into the eyes on the 3 faces of the three-faced old one, he saw its utter blankness as his heart trembled in pain. There was no soul there. Whatever these transformed beings were, not just the 3 Chthonians but also the 6 other ones releasing a terrifying light of power, they weren't who they used to be, they were something else entirely. They had become subjugations of the usurper. Their bodies swirled with such immense and terrifying essence as even the watching hegemonies rose up in shock. It wasn't power that any paragon could wield, it wasn't a type of strength that any paragon could stand against, it was a strength that they truly believed had already neared if not reached the bounds of a hegemony. Such strength emanated from 9 beings as they didn't go one by one, all of them and without a warning, thundered towards the singular apex paragon that had the form of a Chthonian shining with a colorful aurora of galactic light. Chapter 1068, A Serendipitous and Inexorable Catastrophe. Noah's mind buzzed with a gorgeous light of power as he couldn't help but repeat it to himself, a possibility for hegemony. Sadly it wasn't for him, but it was for a brilliantly shining blue slime with an unbeatable skill that could assimilate anything it devoured. With such knowledge in hand, Noah began to move as he sensed the terrifying auras of 9 powerful beings nearing their location in the next 3 seconds. 3 seconds. But it was more than enough. Firstly, the conquest of the 3 universes aside from the Chthonian universe was brought to a halt as Noah pulled back the blue slime and the rest of his animus summons, instantly teleporting them to float beside him in the Chthonian universe. BZZZT essence then bloomed wildly as the body of the blue slime expanded, taking on an identical form similar to Noah's of a humanoid Chthonian with an octopi-draconic head filled with a myriad of tentacles and shining with a colorful aurora of galaxy-colored light. The only thing different was that the blue slime shimmered bright blue as he looked exactly the same as Noah, his eyes hungry as thereafter. Their enemies arrived, with grandeur and power. The beings Noah only sensed seconds ago to thousands of light years away appear before them. Their mere appearance caused the surrounding space to quake as if it was placed under a strain, their soulless eyes locking onto Noah's figure as they didn't even stare at those around him. At the same time, Noah was looking at his enemy as he received increased levels of shock. Eyes of Truth was deployed as it brought back Three-faced old one, subjugation of the great usurper, : They have become entirely different existence as at $% hashtag at email protected. Abilities exceed parameters of all at hashtag % at $, soulless at $% carat at hashtag $%. The instincts of the usurper control the hashtag % hashtag carat at hashtag $. Trepidity of the deep, subjugation of the great usurper. They have become entirely different. Noah's eyes constricted at the broken information he was receiving, coming across existences again that he could pull very little information about, but one thing remained clear. incarnations that had somehow become entrenched with the aura of the great usurper, beings that exceeded all parameters of paragons, and there were 9 of them, as 3 were terrifying Thonians nearly 5 times as large as Noah's current 10,000-mile form. 2 were actually normal-sized humans, wearing caped costumes shining red and black as they had the stereotypical look of heroes Noah had only read about in comic books. Then there were 2 existences that Noah could sense the overpowering auras of but could barely see them due to their small sizes, his eyes having to intensely focus before he could see the microbial-sized existences. Lastly were 2 demonic-looking figures that had jet-black bodies, demonic horns, and 6 pairs of wings on their backs as they moved on 4 limbs as if they were beasts. They seemed like mixtures of demonic dragons as they were existences from the abyssal universe. As Noah looked over all of them, the one singular thing he could say was that their eyes were all the same. As he read the very limited descriptions he could find, he saw that all of these 9 beings that exceeded anything to do with paragons were actually soulless creatures that didn't even have their old minds, everything about them currently being controlled by pure instinct of an antiquity, the instant of their arrival. The 3 ancient old ones that had come to receive Noah trembled as they sensed the overpowering auras of these beings. The instant of their arrival, they moved without a single word as the chaotic void quaked, all 9 subjugations of the usurpers erupting out with what seemed like their strongest attacks right then and there. They didn't go one at a time. They didn't stop to talk, all 9 attacked all at once and with shocking might that caused the chaotic space to howl and tear. Fucking hell. Noah cursed out at these perfect killing machines as his body erupted with an intense light, multiple skills lighting up from him and his animus summons that were fused with his clones. The bodies of Tulu behind him were even pushed back as Noah foresaw even these powerful paragons would be shattered apart by a single strike of the 9 existences before him. This was because on their bodies, there were a myriad of things he could recognize, but there were even more things he didn't know of. There was the cosmic essence of extinction, Chronos, and annihilation, but there were also other cosmic essences that he had not come across before. From their bodies, there was also an intense feeling of a unique power that Noah didn't yet understand, and it related to the aura of the antiquity. The 3-faced old one that was the largest of them all was at the forefront as his attack released itself at the speed of light, arriving in front of Noah's primordial clone the moment that his cast of a myriad of skills finished. The attack came from the front face of this terrible beast, being a scorching obsidian ray of light that was over 20,000 miles wide in diameter. This ray of light shattered the very chaotic void itself as if it was paper. The 3 ancient old ones that Noah had already pushed aside, nearly feeling their skin burn even though they were from a far distance. It wasn't just enough to wipe out Noah, it covered enough distance that even the figures of the blue slime and others around Noah were all affected. Mind you, this was just one of the attacks of the 9 subjugations of the usurper, RUUUUUMBLE. The attack came at the speed of light as it smashed onto Noah, his body, and the bodies of his animus summons his clones fused with, having already been under the enhancement and boosts of tens of skills when they received the attack, yet, boom, an explosive sound as if millions of galaxies had shattered exploded out. The chaotic void was shattered as it remained that way, the area being thrown into deadly storms of destabilized space as even the void could not restructure itself. When the scene cleared an instant later, a shocking scene was displayed. There were multiple figures of Noah's summons surrounding him when the attack of the 3-eyed old one came. When it finished, even the void was melted as one could only see the figures of Noah and the glimmering blue version of himself that was the blue slime remained. The rest of the clones of his summons and even his own clones that were fused into them were vaporized as something aside from the essence of cosmic chaos invaded and tore everything apart. Only the body forged by a cosmic treasure remained, and the body of the unique creature halfway through becoming a hegemony were safe. Chapter 1069, a serendipitous and inexorable catastrophe. 2. A single attack, and all of Noah's clones and the clones of his animus summons aside from the blue slime were wiped out. Tiamat was no exception, nor the kingly calamity bear, nor the 2 draconic serpent twins, vaporized by something that heavily reinforced the cosmic Tao essences that the 3-faced old one blasted out, and that something was the essence of antiquity. Only the blue slime and Noah's primordial ruination clone could withstand it, and even then, one could see that on their bodies there were jet black flames that were burning furiously, trying to devour their bodies. Even now, Noah's eyes glimmered with a glorious light of power as even with such a development, he wasn't hindered or maddened. A single attack from just one of his 9 enemies had told him that at this moment, he faced an utterly oppressive and shocking force that might actually be possible of defeating him. This was why his universal fortune had churned, this was why his seas of golden destiny had roiled. Because in such an impossible situation, there would be stupendous results if he came out on top. The attacks of his enemies could move at a speed of light, but so could his, from the bodies of both Noah and the blue slime. Clocks filled with the essence of Kronos bloomed as an instant cast of temporal inversion was cast, not around a specific person, but over the entire area that his summons and himself used to be and were at this moment in time standing in. Large droves of essence were utilized as the essence of Kronos seemingly overflowed, a shocking scene displaying itself soon after. The vaporized bodies of all of Noah's summons reappeared as seas of mana were used to inverse the flow of time of their area and bring them back to an instant before they fell. Yes, mana, this was always Noah's one and only true weapon. Facing beings of utterly ridiculous power, it was the only thing he could wield to stand against them as he used droves of it for a temporal inversion and overcame an attack that could wipe out even his clones and summons. But still, the enemies this time were at a whole other level, even as the bodies of Noah's newly returned summons and himself fully lit up with the essence of ruination in Kronos. One must not forget that at this time, only the attack of a single one of the subjugations of the usurper had arrived. There were still 8 more, each of them had attacked simultaneously. As soon as the cast of temporal inversion finished, the attacks of the 8 other terrifying existences landed. Some were terrifying rays of deadly light, others were purely physical attacks that came from the enemies themselves. The figures of the red and black caped heroes from the liberated universe appeared near Noah's primordial clone on the left and right as they focused on him, their arms flying out as they merely threw out a mere punch that formed a chaotic phantom of cosmic essence that tore apart the void across as if it were weak glass, this phantom punch bearing the weight of an innumerable number of galaxies. Aside from these, there were also the attacks from the 2 existences that were the size of microbes, yet the damage they could release could wipe out galaxies in a blink. Their figures released an aurora of rainbow-colored flames that washed towards Noah's figure and Noah's figure alone, these beings making it clear their goal was to eradicate him at all cost as they didn't even spare their glances at those around him. The 2 monstrous demonic beasts with 6 pairs of wings had their horns shine a brilliant ray of gold, causing sharp and minuscule drops of rain-sized spears to instantly appear above Noah as it felt like a cloud of gold was coming down. Against any beings, these minuscule golden spears would pierce them and only leave holes behind. Then there were the 2 trepidities of the deep besides the 3-faced old one. Their figures shone with a purple luster as 2 flowers bloomed below Noah's feet. The blooming of these 2 flowers came with it the eruptions of an innumerable number of tentacles that threatened to wrap and destroy everything. It felt like time was moving in slow motion. Noah alone faced the simultaneous attacks of the 9 subjugations of the usurper that even the strongest paragons could not even handle being near of. But his heart was calm. A cosmic treasure disappeared from the origin of his main body as it appeared in the origin of the primordial ruination clone. An authority that only the owner of this cosmic treasure could utilize was cast. The Tao of subterfuge was put to full use as it covered everything around Noah. Bzzzt, crack. An instant later, the area around Noah's enormous planetary-sized body shattered as an oval area of utter darkness enveloped him. It seemed like a dense black hole that appeared to cover him and the few miles around him because an instant later, all of the attacks that the terrifying subjugations of the usurper threw towards him were sucked into this black hole as they faded away. Disappeared, the area of black then receded as if nothing happened. Noah's body reappeared silently, his figure untouched. Silence pervaded the area. The soulless eyes of the 9 subjugations of the usurper turned quizzical as something they didn't understand happened for the first time. The enemy didn't withstand or block the attacks. It seemed like the void had just shattered as all the attacks were absorbed, and he came out spotless at the end of it. But it shouldn't be like so, right? That didn't make sense, right? Noah's gaze was calm as he didn't bother explaining. Of course, it was him utilizing the cosmic treasure he held to not just break apart the chaotic void, but to break apart the folds of the universe they were in entirely. He tore apart only a small portion of it as he caused a rupture, this rupture having within it the dense essence of the sea of ruination that could eat up everything. It could eat everything, so it ate up even the terrifying attacks of these existences, with Noah covering up the crimson essence and making it indiscernibly black with the Tao of subterfuge. The attacking subjugations of the usurper and even the utterly shocked hegemonies watching everything had no idea what just happened. Noah's eyes blazed a crimson light as his body shone with the gorgeous color of a myriad of galaxies. His voice came out as this body began to glow murderously, his voice resounding out, "My turn." RUUUUMBLE, Chapter 1070, Inconceivable. Boom, outside the boundary of the microbial universe, boom, explosive sounds of utter immensity rang out as a being glimmering white and gold wielded a cosmic treasure and released droves of primordial essence that actually tore apart a universal boundary. The being carrying out such shocking actions had an exceedingly cold expression at this moment. but when one looked at his eyes while he did such shocking actions, they would be able to see a tinge of pain coursing through with every hit, as if he truly didn't want to do what he was doing, but he was left with no choice. His entire life believed he had the purpose of bringing order to these very cosmos. And yet at this moment, he was ripping one of its universes apart. Boom! The primordial essence had disassembled over 80% of the universal boundary in the distance of a few miles, the Oathkeeper raising his hands once more to land even stronger attacks to finish everything when, what a hypocrite you are, WAA. The essence of Kronos and extinction bloomed from the inside of the universe as they seamlessly passed through the now thin boundary that had nearly broken, rushing towards the figure of the Oathkeeper as he simply looked at this coming destructive essence while wrapping himself in primordial essence. BZZZT, the attacks from the Goliath and the hegemony of Kronos landed on the vibrant primordial essence as they were eaten up. The Oathkeeper staring daggers at Kronos that had begun disparaging his name as soon as he appeared. The great protector who does nothing but establish order is actually tearing apart a universe at this moment. Just how far have you fallen? An enormous regal purple clock erupted from behind Kronos with these words, the Goliath saying nothing as his chaotic body began to tumble around with essence of extinction, a shocking illusory image of a planetary-sized eye beginning to form behind me as he uttered calmly, primal eye of extinction, WAA. Maddening essence rushed out as Kronos and the Goliath moved to stop the Oathkeeper from tearing apart the boundaries of the microbial universe. The gaze of the golden glimmering being was still impassive, but as he stared at the two beings he had considered those alongside him, the wrath in his eyes was palpating as at this moment, another crucial junction for the primordial cosmos occurred. Seeing the mocking expression on Kronos' face, seeing the unrecognizable form of the Goliath that was even older than he was, seeing these two beings accompanied with the myriad of recent actions and loss of purpose actually caused the Oathkeeper to snap. The reserved and calm pillar that stood among the peak of power in the primordial cosmos bellowed out at this moment. Oh, with his bellow, the primordial essence around him raged as it burned furiously, coalescing together as it formed into a glorious righteous sword of primordial essence, pristine white in appearance but carrying such shocking power that even the hearts of Kronos and the Goliath tremble. Break for me, Oathkeeper bellowed out as if he was giving a command, the pristine white sword of primordial essence thundering down as the thin film of a universal boundary remaining for the few miles around him, crack, shattered. Boom, as if a bubble had popped, as if an unbreakable piece of treasure had been defamed, a universal boundary was broken as a being gallantly shining gold and white put his hands forward, grasping onto the pristinely white sword of primordial essence as with its tip in the lead. He plunged into the microbial universe. The figures of Kronos and Goliath were in shock as their bodies glimmered with intense light, their shocking attacks being released to stop this terrifying being from advancing. The 9 universes were still under the authority of an antiquity that repelled any foreign hegemonies from entering. At this moment, the Oathkeeper was forcing his way in as with the sword of primordial essence in the lead, he tore apart the pressure that repelled hegemonies from entering the universe. His gaze was locked onto the faraway universal construct, or even the attacking Kronos and the Goliath that wanted to stop his advance did not enter his eyes. The gold irises within them shone as they only focused on the faraway universal construct and the pristine white sword of primordial essence within his hands. Filled with determination and rage, the monstrous Oathkeeper continued forward. My turn, WAA. The voice was extremely chilling to hear. The hegemonies watching the unfolding situation adopting solemn looks at this time as among all of them currently on the boundary of the Thonian universe, the great old Nazagath was the one to speak. These 9 monstrosities, their power is on the border of a hegemony. Rumble, his voice caused the eyes of all others to shake as they looked at each other in affirmation, but one particularly grim hegemony shook his head as he replied back with an even somber tone. The power that a single one of them can release nears a hegemony. When all 9 collectively release their power on a single being together, that strike should be no less than the might of a newly advanced hegemony. Silence reigned in the surroundings. The reality set in as all the universal experts in the surroundings understood the meaning of the words. The apex paragon in front of them could actually withstand the force of a hegemony and not perish. How wild, how outlandish, how inconceivable. Utter shock and wonder spread out as after such a thought was realized. Next up was naturally whether such a feat could be repeated twice or 3 times. To be able to stand against a force comparable to a paragon once was an astonishing feat. But it must have taken everything he had as thereafter. Would he really still be able to do the same? A great question. And one that wouldn't take too long to be answered. Chapter 1071, Inconceivable. 2. The events occurring hereafter have to be described as if they took place over a long period of time, but they truly took place in a matter of seconds. Within the Thonian universe, Noah's body trembled with unknown strength as his eyes moved at lightspeed to lock onto the 9 terrifying existences. The cosmic treasure within his origin rumbled excitedly as it felt waves of mana surging into it. Noah planning on using this treasure fully for offense against these unbeatable foes as he knew it would be very hard to hurt them any other way. The Tao for subterfuge was also churning wildly as the main objective remained to keep this trump card hidden no matter what. The crimson color and oppressive demeanor of a cosmic Tao was not shown as what Noah displayed to the outside world seemed like a black essence that was a mixture of Chronos and annihilation, his mind moving rapidly to make sure everything was working as it should before he made a move. Boom! Like a glorious arrow that had been shot forth from a bow, Noah tore across space faster than light as he flew towards the terrifying 3-faced Old One. His hand was outstretched as he was seemingly throwing out a mere punch towards the enormous Thonian that was nearly 5 times his size, but it was no mere punch as the moment of his arrival, the fabric of the universe would be torn as this subjugation of the usurper would face the wrath of an emotionless ruination sea. As Noah moved like a brilliant flash of light towards the 3-faced Old One, his animus summons were shimmering with even more brilliance. Around all of Noah's summons, purple-crimson runic circles filled with the essence of Chronos revolved around them constantly. This was so that even if their bodies were undergoing a process of destruction from the attacks of these terrifying enemies, they could instantaneously use temporal inversion, as they would always go back to a period before they were being destroyed. It was like the attacks of the subjugations of the usurper were bulldozers destroying a building, and yet the constantly usable casts of temporal inversion were always rebuilding the destroyed building before it entirely collapsed. It was a process that nobody could utilize but a single being, a process that required immense amounts of mana to use and keep constant at all times. This was the power that surrounded all of his summons as the blue slime was the first one to take the lead, his cerulean blue eyes shining brightly as his figure warped in front of one of the trepidities of the deep. The attack of this blue slime was straightforward as with the identical figure of Noah's Cthulhu form, countless tentacles flew from its mouth as its jaws expanded terrifyingly, the light of extinction and Chronos shining madly as the slime went for a straightforward attack to try devouring right away. Roar! The bellow of the Queen of Dragons shook everything thereafter as the twin draconic serpents joined their ant side by side. The dense aura of dragons erupting out majestically as the 3 of them took on the utter trepidity of the deep, their jaws releasing pillars of dragon's breath that were filled densely with the essence of ruination. It was a glorious sight as colorful pillars of light from the many heads of Tiamat and the draconic serpents tore apart space, all rushing towards a single subjugation of the usurper. Beside them, the golden crow released its wings majestically as the heat was enough to burn millions of galaxies, letting out a space-shattering cry as burned with golden brilliance while smashing towards one of the enormous demonic existences from the abyssal universe. Oh, the kingly calamity bear was close at hand as at some point a majestic obsidian crown had appeared above the head of this monstrous summons, its fur glimmering with white and black luster as it rushed forwards to arms outstretched towards the other demonic existence. Meanwhile, the oculothorax, Leviathan, the galaxy-devouring serpent, and the obsidian panther all turned into gorgeous streaks of light as they rushed towards the remaining subjugations of the usurper from the liberated and microbial universes, a deadly ray of extinguishing light filled with the essence of ruination released from the golden eye of the oculothorax as it threatened to obliterate even the microbial existence that could barely be seen, the figures of the Leviathan, the galaxy-devouring serpent, and the obsidian panther all glimmered brightly as they released terrifying attacks of their own that contained ruination essence, and all of the summons collectively still had the swirling runic circles of Chronos that represented temporal inversions which could be utilized at any time. All of this happened as Noah's figure tore across space at the speed of light, his form of a Cthulhu shining a brilliant galaxy aurora of colors as he shot towards the planetary size 3-faced Old One that had already opened its front-facing mouth, releasing another pillar of chaotic light that was even larger than Noah himself to smash against his coming figure. Noah's body lit up with an obsidian light at this moment as it seemed like a black hole had appeared around him, this black hole sucking in all of the chaotic essence released from the mouth of the planetary figure as the shocking scene of a black hole traveling through the deadly pillar of light was created. Noah's figure wasn't damaged as he traveled through this terrifying pillar of light that could tear apart any paragon, his figure looking like a primal and unstoppable might that traveled across all odd as he reached the enormous body of the Thonian soon after. He had actually torn the fabric of the universe around him as he moved, keeping it around his body as thereafter he focused the process of the rupture of the universe on his fist the moment he came in contact with the terrifying figure of the 3-faced Old One, a simple fist, one that didn't seem to have any sense of power within it, but from this fist, the fracture of a universe spread out as the sea of ruination, was actually the attack that the subjugation of the usurper faced. From Noah's fist, a maddening black light bloomed as his figure actually seamlessly entered the hard body of the three-faced Old One, entering one side as he shockingly came out the other. He entered from one of its faces, and he actually cleanly cut through as he appeared out the other. Silence descended on the stellar battlefield. Chapter 1072 Glorious and Undeniable Might. What was the most destructive attack that a being could face? Such a question was an extremely hard one to answer, and it was because it could be answered differently depending on the level of power the being in question was. When it came to existences in the universal realm, attacks with something as unique as the essence of ruination were extremely hard to defend against. When one further went ahead and brought the ruination sea itself into the equation, rumble, the result could be seen as the current situation played out. Noah's 10,000-mile figure had gloriously smashed into the three-faced Old One as at the point of impact. He had utilized the cosmic treasure ruination to create a rupture in the very fabric of the universe they were in, and this rupture moved with him from one side of the creature to another, so this being had truly faced an attack that ripped apart the fabric of the universe itself. Noah closing up these ruptures as he moved, as nobody was the wiser on the mechanics behind his attack. As for the result of it, every watching soul watched on in silence as a clean and crisp 10,000-mile cylindrical hole was torn through the enormous figure of the three-faced Old One. Its enormous body trembled as if it had received shock coursing throughout, but it didn't let out a single cry as even after all that. Its pairs of crimson eyes were only filled with confusion as to how what just happened was possible. The body of the enormous three-faced Old One began to tremble unstably after losing 1/5 of its body, and it was in a central area at that as mixtures of essence within it began chaotically moving. Even amidst the shock, its focus was placed on Noah as it saw this being glimmering with the mysterious dark essence around his body, about to make another move that could force this unbeatable being to dire straits. In this moment of great shock and focus, a twinkle of blue flashed out. Something completely unexpected to everyone occurred as a certain being that was in an entirely different location had instantaneously changed courses and acted as by the time it was noticed. It was already too late. The blue slime in the terrifying Cthulhu form had made its target one of the trepidities of the deep, its jaws and tentacles having been expanding rapidly as many saw the attack of the cerulean Tula, one that wanted to simply swallow the enemy in front of it. But as the body of the trepidity shone brightly and was about to blast the tentacles and jaws of the blue slime away, this being disappeared entirely. This was because this devouring attack of the slime wasn't meant for the trepidity. Master and summon were working in synchrony at this moment, as all this time, the target of the blue slime had always been the three-faced Old One. It had always been the enemy that Noah would attack and keep its attention for even less than a millisecond. And this minuscule period of time was all that the blue slime needed to carry out a shocking action. The moment that the three-faced Old One had a hope created through its body as it began to shake unstably and focus on Noah's next attack, it found that a glimmer of a blue viscous mass suddenly appeared to cover all of 3 pairs of eyes. What was this? What was this? This was the last thought that the terrifying existence that had become a soulless subjugation of the usurper would have before. In the next second, the jaws of a cerulean Tula that had expanded to be 5 times bigger than its own body appeared to fully clamp around it in an instant, its momentary lapse in focus allowing for the terrifying reality about to play out. Universal devouring. Whap, a flash of cerulean blue, a 50,000-mile existence that could not be defeated by anything other than a hegemony disappeared, an existence that in antiquity promised would not be something that paragons would even dream of touching. Was eradicated simply as Noah and the blue slime schemed against it. The moment the subjugation of the usurper disappeared, the hegemonies watching outside the barrier felt their brains buzz and go numb. Many did a double take as they recalled what they just found out in the past seconds, the fact that these beings had battle power that was at the border, if not spilling into the realm of a hegemony, feeling like the aped paragon might finally fall for the enemy's schemes. But what was this? Just what had happened? After the disappearance of the three-faced Old One, all that was left was the blue slime. From the body of this creature, billions of lines from the galaxies within its origin began to connect as its body shone brilliantly. The shocking aura it released began to shoot up crazily as it thundered towards the boundary of a paragon. It thundered towards the realm of galactic filament as it strove to connect all 100 billion galaxies, no matter what, across the folds of space and the rivers of time, in a place very few beings were capable of traversing, with those who could traverse it choosing not to as it violated certain laws. Within this region, there was the consciousness of the great usurper that was actively increasing how much focus it gave to a certain cosmos. Other ventures were put on hold or aside for now as the great usurper pulled the strings ever tighter, and yet he found out at this moment that the other side had begun to fight back with even more ferocity. First, the authority of the antiquity was challenged when this being sensed something piercing into one of the universes that the tools of descent were drawing essence from, and now, the authority he placed in his subjugations was actually violated as one of them was quite literally wiped away, not defeated, not destroyed by a terrible cosmic essence, but simply wiped away as if it didn't exist. Chapter 1073 Glorious and Undeniable Might. 2. His authority was actually violated on two fronts, as even with the increased consciousness and support, the cosmos he wanted to descend onto actually fought back even harder. Rumble, his consciousness bellowed out powerful waves of power at such a juncture as his gaze became even more focused. Nearly a cosmos that hasn't even produced an antiquity, and you think you can deny one, WAA. His voice was deep and ancient as his cerulean blue eyes shone dangerously, this being closing these brilliant eyes at this moment as he took a deep breath. Thus breath acted as a method to solidify the consciousness within this space. One being able to see many thin blue chains appearing from his body as they extended onto multiple directions towards the vast rivers of time this being could access. When he took the breath, the blue chains that were spread out began to snap off one by one as in a matter of seconds. Only a single line of a chain remained. It began to shine brighter and grow larger than all the others as this line was connected to the primordial cosmos. The antiquity released all other attachments and connections to who knew what destinations as within seconds, his focus fully came unto the primordial cosmos. I will not let a cosmic treasure escape my grasp, such a thing is even a rarity to pop up in cardinal cosmos. Rumble, the line connecting this consciousness to the primordial cosmos became even larger and brighter with his words, his blue eyes releasing rays of terrible light as in the next moment, terrifying waves of essence began to undulate from him in waves. They traveled across the mirrored rivers of time as soon enough. They caused horrendous effects in the primordial cosmos. In the next moment, the universal constructs across the 9 universes shook powerful as a second later, they radiated immense rays of crimson obsidian light as the cocoons around these constructs began to expand at a visible speed. Ambrose, the cerulean hegemony, all the hegemonies put in charge of protecting the constructs were shocked at the development as they saw the thrumming Kukulka release terrifying waves that flew out to the ends of the universes. The 9 universes then began to oscillate powerfully as with the permeation of the essence of the antiquity, the universal amalgamation proceeded even faster as the fusion of universes and the coming together of the cocoons within them would only need a matter of days now, not a few weeks, but a matter of days if not shorter depending on just how profound the authority of antiquity being released was. It meant that the descent of antiquity was coming down much faster than many realized or expected. As he tore across the microbial universe with a glimmering sword of primordial essence, the Oathkeeper felt this change even more closely as his determination soared, the white sword in his hands glowing ever brighter as he pushed back the figures of Kronos and the Goliath. The Oathkeeper had not called any reinforcements over when he began his relentless attacks, but many hegemonies had now divided their attention and gathered outside the boundary of the microbial universe after his shocking actions were known. They could see the broken boundary of the universe and the glorious figure of the Oathkeeper surrounded by the pristinely white primordial essence, tearing across the space of the microbial universe as he seemed to be walking across a viscous area that was hard to move in with every step. The viscosity was of course the authority of the antiquity that denied entrance to the universes to anyone that didn't have their auras branded, but the Oathkeeper was forcefully tearing this apart with the use of a cosmic treasure. The hegemonies watching his brilliantly shining figures could only continue watching as even when they tried, none of them had the capability to withstand the authority of an antiquity and force their way in. They could only watch the brilliance of one man as he tore across the void of the microbial universe, his eyes dead set on the shining universal construct there, within the origin of the blue slime. The number of connected galaxies very quickly surpassed 60 billion with the devouring of a single subjugation of the usurper. BZZZT, while essence was meant swirling around the slime, Noah's figure only left behind after images as he didn't sit still. The unkillable existences could be killed as long as there were some unique methods implemented. What was shocking was that even after a being had fractures torn across its body as it received an attack that tore apart the layers of the universe, they were somehow still alive as only after their scheme successfully worked did the creature fall. Unless these existences were devoured entirely by the ruination sea, it was extremely hard for one to actually kill them, but Noah didn't even dare to kill them. This was because their value as nutrients were too astounding. They held within them an authority of an antiquity as their value was who knew how many times greater than the incarnations of chaos is at this time. Noah could feel from the origin of the blue slime that a single universal devouring of these existences had granted it over 20 billion new lines of connections, from 55 billion to 75 billion. The blue slime actually just had to devour 2 more of these terrifying subjugations of the usurper, and he would be able to complete all 100 billion connections. Thereafter, a universal seed would be created, as with it, one could bring forth a universe, hegemony, as the blue slime shone gloriously while releasing horrendous waves of power. The tentacles of its Cthulhu form vibrated with happiness as its cerulean blue eyes locked on the remaining 8 subjugations of the usurper. The looks that the blue slime was giving forth were filled with such immense longing that one could mistake it for him looking at his loved ones, but there was no love there. It was only the greed of devouring and grasping hegemony. Chapter 1074. A dream of a universal seed. The might of the subjugations of the usurper was undeniable. The aura alone that they displayed was enough to terrify any paragons, as the shocking truth of their power edging towards hegemony remained. Yet, why did it seem like the might of the beings with the glimmering white stars of conquest was much more maddened and relentless? Why did it seem like they all were putting everything they had on the line? Boom! The attacks of Noah's summons landed on their respective targets as a glorious burst of color erupted out. Noah himself appeared in front of the trepidity of the deep as his body moved forward at the speed of light. His right arm outstretched as a single punch was what was leading the way. The cosmic treasure was ready to be utilized at any point as Noah wanted to continue tearing apart just 2 more of these existences, as that was the reason why he and his summons were maddened. They were fighting as if their lives were on the line because they could almost smell hegemony. Not for themselves, but they could see a glimpse of hegemony for the blue slime as when this occurred. The power their side could display would rise by an insane margin. The soulless subjugations of the usurper shook slightly at such unyielding might, but this was when the aura of the antiquity began to madly spread across the Thonian universe as the antiquity fully focused his gaze onto the primordial cosmos. The auras of the 8 remaining subjugations began to rise crazily as, unlike everything else, these beings actually seemed capable of absorbing the essence of antiquity that was spreading throughout the universe. The trepidity of the deep in front of Noah absorbed this aura as its tentacles rushed out madly with a glimmer of a myriad of cosmic essence, but Noah was unhindered. His gaze was placid as even with the shocking might these existences displayed, there was a single reality that didn't change. Existences of this level could not defend against an attack capable of tearing apart the very fabric of a universe. They could not defend against the ruination sea. Hegemonies could not do so, even those that had broken past the universal realm and began inching towards the universal filament realm, which was normally the stage where antiquities began to pop up. Even these beings only held enough power to survive in the ruination sea for a period of time, but that was all. Unless they had something as unique as ruination essence or primordial essence, or they were powerful enough to have arrived at the stage of a cosmos. It wasn't until they reached the cosmic realm that one could somewhat defend against the terrors of the ruination sea. Even though the beings before him were powerful, they had not even reached hegemony, so against the millions of tentacles that erupted from the trepidity of the deep, Noah only pushed forward his fist. RIP. The cosmic treasure was activated as seemingly a black hole surrounded Noah on all sides as it sucked in everything. He expertly controlled the cosmic treasure to create a fracture of the universe only around his body and erase them as soon as he left, and he conducted the same move that heavily damaged the 3-faced Old One against the current trepidity. Like an unstoppable moving 10,000-mile black hole? His figure moved through as the body of the trepidity had a hole at this center soon after, Noah coming out the other side. It didn't matter that there was just an eruption in the essence that the antiquity released, nor did it matter if they were strengthened against an attack that ripped apart a universe they could not defend. This was the terror of a cosmic treasure. This was just a glimpse of what one could do with it. As if on cue, the figure of the blue slime appeared a moment after the trepidity was given a whole 10,000 miles large, its essence in chaos as during this period of time. The tentacles of the slime wrapped around it as terrifying words were uttered soon after. Universal devouring. Whap, a shimmer of blue, and another subjugation of the usurper disappeared. The scene could scarcely be believed, but it was a terrifying one as it caused the other 7 subjugations to bellow out vigorously while their bodies poured out resplendent attacks. Noah's summons were at the forefront of these as the Chronos essence swirling around them in the form crimson-purple runic circles activated. The damage their bodies were receiving becoming inverted soon after as their lives were not taken even if they faced stupendous abilities. This was the uniqueness in deities such as Kronos, the figures of the 7 subjugations glimmering bright crimson lights after seeing another one of them inexplicably disappear. Their gazes transferring over from Noah and onto the blue slide briefly as they looked at this being. As their gazes turned over, they ridiculously saw the ever-rising aura of this creature as unbeknownst to them. The devouring of a second subjugation gave the blue slide another 20 billion connections. They could only blame themselves for being such good sources of nutrients, as 200 incarnations of chaos had only been able to give the slime 55 billion connections, yet just 2 of them had given him 40 billion. As when they now gazed at him, they were shocked to realize a unique aura was coming off this creature. The subjugations weren't the only ones, as the hegemonies watching from outside the boundary of the Thonian universe were even more shocked. A feeling of familiarity being felt when they looked at the Cthulhu form of the blue slime. The feeling of familiarity came from the aura, and it was the aura they were very in tune with. It was the aura of a hegemony, and it had begun to slowly erupt from the blue slime at this moment. Chapter 1075, A Dream of a Universal Seed 2, a trace aura of hegemony. It meant this creature would inevitably be able to form their universal seed soon as thereafter, it would bloom into a universe. But, what the hell, a hegemony couldn't help but curse when they watched the scene play out. The sequence of events being extremely shocking, as the aura of this blue shimmering Cthulhu was nowhere near what it was at the start of this battle. But it then swallowed up 2 terrifying existences that could only be defeated by hegemony, as at this moment, it seemed like just a few more connections were needed before an advancement could be made. Such a scene confounded many as they scrambled to find answers that would make such a thing into a reality. But this was when the face of the great old Nazagath froze in a stupor as his aged eyes locked onto the cerulean figure of the slime and Cthulhu. He then unconsciously voiced out what put him in a stupor, as his words were silent, but they rang like bombs into everyone's ears. That's the universal emperor slime. Rumble, shock, and realization entrenched the faces of the hegemonies as they looked towards the figure of the blue Cthulhu with a myriad of expressions. A universal emperor slime, that should not be possible. An impossibility had yet again appeared. The hegemonies looked at the blue shining existence even closer as everything seemed to click into place, their gazes going through a myriad of emotions as they thought about many things. An event that had occurred many years ago appeared in their minds once again, as many of them seemed to have arrived at an epiphany. But even with this epiphany, their faces still turned somber. Soon after, it was a mystery what was going on in their minds. The figures of the subjugations of the usurper erupted with power, as even with the essence of Kronos protecting Noah's summons and the temporal inversion working to rewind any injuries they received. Their figures were still pushed back a few hundred miles. Then, the 7 shining obsidian existences all turned towards the blue figure of the blue slime, as they considered this being the worst enemy. Not Noah, who could create holes the size of his body when he moved against them, but this being that could somehow erase everything about them in a second. They considered this figure much of a threat because they could also sense the aura of a hegemony beginning to stem from it. It seemed like this being was on the cusp of a breakthrough, and they had to do all they could to stop it, otherwise, their only weakness would be exposed. Their only weakness was hegemonies, so they moved to protect themselves. RUUMBLE, a gorgeous array of light flashed out as while all 7 terrifying beings thundered towards it. The blue slime wasn't the least bit fearful as it looked towards them with fervor and happiness. Beside the slime, Noah's enormous Cthulhu form appeared protectively as he stretched his arms out, the obsidian-colored essence that had helped eradicate 2 subjugations stretching out dangerously. The 2 of them seemed to be getting ready for an all-out battle against the rushing subjugations. But it was entirely different than many expected, as while the subjugations formed a ring to surround Noah and the blue slime, the rest of the animus summons that were pushed back had also formed a ring to surround them. Then, Tiamat called out lightly as out of nowhere, a purple-crimson clock appeared in the skies and gushed out the essence of Kronos. Temporal halt. BZZZT. Space and time seemingly came to a halt, but the figures of the 7 subjugations were too powerful as their bodies vibrated intensely, and they broke out of the temporal halt a moment later as they continued. But, temporal halt. The galaxy-devouring serpent spoke out, temporal halt. The obsidian panther spoke out, temporal halt. Even Tiamat again spoke up. All of Noah's summons at this moment fully utilized the feature of spamming as they called forth multiple temporal halts, all of them focused on the moving enemies below, as with so many of such halts layered. They came to a stop for more than a second before they could break through. This 1 second was a decider that would change many things. This 1 second was an action that would steer the course of history in a vastly different direction than what many beings expected. SHAA. Within the second of the halt, the blue slime appeared next to the nearest subjugation of the usurper, who turned out to be the last planetary-sized tripidity of the deep. His jaws expanded, his tentacles wriggled out. wrapping around the enormous body of the creature within the 1 second as universal devouring. Whap, like the blinking of eyes, the last Thonian among the subjugations of the usurper disappeared. When all of them broke through the time halts with sheer power and might, they found that another one of them had disappeared. They also found a particular shining blue creature that had begun to release blue rays of light that shot out across hundreds of thousands of miles. The rays contained a magisterial aura that wasn't that of a paragon, it contained the pristine and magisterial essence of something else entirely, as at this point, 100 billion galaxies were fully connected in the origin of a certain being. BZZZT, the body of the blue slime undulated majestically as a glorious sense of awe descended. Inside of its origin, 100 billion clear lines of connections rang throughout the galaxies as at this moment. They all shone in unison and resonance as a boundary began to form over them. This boundary was crystalline blue in color as it was extremely beautiful, and this boundary represented the outer layer of a seed. At this moment, a universal seed coalesced within the body of the blue slime as a second later, it bloomed. Chapter 1076, A Slime Rides the Winds of Destiny. Hegemony, a title given to a being that had successfully birthed a universe within their origin. The title had many meanings, but the main and central focus from the definition of this word at this moment was its meaning of dominance. Dominance, the capability to utterly and completely dominate others based on one's own ability. A few beings very correctly displayed the dominance of a hegemony as these were the true experts of this level. An example was the Oathkeeper that was currently wielding a glimmering sword of primordial essence as he tore across a universe while working against the authority of an antiquity and two other powerful hegemonies. Kronos and the Goliath were free of any restriction as the Oathkeeper actually felt the effects of corruption of the usurper, malignant madness, and heretical malediction, yet, this being was unhindered as with the cosmic treasure releasing waves of primordial essence in hand, he tore across everything on his path as he approached a universal construct. This was dominance, this was true hegemony. Now, yet another being was stepping into the rank of a universe within the primordial cosmos. All eyes were on the singular form of a cerulean Cthulhu that emanated this blue light for millions of miles. With all 100 billion galaxies connected, a universal seed had formed as the vast number of connected galaxies came together and seemingly fused into one. All 100 billion galaxies fused together seamlessly, giving birth to the universal seed that bloomed, and carefully structured and formed a universe. Brand new galaxies bloomed from the universal seed, these galaxies being strongly interconnected as they had a starry cerulean color. The moment the seed bloomed and spat them out, the aura outside the body of the blue slime changed. A terrifying aura and might erupted from it as the essence of a being that had successfully formed their own universe reverberated out. The blue slime bellowed forth gloriously at the newfound sense of power and freedom. A unique authority seemed to descend onto its body as mana conduction and efficiency. Mana reserves, origin, life force, everything about it went through a qualitative change. Then, its body transformed from Noah's similar Cthulhu form as with a glimmer of blue, the image of a planetary-sized blue slime appeared, as if breaking out of a cocoon. As if he could finally and freely be his true self, the glorious form of the blue slime became clear to all as the eyes of the watching hegemonies trembled with confirmation and stupor. On this day, the last universal emperor slime had achieved the realm of a universe, fulfilling the destiny of its name, universal. In the dark universe, Noah's main body was surrounded by a storm of golden essence currently, his figure being elevated far above his subordinates as they all stared at him from below while also trying to stare at the shocking development on the illusory screen that shoved the events in the Thonian universe. The storm of golden essence surrounding Noah were vast seas of destiny and fortune, Noah having utilized them with such success that they raged ever higher. The boon this time around not just befalling the blue slime alone. Yes, the blue slime had ridden Noah's waves of destiny and fortune in this ordeal to obtain the most benefits, but it was still a being that was bound to Noah. Its power was also Noah's power. Its strength was also Noah's strength, so when the blue slime rose to hegemony, Noah also obtained the shocking power of the universal realm, even if it was through his animus summon. While his clone was fused with it, Noah had been there to feel and witness the birth of the universal seed and of the blooming universe that was glimmering brightly at this moment. His heart feeling like his road had been paved forward so damn smoothly. Something even more shocking was that through their connection, Noah was getting a myriad of information sent to him as he found that while stepping into the universal realm, the blue slime that had truly become a universal emperor slime had unlocked a new racial ability and even had an enhancement in the universal devouring ability. Noah's eyes released gorgeous beams of golden light as he focused on this feat of Information and quantified what he was getting: blue slime, prismatic, and animus summum at the universal realm. A unique species that is the last of its kind in the primordial cosmos. This blue slime comes from the thought to be perished lineage of universal emperor slimes that were hunted down to extinction in the animus universe by a coalition of beings from the primordial cosmos. Its unique composition gives it complete immunity to physical attacks and 90% damage reduction to all other forms of damage. This blue slime has assimilated a myriad of grand and lesser daos, and has currently gained comprehensions in the cosmic daos of Chronos, extinction, annihilation, phantasm. It has fully become a universal emperor slime, as the racial ability, universal devouring, can now stay true to its name and devour universes themselves. The action of devouring a universe accelerates the process for an existence to form universal filaments and achieve a state known as apocryphal antiquity, a realm of power not achieved through the marks of antiquity, acting to completely morph one's galaxies into Tao galaxies. No universal emperor slime in the primordial cosmos has ever successfully utilized universal devouring due to its sheer impossible mana requirements. The last time a universal emperor slime tried to do so, it only held a universe hostage for 1,000 years in the primordial cosmos. Aside from this, the racial ability of universal sense has been unlocked, allowing the universal emperor slime to have a sense of direction on other universes outside of the primordial cosmos, a description of the blue slime similar to the one that Noah had seen when he first obtained this creature and contracted it, but it was much different this time around as many new things were added. Chapter 1077: A Slime Rides the Winds of Destiny. 2. From the information Noah was receiving, an abundant amount of surprises could be found. One was the fact that, shockingly, universal devouring could now devour a universe. Well, it was a feature that actually fit its name more, but it wasn't even something Noah thought of trying before. One must recall that it had only been a matter of months for Noah to elevate a spiritual land into a universal core and fuse it to a universe. Never would he have thought that he would be bound to a creature that could actually devour such universes. Such an action would make it possible for the blue slime to do what many found impossible to do. It was the action that Kronos and the Goliath could not do. It was why these beings had reached out to another force, antiquity. The blue slime could actually obtain antiquity if he went around doing the monstrous and questionable thing of devouring entire universes, as by the end of it, he would obtain something called apocryphal antiquity. Apocryphal. This word had many meanings, but it was along the lines of questionable, fake, or even fictitious. It wasn't the natural way that existences obtained antiquity, being something that this unique race of universal emperor slimes could do alone. Yet, even they weren't able to do it, as after millions of years, only a single emperor slime had held a universe hostage while they were fighting for their lineage. But even they did not succeed. As always, the problem lay in mana. Mana seemed like a natural restriction in existence for many things, preventing many beings from doing shocking things that would otherwise shatter the balance of natural power. But, rumble, the essence around Noah raged madly, a terrifying smile appearing on his devilishly handsome face as though he was surrounded by golden seas of destiny and fortune. This smile seemed extremely menacing. He had such a smile as he thought about how he was an exception. He could make it possible. He could supply all the mana that the blue slime needed if ever an opportunity to swallow an entire genuine universe arose. He calmed himself down as he thought of such shocking possibilities, looking at the newly unlocked feature of universal sense, a terrifying ability by itself, and one that held terrifying implications. When Noah glanced at this, he became somber, as at this moment, he would only think about the current universes within the primordial cosmos. He already had too much on this plate, as when it came to what was out there in the vast ruination sea, it was something for another time. Rumble, he was taken out of his thoughts as the seas of fortune and destiny raged around him even harder, the situation continuing to unfold in the Thonian universe as at this time as the figure of the true blue slime appeared before everyone. The viscous body was shining a starry blue, the entire slime seeming like he had vast numbers of blue planetary bodies swirling beautifully throughout. His eyes were an even brighter shade of blue as when they opened, they released terrible might as they caused the surrounding void to shake. The aura of a hegemony fully unfolded at this moment as the eyes of the blue slime gazed over a certain area. It actually wasn't the 6 remaining subjugations of the usurper, but the eyes of the slime actually turned up as they crossed innumerable light years of the Thonian universe to gaze outside the boundary at the figures of the many watching. Hegemonies, WAA, the eyes of the great old Nazageth shook along with all the hegemonies that felt the gaze of the blue slime, feeling as if they were being stared at by a shockingly deadly predator. Within the eyes of the blue slime, They felt a sense of power and hidden wrath as the first thing that this being did when he achieved hegemony was gaze towards the universal realm experts of the primordial cosmos, the beings that had been moving to the very forefront when the race of universal emperor slimes were eradicated. Rumble. A weaker hegemony that had only achieved this level a few million years ago was even pushed back by the gaze of the blue slime alone, this existence letting out a silent harumph as his gaze then turned towards the 6 subjugations of the usurper. The hegemonies outside of the boundary felt like they could breathe thereafter. But as they gazed upon the glimmering body of the universal emperor slime, they couldn't help but think of what outcome this existence would seek in the near future. In the Thonian universe, the 6 remaining subjugations were those from the abyssal, liberated, and microbial universe. 2 of each, but these beings weren't letting out the terrifying might they released before. This was because their only enemy was a hegemony. At this moment, such an existence stood before them as what else was there left to say. Noah's primordial ruination clone and even the animus summons gazed towards the blue slime without doing a single thing, watching as this existence began to release a circular field of light from its body that eventually expanded and formed a starry cluster of galaxies in the nearby hundreds of thousands of miles. It actually seemed like a manifestation of the universe within the origin of the blue slime. This manifestation being brought to the outside world at this moment is shockingly, he superimposed his universe onto a genuine one, universal authority, THRUM. The voice of the blue slime rang out languidly, the childish tone still apparent in the voice as this hegemony utilized an authority unique to universal realm experts. It was the superimposition of their universe into the surroundings, an ability that made them king within this area as if no other hegemony existed to dispel the universal authority. They were unhindered within the area. It was also a dangerous authority to utilize as if an even more powerful hegemony released their universal authority and it was much larger than yours. Your very origin would be hurt since it was manifested outside, so very rarely did hegemonies display their precious universes outside of their bodies unless it was a life and death battle. But the blue slime had no such fears. His universe was superimposed on another as while staring at the bodies of the 6 subjugations of the usurper, he called out lightly, extinction, BZZZZT. It wasn't the cast of a skill or any ability. It was just the blue slime speaking, it was just a word, yet in the next second, boundless essence of extinction emerged from the illusory galaxies of the blue slime displayed outside, descending instantaneously on all the subjugations as space itself shattered and tumbled. The bodies of the subjugations of the usurper shook in a terrifying manner as one could see skin and bones fly out, as if the defenses of these terrifying existences didn't even exist. The same essence was utilized by a hegemony as its effect was ridiculous. All 6 subjugations of the usurper that had nearly even destroyed Noah's primordial ruination clone before could only shake at a single word from the universal emperor slime at this moment, all their figures becoming ravaged by extinction. It was undeniable might, undeniable dominance, it was genuine hegemony. Chapter 1078 Aim for a Universal Construct. How could one describe the feeling of commanding the power of a universe under their fingertips? Noah was relishing this feeling at this moment. The actions and thoughts of the blue slime he was fused with being akin to his own as all he could say when it came to power at the universal realm was that it was addictive. Rumble. The moment the vibrant blue slime uttered the words extinction, this essence rushed out in droves from the galaxies of the manifested universe as they surrounded the figures of the subjugations of the usurper on all sides. These beings that were just showing off crazy levels of battle power seemingly became docile when such an attack rained down, giving the effect of them having somehow gotten weaker. But they hadn't gotten weaker, it was just the might that the blue slime released at the universal realm was just that much greater. It was similar to how a baby would not be able to put up much of a fight against a man. To the blue slime that was now a hegemony, these beings in front of it were no more than big babies. If we take this analogy further and expand it to Noah and how he was able to stand against hegemony dark shadow with the use of plot armor, and the hegemony of necromancy from just testing his attacks, Noah was akin to a genius baby that was given a gun that he could shoot endlessly. When putting such a baby against a man, 1 or 2 shots were bound to hit. This was the feeling of power that Noah was currently taking in, the feeling of looking at the beings that decimated his other summons that his clones fused with in a single hit, and they were currently struggling against the universal authority of a hegemony as their bodies creaked under the pressure of the utterance of extinction. Noah sighed endlessly at such power as the blue slime looked at the constricted figures of the subjugations that couldn't even move, the ethereal voice of this existence ringing out slowly once more, universal devouring. Rumble, a cluster of essence erupted out as the cerulean body of the blue slime expanded in an instant, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles, as this area contained the figures of all the remaining subjugations of the usurper, the two from the microbial universe, abyssal universe, and the liberated universe all trembled as they suddenly felt the viscous film around them, their soulless eyes seemingly gaining a hint of fear and unwillingness as soon after that. Whap! They disappeared. The beings that were giving Noah and the others so much trouble had actually been taken care of so seamlessly and easily by the blue slime that was currently a hegemony. The field of battle was entirely silent as even the three original Thonian paragons that had come to greet Noah were shaking fearfully, outside of the boundary of the Thonian universe. The hegemonies looked at these scenes with varying expressions as their gazes were somber at the illusory manifested universe that the blue slime was blatantly displaying. Great old Nazagath looked at such a scene as his voice was the first one to rumble out, seeing the gaze of this existence. He will be looking for answers on what happened all those years ago. His words reminded every hegemony of a distant past when creatures such as the one they saw before them ran rampant, filling multiple universes as their power was something to be feared. Events had progressed in such a way that eventually, all hegemonies had come to agree on the resolution that the race of the Universal Emperor Slimes were too destructive as they had to be eradicated. At the lead of this wasn't on our shoulders. The one who spearheaded this whole ordeal was Kronos. He must have been scheming something in the very beginning to have. If you consider how the events played out, he might have even been the one to instigate the race of the Universal Emperor Slime to do what they did until the war broke out. Rumble! A sonorous voice from the hegemony of light rang out, a dazzling woman with wings of light speaking out as her words made many hegemonies ponder. But at the end of it all, it does not matter whether we were played or if it was a scheme of Kronos. Each of us participated in the eradication of the Universal Emperor Slimes. Now that we know Kronos' nature, we can definitely question his intent behind it all, but it doesn't matter. The voice of the great old Nazagath resounded out powerfully as this Thonian seemed entirely exhausted. It doesn't matter because we all have their blood on our hands. A disastrous set of words, and it was ones that made the mood around the many hegemonies even more somber. But there were some that were those with high pride and honor, even among those currently standing alongside Oathkeeper. So what? A voice perked up that caused many eyes to turn towards it. It was from a hegemony that had the exact features of a fantastical existence known as a dwarf, this being holding the stature of a dwarf but being over 500 meters tall just with their natural body alone. This was a hegemony that stemmed from the universe of metal, a universe that held a myriad of races like this who were proficient in anything to do with metal working and smithing as they created the most renowned Tao treasures across the primordial cosmos. The one who spoke just now was the hegemony of smithing. A being that had risen far above his peers as he claimed such a title by himself. The golden hammer that this hegemony of smithing carried on his hands glimmered as he spoke out with a sense of calm and power. It was events a long time ago, just mistakes of the past. If he seeks answers, we will give them to him. But what can he do? What are you all fearful of? He just achieved hegemony, and even if it was through the schemes of Kronos, many of us have faced Universal Emperor Slimes before. Rumble, Chapter 1079. Aim for a universal construct. 2. He just achieved hegemony, and even if it was through the schemes of Kronos, many of us have faced Universal Emperor Slimes before. The voice was filled with the majesty of a hegemony as some eyes shone while others became filled with distaste. Even with the powerful universal realm hegemonies of the primordial cosmos, there were many characters who had vastly different mentalities even if they stood on the same side. Hegemony of smithing, you, great old Nazagath had an angered expression as he turned towards the hegemony carrying the enormous golden hammer, shaking his figure thereafter as if it wasn't worth it. And instead turning his gaze back onto the events within the Thonian universe, these beings before them were fighting with their lives on the line to save the very universes they called their homes. And would treat them as such when the time came. This aged Thonian had many thoughts swirling in his mind as even after he sent the commands for all those under his influence in the Thonian universe to accept the rule of the tyrannical emperor that now moved with a hegemony, he still felt like he wasn't doing enough, just sitting around and watching. That was all they were good for at this moment, and yet some of them had to gall to talk? In the Thonian universe, Noah's primordial ruination clone looked at the devastating scene of the blue slime wiping out the subjugations of chaos within seconds as his eyes shone with an excited luster, wanting to obtain such a power himself as he wondered what level his clone could display it. After he finished reveling in this feeling though, he got himself back on track as he thought about what he would be doing now that he had unexpectedly gotten his hands on the power of a hegemony. Conquering the remaining universes, such an action could now be done with ease. The only problem was standing against the hegemonies protecting them. But even then, could these beings match up to the power of the universal Emperor Slime? Could they match up against a being that would soon be seeking answers from all the hegemonies in the primordial cosmos? Rumble. When Noah thought about such things, his gaze became firm as millions of thoughts crossed through his mind every second. A path formed in his mind, one that was built by the seas of fortune and destiny that his main body was currently swimming in as he collected more and more marks of antiquity. At the end of it all, his gaze turned towards a certain direction. At the same time, the gaze of the stupendous planetary-sized blue slime also turned its gaze into this direction. It was where the universal construct of the Thonian universe lay. It was the location that a Thonian hegemony protected. Noah and the blue slime looked towards this position as, when considering the power they could now wield, they considered the plans of Kronos to be as good as done. They would simply tear apart the machinations of this being with pure strength from now on. And they would start with the universal constructs that allowed for the descent of antiquity, towards the direction that the gaze of the blue slime was pointing to. The other Thonian hegemony that had sided with Kronos was standing in front of the huge cocoon-like universal construct. As when he saw the blue eyes of the slime turn this way, this aged being couldn't help but utter out, "Fuck, ah." At the same time this occurred, the relentless figure of the Oathkeeper in the microbial universe was getting closer and closer to the universal construct within this universe, the might of Kronos and the Goliath not being enough to withstand a hegemony that could wield a cosmic treasure. Ooh, billowing white luster continued to wave out of the Oathkeeper in waves as, with the sword of primordial essence in hand, he tore across the authority of the antiquity as he was currently a few hundred miles away from the cocoon-like universal construct. He could already see it in front of him as the cerulean hegemony that was in charge of protecting this universal construct looked towards the scene of the Goliath and Kronos trying to stop the Oathkeeper in shock, his somber expression loosening soon after when the auras of multiple hegemonies began to appear in the microbial universe. It was reinforcements from the other 8 universes, each of them turning into streaks of light as they rushed towards the battle to make sure the Oathkeeper wouldn't move any further. Such a development caused the Oathkeeper's eyes to flutter as his momentum only increased, but he actually stopped advancing forward as the swirl of the primordial Tao around him only became more and more intense. When he looked at the mere few hundred miles away he was from the universal construct, he nodded his head as he seemed to think it was enough. Grasping the primordial disk within his hands tightly as the universe within his origin thrummed, he had less than half of his mana reserves remaining, but they depleted at this moment to 25% as he used over 1/4 of all his mana in an instant, the primordial disk within his hands letting out glorious waves of light as he spoke to it calmly. Take me through the same folds of space that primordial essence created, take me to that universal construct, BZZZT. As if a machine had been fed with all it could need for a terrifying task, the primordial disk vibrated intensely as it released a shocking light to cover the Oathkeeper, causing for a fantastical scene to occur in the next second. As multiple streaks of light that represented hegemonies tore through the void to reinforce Kronos and the Goliath against the terrifying Oathkeeper, this being actually stopped his advance as a second later, he disappeared. Shock and stupor appeared in the eyes of all as when they sensed the aura of this domineering being again. It was actually behind them, even past the crimson boundary that protected the cocoon-like universal construct. The Oathkeeper had actually appeared just a few meters away from the pulsing outer layer of this terrifying tool of descent, his sword of primordial essence raised up as his expression was impassive, his eyes showing the light of dominance of the being that deserved to be the number one strongest in the primordial cosmos. With a shocking eruption of light, a sword filled with primordial essence smashed into the universal construct. Chapter 1080. Aim for a universal construct. 3. As Noah had just gazed towards a universal construct and began making his way towards it with the blue slime, the Oathkeeper had shockingly achieved this goal first as his sword of primordial essence thundered onto a universal construct under the eyes of Kronos and all other hegemonies. Kronos looked at such a scene with sheer shock and frustration as his figure burned with light trying to reach for the untouchable figure of the Oathkeeper, the others being too shocked as they could barely even act. The cerulean hegemony that was the closest to the universal construct as he was supposed to be, protecting it, actually froze in place as he fearfully looked at the glimmering primordial disk within the hands of the Oathkeeper with greed and fear. That was a cosmic treasure, under the aid of such an item. The glorious sword of primordial essence thundered down and smashed into the cocoon-like universal construct. BZZZZT. Boom. A sound akin to clusters of galaxies exploding rang out, the universal construct putting up a fight in the beginning, but soon after its outer layer shattered in a shower of blood as this phenomenon acted like a chain reaction. The primordial essence permeated throughout as pristine white spread all around, every area it passes exploding in a glorious fashion as the enormous universal construct began breaking down from the point of contact and continued throughout. The primordial essence was like a poison to it, and this poison spread out to cover all of this huge structure in its entirety within seconds. It had permeated throughout as the tool of descent only continued to break, akin to dominoes falling. When a single piece failed, the rest of them would. The entirety of the universal construct that many light years large began to vibrate unstably from the point of impact as it was like an egg in the process of breaking apart, and it shockingly did so a few seconds later as it exploded out with a shower of gory blood and pulsing crimson masses. Shock and horror spread throughout it such a scene as Kronos had an ashen look. The black hole on the Goliath's head shook terribly as the cerulean hegemony and the few hegemonies that had come to aid Kronos against the Oathkeeper were currently only staring forward in shock and stupor. Those outside the broken boundary of the microbial universe were also frozen in a stupor as they watched the breakdown of the universal construct and the glorious figure of the Oathkeeper. At this time, the Oathkeeper floated in the chaotic void as primordial essence swirled around him mythically, this being looking extremely regal as he stared at the bloody pieces of universal constructs silently. His gaze seemed lost for a few seconds before it focused on another set of beings, Kronos, the Goliath, the cerulean hegemony, and all the other hegemonies that were within the microbial universe all fell under his gaze. In their shock and stupor, they heard the voice of the magisterial being. Vile creatures, rumble. The Oathkeeper only had less than 1/4 of his mana remaining, but his aura remained as immense as ever. He called out to these beings as the primordial essence around him coagulated and thrummed, actually ready to attack after achieving something as shocking as breaking apart a universal construct. He was the first to notice among many that after the breakdown of the universal construct, the authority that prevented hegemonies from entering and the aura of an antiquity that pressed beings from all around had disappeared. With such knowledge in hand, the Oathkeeper looked at all the beings that turned their backs against their own cosmos as he moved. The shimmering pristine white finally brought everyone back to attention as their senses warned them of immense danger. Kronos' expression becoming more and more ashen as he bellowed out, "Pull back, WAA." His words caused reality to dawn on many, his own body beginning to flicker away with a spatial light as the Goliath did the same. Against the terrifying and relentless aura of the Oathkeeper, these powerful hegemonies actually ran as one of the fastest ones to do so were the two most powerful ones, the cerulean hegemony, and then all the other ones followed. Even though it was against a single existence, none of them stayed behind to fight anything out with him. This was dominance. This was true hegemony. With a universal construct in tatters, the Oathkeeper didn't find anyone to battle against as they all disappeared, his gaze becoming impassive as the aura around him died down. He only had 1/4 of his mana reserves left, and any further battle would have actually put him in a difficult spot. His thoughts were many as when he sensed the freed universe around him, his heart was at peace. He had taken out one universal construct today, and once his essence recovered fully within half a day, he would be able to start again on another universe. Like this, he would put everything on his shoulders and stop the oncoming descent of antiquity. He turned towards the hegemonies in the skies who were still looking over in shock as he voiced out, "Will you all just continue staring and gawking there? Come down here and secure this universe." Rumble. The events of the subjugations of the usurper being erased and the destruction of a universal constructs had not happened too far in time. They came in sequence, one after another as the great usurper felt them firsthand. "What, THRUM?" His voice boomed out from the unique space where only souls and wills could exist, his powerful eyes staring across the vast rivers of time as he locked onto the one he currently had all of his focus on. He actually found that the unbeatable subjugations that could not be taken down by anything other than a hegemony which he had sent forth were actually erased. And they were erased with a power that definitely didn't belong to a paragon. This was followed by the destruction of one of the tools of descent as it made his descension into this primordial cosmos that much more complicated. The form of this being vibrated with power as it actually seemed to become even brighter, a crimson light occupying it as the cerulean blue eyes it held flashed gloriously with power. "You want to stop my descent this badly? It only means there are many more benefits waiting for me, and I will not let them slip so easily." Rumble. Chapter 1081, Merely the Universal Realm. Across the vast rivers of time, a single being was shining brilliantly as he began to do something extremely shocking. "Many of you are seeking antiquity. Let me show you exactly what one can do when they achieve such power." The great usurper uttered coldly, his consciousness thrummed powerfully. From it, one could see vast clusters of swirling universes, some of these universes clearly having 100 billion galaxies that weren't just normal galaxies. A cluster of universes, this was a being in the universal filament realm. Within these clusters of universes, there existed the unique ones that had different colored galaxies. The 100 billion connected galaxies of some of the universes actually shone with a rainbow-colored shape as they were fantastically Tau galaxies. Tau galaxies, not just in one universe, but in multiple of them. But in the next second, the great usurper did something shocking as he uttered out emotionlessly while focusing on one of his universes: burn. Burn in the void of turbidity and be the fuel for my dissension. Rumble, appallingly, an entire genuine universe began to burn powerfully as essence of immense proportions flew out, tugging on the thick string that connected this antiquity to the primordial cosmos. The face of the antiquity was without any emotions as he watched the burning of a universe, his voice ringing out coldly. I shall sacrifice one of you for a cosmic treasure. The great usurper spoke simply as he didn't burn a normal universe among the clusters of universes. He actually burnt one that was filled with Tau galaxies, as it was termed a splendiferous universe. A universe that was completely filled with Tau galaxies that could only be born from 100 billion marks of antiquity. Yet the antiquity burnt such a universe because he knew for the task ahead, burning normal universes would not be enough for it. The action of burning a universe was something that only those in the universal filament or cosmic realm could do, and even then, very few would ever decide to do so, as it was a frightening thing. It was only done by beings at this level to release a shocking burst of power that could change the tides of a deadly battle. Only when it was the last resort did such a thing happen. For the primordial cosmos and the cosmic treasure within it, the great usurper heartlessly burnt a universe that would be the prized possession of many beings. The immensity of the essence burned from it, causing the line of connection he held with the primordial cosmos to expand multiple times over as golden crimson flames now lit upon it. With this, my descent would only be within a day. Rumble. His eyes released the gorgeous burst of cerulean light as he spoke terrifying words, his actions having horrifying effects in the primordial cosmos at this moment as the 8 remaining universal constructs shone and began to expand at a rapid pace. The authority of an antiquity spread out at an even faster pace as the fusion of now 8 universes accelerated. The universal boundaries beginning to come ever closer with each other as they nearly fused. From a possible descent of a few days, it was now reduced to less than 24 hours? As the might of the antiquity seemed unstoppable, within the Thonian universe, Noah and his summons were atop the bubbly body of the blue slime as they tore apart the void of space, moving at the speed of light as their figures glimmered brightly amidst the increased pressure of antiquity. The universal construct they were going towards had increased in power and might as it expanded rapidly, but even with such changes, Noah continued forward, his eyes flashed with a golden light of destiny and fortune as his main body did a myriad of calculations. Shockingly coming to the same conclusion that with the current changes, the descent of the antiquity was not too far away. They had to move, and they had to move fast. Their figures broke through the layers of the void as they arrived a few hundred miles away from the pulsing and expanding universal construct that was protected by the Thonian hegemony that had sided with Kronos. The hegemony was looking towards their party with a difficult expression, his red eyes focused on the unsurpassable might displayed by the blue slime. This Thonian shared a similar name as the Great Old Nazagath, his moniker being Great Old Kubo, as this being had a cylindrical body that was a planetary-sized worm with glistening abyssal black scales. Its face simply being an opening that held millions of sharp teeth and eyes that were surrounded by black tentacles. The jaws seemed capable of swallowing entire galaxies as the terrifying eyes that seemed displaced in between all the teeth looked towards them carefully. These eyes held hesitation with them as they looked at the universal Emperor Slime, this aged Thonian recalling the might of such creatures and their terrible devouring abilities in the past. He truly didn't want to face such a being, nor did he want to do it alone, as he had already sent word to Kronos and the others, yet, it seemed they were occupied with something at this moment as none of them sent back word. Within the vast wisdom of the Great Old Kubo, his mind buzzed as he was actually the first to speak in the tense standoff. We can talk amongst each other as equals first. Do you know why we are seeking antiquity? Rumble. The millions of eyes and teeth of the enormous worm-tentacled creature trembled with power at the universal realm as he spoke, his voice containing an ancient power that seemed capable of enticing anything. Do you know why we go as far as to dash? Before his words could even finish, there was an abrupt reply. Not from the powerful blue slime, but the figure of Noah's starry Thonian body that was situated atop it. Shut the fuck up, WAA, a simple and direct message. And one that cut apart the honor of a hegemony. But Noah didn't care about this as he waved his hands. bringing forth the reason why they even had a standoff to begin with. It was because in the dark universe where his main and the main body of the blue slime was located, he had been using vast amounts of mana to produce more clones of the blue slime at the universal realm. The ridiculousness of the blood clone ability of the Blood Lord's skill tree shone again at this moment as it was now producing clones of such a shocking rank. When Noah finished his disrespectful words against a hegemony in the Thonian universe, he waved his hands as to the sheer horror of everyone. An identical blue slime releasing terrifying waves of power at the universal realm appeared. The millions of eyes of the great old Kubo trembled, essence erupted out wildly as a terrifying lesson was about to be taught on this day. It was a lesson on something these beings didn't know, but would come to etch in their minds soon after. It was the lesson that the moment Noah gained the power of a hegemony, many things were as good as over. Chapter 1082 Merely the Universal Realm. 2. Clones. Other beings could utilize them to a very little extent, as it logically took too much resources to bring forth something with the exact same level of power and origin as yourself. If a normal hegemony were able to utilize an ability of cloning another being that could display 100% of their original body's power and might, it meant they had to replicate their whole origin to be able to do so. They would have to drain nearly all of their mana reserves and spend hours doing it until such a process was complete. But since the clone came from the same source, it would be utilizing the essence that was filled up within its origin and then also using the essence of the main body when its essence was drained. So for many existences, it was essentially creating another source of drainage for their mana reserves that they couldn't really afford unless they had enormous reserves of mana. An example was Valentina that had just learned the blood clone ability, and even with her expanded mana reserves under her position as Noah's vassal, she was only able to form and provide essence for a single clone that she sent repeatedly over to the Animus universe for battle. Normal existences like her could only afford a single clone, but then, you had Noah, you had an existence that could provide all the mana required for even changing the nature of a genuine universe, and such a being was connected to a hegemony at this moment. The brilliant universe of the blue slime had heavy requirements to reproduce, but Noah had no problem reproducing it as he had no problems with mana. So the blue slime simply pulled along the connection it had with its master as within seconds, a clone with a genuine universal origin was formed. Then a second, and a third. This went on until 4 brand new clones were produced, reaching the maximum limit of 5 clones that the blood clone ability provided when one took into account the already active clone in the Thonian universe. So right after Noah told a hegemony to shut up within this universe, he waved his hands as he teleported one of the clones of the blue slimes over, the aura of another fantastical hegemony spreading out. The black scales of the great old Kubo shook at such a scene, and they shook even harder when in the next moment, Noah's eyes continued to wave forth multiple times. Rumble, a third blue slime appeared, a fourth, and a fifth one, in a short period of a few seconds. Enormous blue slimes reaching over tens of thousands of miles in diameters appeared to surround the single great old Kubo as shockingly, a fearful yelp released from this aged existence. The Thonian horror was actually feeling immense stupor and fear at this moment, and it wasn't alone as outside the boundaries of the Thonian universe. The huge body of the hegemony of smithing was also shaking as he nearly dropped his hammer. He had just been talking about how it was just one universal emperor slime, and that they didn't all have to be jittery when the time came that this being questioned them of their actions hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yet, he was now seeing the genuine auras of 5 hegemonies that each looked like the blue slime. And all of them were called forth with a wave of a hand from the apex paragon. The fuck is this? The hegemonies were confounded to an extreme as too many natural laws were broken to bring the current reality to fruition. We can talk about many aspects of this fantastical reality and how it came to be at this moment, but the source of it remained the same. The clones of the stupendous universal emperor slime were connected to their main body, being kept alive and receiving mana from this main body that they could utilize at all times. This main body they depended on, it was connected to a single being that was then the true source, a being capable of providing enough mana to the origins of multiple universes. Noah alone was sustaining the origins of the original universal realm hegemony in all 5 of its clones. What ridiculousness! It seemed like everything was thrown to a stupor as the aged great old Kubo was stuttering when faced with the power and might of 5 genuine hegemonies, each having the terrifying form of the universal emperor slime, a hegemony brought down to the point where they could only stutter. Noah looked at such a scene as while his body lay on top of one of the blue slimes majestically, his face became filled with dignity and might as his domineering eyes gazed upon the shaking hegemony while he shook his head and uttered even more disrespectful words. You thought you were something special within your realm of power? It is merely the universal realm, and I can call forth a myriad of such beings with a wave of my hands. Rumble. The words smashed onto the Thonian hegemony like a brick as he seemed injured before the battle even began, Noah merely shaking his head as he gave a terrifying command. Decimate this old fogey in the construct he protects. WAA, his command was given, so the blue slime moved. 5 illusory manifestations of a universe descended down with ease, the universal authority of 5 hegemonies was used at once as it pressed down on the Thonian hegemony with such might and power that the abyssal scales protecting this worm-like creature trembled and fissured. Wait, the terrifying bellow of an old existence resounded out, but the eyes of the 5 blue slimes were cold as they uttered forth in synchrony, skewer, bzzzt, from the bodies of the blue slimes. Millions of terrifying blue spears extended from their viscous bodies as they traveled even faster than the speed of light and seamlessly pierced into the worm-like body of the great old Kubo. This being felt intense waves of pain from the attacks of 5 hegemonies and their manifested universal authority, his origin actually feeling terror as he bellowed out in shocking might blasted from him. It was a bellow of a being actually fighting for their life, a universe blooming from him as it also wanted to manifest outside. Chapter 1083, Merely the Universal Realm. 3. A majestic scene of Athonian horror bellowing out could be seen, the planetary-sized worm-like body having its pierced abyssal scales vibrate as its millions of teeth and jaws that made its head shone with multicolored luster. From this figure, a manifestation of a universe bloomed as this hegemony had to actually resort to this if he was to obtain even a hint of survival against 5 other universal experts. BZZZT, the glorious 100 billion galaxies of his universe tried to stretch out wildly to withstand against the cerulean blue galaxies that numbered 500 billion from the 5 blue slimes. Over a billion of them were actually vibrant Tau galaxies as they shone with a rainbow-colored luster. These ones being the only thing that even allowed his universal authority to be able to display itself briefly under the pressure of 5 other manifested universes, but this was all it did. The universe of a hegemony that had the moniker of Great Old was actually only able to display itself for a brief few seconds before the 5 slimes that had the spear-like extensions of their bodies still stabbing into this being harumphed. Rumble, the 500 billion galaxies of the manifested universes of the blue slime shone with a terrifying cerulean glint as in the next second, something terrifying occurred. With the great old Kubo trying to manifest his universe outward, its many galaxies were flickering in and out as in the next second. It was dominated by the 5 already manifested one in this wondrous universe, fated, WAA. The hegemonies outside of the boundary of the universe watching this scene were breathless as they now saw the unhindered pressure of the 5 blue slimes fall upon the single Thonian hegemony, even more spear-like extensions releasing from their bodies and skewering this being left and right. When few seconds passed, the scene became clear as the enormous worm-like body of the hegemony was pierced on all sides, a dazzling array of light displaying itself thereafter as all those watching were able to see, an innumerable number of blue spears surrounding the deeply hidden and protected universe within the body of the great old Kubo. The spear-like extensions of the viscous slime had actually entrenched themselves into the universe of this being, into his very origin as in the next second, universal devouring. Universal devouring. Universal devouring. 5 synonymous voices rang out from the splendid blue slimes. After the advancement to fully become a universal emperor slime, these existences could even swallow genuine universes. When enough of such a thing happened, they might be capable of becoming apocryphal antiquites and forming their universal filaments in this manner. Even though it was not the natural process of antiquity and was even given a word that meant false, it was still antiquity. So, what would happen when a universal emperor slime didn't devour a genuine universe, but the universe that an existence had built within their origins? The answer, was the resonating and loud cry of an aged being that could visibly feel its universe being devoured. The worm-like figure of the great old Kubo trembled with such intense pain and fear at this moment as his screams reached the ends of the Thonian universe. Meanwhile, Noah provided all the mana required as the bodies of the 5 blue slime caused the few light years around them to turn a beautiful cerulean blue, the screams of a hegemony being drowned out as their spear-like projections sucked dry a universe. The galaxies within it went dark one by one as in a matter of seconds. The appalling sight of a dimming universe that eventually cracked and began to fall apart played out. It was bright red and black to begin with, but in a matter of seconds it turned gray and lifeless as it began to disappear as if it were dust. It was a breathless scene as the screams thereafter stopped. The millions of eyes and jaws that were vibrating fearfully dimed as they lost all luster. The enormous planetary sized body of the worm-like Thonian then began to crack and splinter as without the support of a core, it faded away. Like this, a hegemony was shockingly put to rest, if one kept track of the time. They would also be able to notice that it didn't take longer than a minute, to elevate the matter even further. A single humanoid Thonian that shone with a starry galactic luster with his Cthulhu form just sat on top of a blue slime while watching the scene playing out with eyes shining with brilliant lights. At such a reality, Noah's voice resounded out as he shook his head in a dissatisfied manner. What a disappointment, boom. His words were like strikes of thunder to the watching hegemonies that just observed an ancient existence ganged up on by 5 blue slimes and then decimated in less than a minute, their own origin shaking at such a scene as a pervasive feeling entered their hearts when they looked at these beings. That, the Universal Emperor Slimes couldn't do that before, right? The voice of the hegemony of Smithing resounded out, seemingly at a higher pitch than his usual deep voice as a trace of stupor and fear was hidden within. Of course, he was referring to the fact that the blue slimes were actually capable of devouring the entire galaxy of a hegemony and reap their life in a matter of seconds. It truly wasn't something they came across in the past, but there was nobody to answer his question as the rest of the hegemonies had extremely somber expressions after witnessing the harsh reality. Many of them were asking themselves if they were the ones to face the descent of 5 universal authorities. Would they fare any better than great old Kubo? What caused them to become somber was the fact that each of them found themselves answering no to this question. None of them could see any other pathway except for death if they were in the same situation. This was why they were so somber as at this moment. The glimpse of fear of the cerulean light of a blue slime had begun to bud within their hearts and origins. But things were not over. There was the fact that the blue slime had just devoured the universal core of a genuine hegemony just minutes after it entered this realm, and the fact that a universal construct lay unprotected at this very moment. Chapter 1084, Unceasing Fortuity. The moment the universal core of a hegemony was absorbed, all 5 clones of the blue slime glimmered in a dazzling fashion. They were clones, so of course their origins and everything they obtained all went towards the origin of the main body. And the main body sent back even more feedback to make the clones just like it thereafter. At this moment, the main body and the clones of the blue slimes had their origins letting off waves of powerful light, the universal origin of the hegemony being digested in a terrifying manner as a spectacular phenomenon occurred from it. There was already the vibrant universal origin of the blue slime, but at this moment, a second illusory one began to form right beside it. Against all known and established laws and structures of power, a second illusory universe was actually forming. As for it to truly come to fruition was incredibly hard. This was because one had to always achieve a complete set of Tao galaxies, which meant obtaining 100 billion marks of antiquity before they could step on the path to antiquity and begin forming other universes. This was the natural way. Yet the slime was defying all this as before he even obtained a single mark of antiquity. He already wanted to construct another universe through his racial skill. It was a nigh impossible reality he brought to fruition, but only an illusory universe formed from his efforts as for it to be actualized and become a genuine one. It seemed like he would have to devour multiple other hegemonies. The bodies of the 5 slimes emanated even greater levels of power after devouring a hegemony, all of their gazes then looking towards the singular huge structure standing before them. One must not forget that after all their efforts, there was now a universal construct pulsating madly before them unprotected. A construct that was filled to the brim with the aura of the antiquity that wanted to descend through them. Noah looked at this cocoon-like structure as his main body carried out a myriad of calculations, and his dominant voice still came out in the end as he spoke to the blue slime carefully. Devour it. Yes, not to destroy or tear apart, but to devour it. In the past days, there had been many things that rose in succession for the blue slime to devour, each of them elevating its level to what it was now. Currently, the glimmering blue eyes looked at the pulsating universal construct as it mattered not to it what benefits there would be and only followed the words of its master. BZZZT. The 5 bodies of the blue slime expanded at a pace faster than the speed of light as they began to cover the vast surface area of the universal construct. From Noah's essence madly surged as he made it possible for the bodies of the blue slime to continue expanding, the universal construct being larger than most galaxies as it towered over 100,000 light-years. It meant that the blue slime would cross the diameter of millions of miles and become a gargantuan creature, with the diameter of its clones expanding rapidly as each one came to cover over 20,000 light-years. The circular figures of the blue slimes then layered themselves on top of each other as they covered the universal construct completely and then uttered out, universal devouring. Whap, a flash of blue light, and a universal construct disappeared, the overpowering might of an antiquity and authority that prevented other hegemonies from entering that was permeating across the Thonian universe, disappeared seamlessly. Beautifully, this cocoon-like universal construct had contained within it the dense aura and authority of an antiquity. So when the blue slime devoured it, bzzzt, it allowed for something wondrous to occur within its origin. One by one, hundreds of millions of the galaxies within its origin began to light up with a rainbow-colored luster as they became genuine Tau galaxies that represented bound marks of antiquity. In a matter of seconds, billions of galaxies were transformed as by the end of it, the figure of the blue slime let out terrifying waves of power as in an instant, 10 billion of its galaxies became branded with marks of antiquity, 1/10 of what one needed to become an antiquity in just an instant. Even Noah was speechless at this as he shook his head at the ridiculous capabilities of the blue slime. He didn't know that the only reason the number was so high was because of the antiquity wanting to descend even faster had actually birthed a splendiferous universe that was filled with 100 billion Tau galaxies, and it was actually a portion of this that the blue slime absorbed. If the antiquity had not done anything, the blue slime would have only been capable of getting a few 100 million marks of antiquity from the base aura of the antiquity within the universal construct, yet events coincided as they brought about the current reality, the antiquity just continuing to benefit Noah and the blue slime more and more without him even knowing it. Rumble, Noah gazed at the empty spot where the universal construct used to be, feeling the much lighter air around them as he nodded passively. Since he was on a time crunch, he didn't waste any time as while monitoring the changes of the blue slime in real time, he utilized its waves of power to begin releasing the Tau of fealty across the Thonian universe. He released this Tau essence with the trace aura of a hegemony that also contained memories of them brutalizing the great old Kubo that half of the Thonian revered, Noah wanting to fully bring this universe under him as well in a quick manner. Outside of the boundary of the now freed Thonian universe, the figures of multiple hegemonies watched this blatant scene of authority as they made no moves, only staring with a myriad of thoughts and expressions. The authority that prevented them from entering the universe in front of them had disappeared, and yet, none of these hegemonies entered the Thonian universe. Chapter 1085 Unceasing Fortuity. 2. It was an extremely unique situation where even though the authority of an antiquity had disappeared, these hegemonies still didn't enter the boundary of the universe as if another invisible barrier existed that prevented them from doing so. Of course, it was the presence of the 5 clones of the blue slimes that were currently releasing waves of power and essence across the Thonian universe, the star of conquest above them and on the apex paragon shining brilliantly as their auras pristinely emanated out. This was power. This was might, being capable of causing an entire group of hegemonies to not even dare to step into the same universe as a being that had just advanced to the realm of a hegemony minutes ago. Minutes after the advancement, they also butchered another being that had lived millions of more years more than them. Within the Thonian universe, Noah was focused on gaining fealty at this moment. The terrible waves of power and prompts were appearing on the few quintillion Thonians within this universe. As with his display of power, they all acquiesced. As he gained the recognition and fealty of more and more beings, he gradually approached the same realm that his summon had already reached. The number of marks of antiquity he held currently surpassing 22 million, he was more than halfway there as the number still increased, many calculations crossing through his mind as a few minutes passed. The eyes of his primordial clone then blazed open as they released gorgeous crimson gold light, uttering forth coldly, "All the quintillions of Thonians have pledged fealty." Now, the moment his words finished, even more mana flew out of him as if he was uncomfortable if he wasn't spending insane units of mana constantly, this time the essence being that of the spatial type as it flew out faster than light to wrap the quintillions of beings that had just pledged their fealty to him. He located them all nigh instantaneously, with them being his vassals, the bodies of enormous Thonians of all types being wrapped by this silver spatial light. First was them becoming vassals, and thereafter it was transporting them into the dark universe so that Noah could go towards the goal of upgrading the universal core. He required 100 quintillion existences, and he would obtain them without fail within the primordial cosmos. In the case of the Thonians, he had already begun utilizing the architecture feature of the universal core that had moved on from just being able to design buildings and landmass to now being able to design entire star systems and galaxies, in preparation for bringing these Thonians into the dark universe. His main body had already been using this feature in the past day to design enormous galaxies and star systems that fit with the Thonians. The glorious universal core simply pulled in the boundless mana and essence it was able to call upon from Noah as things were shocking done with utter ease. As these Thonians were transported into another universe, they would find that it doesn't look all that different from their old homes. The surroundings were quiet except for the sound of the surging essence around Noah's body. Outside the boundary of the Thonian universe, great old Nazageth watched as those he had influenced or lorded over in the past pledging fealty to someone else and even being taken away thereafter. Towards such a thing, he did nothing as he simply looked at such a scene with a reminiscent expression. His bright eyes shone a bright golden luster of destiny as he didn't stop Noah's actions, this being's monstrous form actually being the first to begin walking towards the boundary as he looked to be the only one brave enough to enter. His Thonian form of an enormous crimson star-shaped monstrosity with purple flames constantly burning throughout its vibrant fleshly mass seamlessly passed through the universal barrier as he entered into the universe he called his home. Unlike others, he wasn't fearful. After all, he held the moniker of a great old one, the Star of Destruction, and the hegemony of venerable chaos. Rumble. Towards his speedy descent, Noah's eyes only raised up to watch this being slightly as he continued with his work of teleporting all the remaining existences within this universe into his dark universe. The star-shaped Thonian traveled a myriad of light years as he soon arrived near Noah and the figures of the 5 blue slimes and all the other animus summons. His focus was on the blue slimes as his eyes flashed with a regal purple light, his voice resounding out, "Hegemony of devouring. It is my honor to be among the many that witnessed your birth." WAA. The body of blue slimes released a lustrous blue light as he was given a title from this ancient hegemony. And it truly fit him so as he specialized in the aspect of devouring. The pressure that the blue slime was releasing eased up when it came to this being after such a compliment as the great old Nazageth then turned towards Noah, towards the being that actually controlled a terrifying hegemony. "You're taking them to a safe place," he spoke slowly. But he was naturally speaking of the few quintillions of existences that Noah had just snatched away. He also spoke as if he was sure of it, causing Noah to turn his Cthulhu form towards him as he gave a light nod, while wrapping up the last few trillions of beings. The great old Nazageth nodded at this as he didn't question what his own light of destiny told him. Simply questioning again, "What will you do now?" A simple question, but it was one with immense implications. The essence coming from Noah was reeled in at this moment as he finished his work, leaving an empty universe behind as he turned towards the questioning ancient being, the only inhabitant of the Thonian universe that wasn't taken away by him. Kronos and whatever antiquity he called forth are getting desperate, with the descent of the antiquity not being too far away. Rumble. His gaze was filled with power and might as he rose while waving his hands, causing the disappearance of the other animus summons and 4 clones of the blue slime as only he and one other blue slime clone remained. "We only have a time limit of a day, so I will be taking it upon myself to decimate the remaining universal constructs and any hegemonies standing in my way until the descent of this antiquity is stopped." A glorious answer to a simple question, the figure of the great old Nazageth trembling as he stared at the unbound confidence and demeanor of this apex paragon that seemed above that of any hegemonies. This being wasn't even at the universal realm, and yet the way he carried himself was as if he was even beyond it in power. Chapter 1086, A Race Against Time. The apex paragon would take it upon himself to destroy the remaining universal constructs and any hegemonies that stood in his way. The words were extremely grand as the hegemonies that heard them would normally find them unbelievable, but they actually couldn't refute them at this time. After all, they had just seen a scene of those exact actions occurring moments ago. As for how he would do it with the limited amount of time he had, naturally, Noah had already made plans that were being carried out at this instant. Before he left the Thonian universe that he had managed to conclude the events of in less than an hour, Noah looked at the great old Nazageth as his eyes flashed with a mysterious light. This was a powerful hegemony, and a sensible one as well, as he had paved the way for Noah to gain the fealty of half the universe with utter ease even before he met him. Towards such a being, Noah smiled mysteriously as he voiced out, "Say, why don't you pledge fealty to me? Your power can be increased multiple times over, and you'll even be able to see all the Thonians from your universe again." The great old Nazageth looked towards Noah with utter stupor at such words, this powerful existence not even knowing how to answer. He was actually given the same treatment as the few quintillions of Thonians had just received, but someone of his might and caliber naturally could not have the same answer. Noah saw the troubled expression on the face of the great old Nazageth as his body and the figure of the remaining blue slime began to be covered with a spatial light. "Take your time and think about it. I'll ask you again when the time is right." WAA. With these words, Noah's figure disappeared as he left behind a befuddled hegemony and many more outside of the universal boundary of the Thonian universe in shock. For the conquest of the Thonian universe, not even an hour had passed before it was completed as Noah already forged ahead to the next one. This was because he was racing against time before a terrifying antiquity descended and did whatever he wanted to the entire cosmos that his dark universe stemmed from. At the same time Noah left the Chthonian universe, his enemies were recuperating in the liberated universe after facing an appalling amount of successive losses. The liberated universe was vast, with its nature being unique in the primordial cosmos, as it was one where its existence is established very clear lines of two factions throughout the universe. These factions were labeled heroes and villains, as interestingly, the hegemony that was the head of the faction of heroes had sided with Kronos for their search of antiquity. After the shocking battle against the Oathkeeper and watching him destroy a universal construct, Kronos and the others left the microbial universe that didn't have the authority to keep out hegemonies anymore, as they arrived in the abode of the heroic hegemony that was right beside the universal construct within this universe. The mood was grim as these powerful beings were all on a glimmering flat star that shone with a red and gold luster, its surroundings beautifully matching with the heroic hegemony that had a costume with a cape shining with the same colors of red and gold. It was a grim mood as it became grimmer soon after when Kronos seemingly stood up in shock, having received information as he looked towards the faraway direction of the Chthonian universe with unbridled stupor. The universal construct of the Chthonian universe has also been destroyed. What? Rumble. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive as powerful auras rose and questioned this stated reality, Kronos being surrounded by the figures of the Goliath. Heroic hegemony, cerulean hegemony, hegemony dark shadow, microbial hegemony, and multiple other hegemony at this moment, as the total number within this liberated universe actually towered over 20 universal realm experts. None of them could believe the words of Kronos as the ancient voice of the Goliath rang out with somberness. Oathkeeper is this powerful with the cosmic treasure? To be capable of facing all of us and even resisting the authority of a hegemony that he can so quickly destroy two universal constructs in such a short period of time. The somber voice of this ancient being was actually filled with hidden amazement at such power, but Kronos quickly shook his head as he replied, "No. It wasn't the Oathkeeper that destroyed the universal construct in the Chthonian universe, but the apex paragon." The faces of all hegemonies blanked out for a second as they absorbed the words, Kronos relaying the information that a hegemony under him in a nearby universe had observed within the Chthonian universe, as the reality was one that nobody listening could believe. The contracted summon under him has somehow achieved hegemony, with their battle power being enough to kill great old Kubo before they destroyed the construct. Kronos has his hands massaging his forehead as he spoke, the sequence of events seemingly making this powerful being so frustrated that he had to do this humane action. Still, his words could barely be believable when he said them, as they seemed like rubbish to these powerful existences. The summon of a paragon had risen to the universal realm and gone ahead to kill a hegemony right after? Someone as old and powerful as Kubo. Some would think it was a joke if it wasn't for the seriousness that Kronos said the words with. As they all absorbed his words, Kronos had a terrifying light cross through his eyes as they became firm and decisive, turning towards all the hegemonies and looking at them with calm eyes that seemed utterly devoid of emotion. The mission we have all worked very hard to achieve is right before our eyes, with the great usurper feeling the changes even faster than us, as his authority within the occupied universes has even increased. His descent being within a matter of hours, hours, a measure of time that these hegemonies considered nothing. To beings like them that lived for millions of years, the set of hours within a day was akin to them blinking before they passed. But in the coming hours, these powerful existences would come to feel as if the hours were stretched into years. Chapter 1087, A Race Against Time. 2. In the liberated universe, the voice of Kronos continued to resound out as he looked at many powerful hegemonies. Within the remaining hours of this day, all of us will have to put our lives on the line to defend the remaining universal construct. His gaze was somber as his eyes were devoid of emotion. But his voice captured their hearts, as it held with it something they all dearly wanted. We all want antiquity, and now it is time to put that want to the test. If you can risk your life for antiquity as we pass through these few hours within a day, the process of amalgamation will be complete as the antiquity will descend. The enemies that stand against us are few, but they are most likely the weapons of the primordial cosmos themselves to prevent us from getting what we want. There is the Oathkeeper with his cosmic treasure, and then the apex paragon that controls a hegemony. Rumble, stand against them for just a matter of hours, and we succeed. His words finished as the faces of all the hegemonies were filled with an intense light. Only a matter of hours. This was all they had to do to defend. Sometimes, the battles of universal realm experts could even be drawn out to days depending on how they fought, so them standing against a hegemony that was under the control of a paragon should not be too much of an issue. As for the Oathkeeper, the Oathkeeper will not be able to make another move until at least some hours from now, which gives us ample time for preparation. Whichever universe he appears in next, the majority of us will head there and stop his descent into it as much as we can." As if he could read their minds, Kronos spoke with an impassive expression and continued, "Same thing for the hegemony under the apex paragon. It is a universal emperor slime that I nearly eradicated with you all before, we will just have to do it again. This one should be even easier to deal with as they just newly advanced. Dark Shadow, you can reinforce Ambrose in the Animus universe when the time comes." Microbial hegemony. Kronos began delegating tasks and how they should move when the eyes of the cerulean hegemony began to tremble off to the side. He recalled the words he just heard from Kronos as he was first confused, and then they opened in shock as he remembered a particularly unique scene a few months back in a universe that had detached itself from the primordial cosmos. He thought of a certain existence that had actually gotten his hands on the pieces of a cosmic treasure and had utilized his contracted summon, a blue slime, to actually destroy a minor piece of his soul in the end. He recalled this very clearly as he had cursed at how a being could get his hands on a cosmic treasure in an existence like a universal emperor slime at the same time, promising to rip them apart if the time ever came. But not too long after, all hegemonies felt the cry of the primordial cosmos as the dark universe should have been destroyed, and the cosmic treasure ruination should have been lost in the ruination sea. But as the cerulean hegemony heard the words of a blue slime that was also under the control of another being, as he put many pieces together and the fact that the entire race of universal emperor slimes should be eradicated, the cerulean hegemony actually arrived at the conclusion that somehow, the Noah Osmond of the dark universe had survived. He had survived along with his contracted summons, as the blue slime with the special devouring ability that even killed him had somehow come into the primordial cosmos. His shocked gaze only became more and more immense as put many things together, a singular thought appearing in his mind. It was the thought of a second cosmic treasure actually being in the hands of a newly risen hegemony, a second cosmic treasure appearing in the primordial cosmos once more. Coming to such a conclusion, the shocked light gradually faded from the eyes of the cerulean hegemony as it was replaced with immense greed. His expression became normal as he wiped away his shock, actually choosing not to share his shocking findings with the other hegemonies around him as he actually rose and spoke up powerfully. "I will lead the force against the apex paragon and the hegemony he controls." His actions caused many beings to look towards him unhappily, many of them and especially Kronos recalling the fact that this being was right in front of the universal construct when the Oathkeeper struck, but he was frozen in fear as he couldn't even make a move, and he ran even faster than the rest of them after the construct was destroyed. Kronos looked at the cerulean hegemony with disappointed eyes as he spoke out. "You'll be in the team that the heroic hegemony will lead against the universal emperor slime and the apex paragon, not leading it." Even with such an admonishment, the cerulean hegemony smiled and nodded as he returned to himself, many thoughts crossing his mind as it had begun to buzz with many ideas of a cosmic treasure that could allow one to survive in the ruination sea. When he got his hands on it, what prevented him from leaving the primordial cosmos and exploring the vast ruination sea? As for the apex paragon and the universal emperor slime, they would have to face his main body and the multiple other hegemonies this time around, so the cerulean hegemony concluded they would have no chance. "Noah Osmond, I won't let it end the same way a second time." Rumble. A hegemony plotted at this time as Noah's enemies paved a plan to counter a defensive, this hegemony not sharing crucial details that would have changed many things. The sharing of knowledge about the cosmic treasure ruination being in the hands of a paragon was dangerous enough for his teammates, but the withholding of knowledge about this paragon himself? Withholding the name of Noah, that even in antiquity was extremely cautious of and had warned Kronos about beings with such names in any cosmos, this was actually the most dangerous thing. Chapter 1088, A Race Against Time. 3. The enemies hatched plans as they began to move soon after. Meanwhile, Noah made his own plans as at this moment, he actually appeared in the microbial universe with the body of one of the clones of the blue slime. His figure was still in the terrifying starry Cthulhu form as he sat above the wobbly body of the terrifying hegemony of devouring, his intrusion causing many of the hegemonies still within this universe towards him with sharp eyes. Thrum. The essence was palpable as Noah was entirely calm, observing the universe around him as he affirmed another universal construct was actually destroyed, and it wasn't by him. He used the senses of the blue slime as he gazed over the entire universe, finding the shimmering body of the Oathkeeper that was pulsating with a glorious aura of white primordial essence while situated in a meditative position near the destroyed pieces of the universal constructs. Noah ignored the auras of the many hegemonies that had landed on him as his figure teleported away from the region of the void he was in and appeared near the recovering Oathkeeper and the very hegemonies that surrounded him. The gaze of this domineering being opened as his eyes landed on Noah, especially at the glimmering star of conquest that released a dazzling array of white light onto Noah's body constantly as he called out lightly, "Apex Paragon, Rumble," he called out such words, while also locking his golden eyes onto the powerful aura of the blue slime. Oathkeeper and the others having long since received the news of Noah and the actions of the blue slime from the hegemonies that had been watching everything outside the boundary of the Thonian universe. He knew that this being and the hegemony he controlled had somehow been capable of destroying a universal construct that required someone like him who held a cosmic treasure to be able to do so. It was a surreal action that made the Oathkeeper continue to re-evaluate everything he thought he knew about this being. He looked up towards Noah's new form as he saw the glorious head of the Cthulhu nod nonchalantly. "I didn't expect you to be able to take down a universal construct," such words escaped Noah's mouth as the surrounding hegemonies beside the Oathkeeper looked towards such a scene with some dissatisfaction, thinking Noah should pay this powerful being of their cosmos much more respect. But the Oathkeeper's golden eyes remained placid as he replied simply towards Noah, "Neither did I expect a paragon to be able to command a universal emperor slime." He actually spoke to Noah in equal terms, not talking down to this being in any way purely from his achievements. At such a being, Noah's eyes shone brightly as he replied, "And yet I do. I'm also ready to head to another universe and destroy another construct, but I see you will take a significant amount of time before being able to do so." Even though the descent of the antiquity is in less than a day, Rumble, his words caused fluctuations of essence and destiny to erupt out as the eyes of the Oathkeeper constricted. Questioning slowly as mana undulated across his golden wings, "What exactly are you getting at?" "I'm getting to the fact that you have a problem in mana, and I have the solution. You saw this with the hegemony of summoning firsthand. She pledged allegiance to me as soon after. She had her mana reserves and regeneration enhanced by tens of times. Yes, this was the reason why Noah had come into the microbial universe and even took the time to talk to the Oathkeeper. He was actually planting seeds of possibilities similar to what he had done with the great old Nazagath. I'm extending that same offer to you, Oathkeeper. Pledge fealty to me, and you will gain all the mana you need to be able to go across the primordial cosmos to destroy the rest of the universal constructs." Rumble, stupor appeared on the faces of all listening hegemonies as the Oathkeeper's eyes flashed with a glorious golden light. Utter and pervasive quietness arrived in the area as his aged and ancient golden eyes locked with Noah's from far away. He looked at this being and the hegemony he was standing on, a myriad of thoughts crossing in his mind as this domineering being that could be considered the pillar of the primordial cosmos seemed to actually be entertaining the words of the Apex Paragon. The seconds passed as Noah and the Oathkeeper had their eyes locked onto each other tightly, the Oathkeeper ultimately shaking his head as he spoke, "That is not my path, WAA. In another 2 to 3 hours, I will be ready to descend onto another universe and do the same as I have done right now. If you are truly capable of doing again what you did in the Thonian universe, we should be able to stop the descent of the antiquity." His words were strong and mighty, giving off the will of an ancient being that couldn't be steered to another direction. Noah only smiled and nodded at this as a spatial light began to cover his body, his eyes dazzling with the light of conquest as he finished planting his seeds and waited for them to sprout. "Let me know if anything changes. The offer will always be there, WAA." With such words, the Apex Paragon and the hegemony of devouring below him disappeared. Before they did, the origins of many of the watching hegemonies shook as they actually felt a deadly killing intent from the blue slime below the Apex Paragon, all of them recalling the history of this existence and what its resurgence meant. But at this moment, Noah had fully delved into his mission that was considered to be divided into two parts that really went together. One was to stop the descent of the antiquity and devour the universal constructs, and the other was to make the inhabitants of multiple universes pledge fealty to him as he then took them out of the primordial cosmos. To work efficiently with the little time he had divided these tasks to his most powerful weapons yet, namely the clones of the blue slimes that he had already teleported to different universes as he was speaking with the Oathkeeper. Chapter 1089, delivered on a platter. Out of the 9 universes that were affected by the universal amalgamation of the antiquity, the microbial and the Thonian universes were the only ones to be freed, as it left behind 7 universes that still had universal constructs standing strong within them. From these 7 universes, Noah had completely conquered 3 of them, as they didn't even have any existence living within their vast stars, only having the universal constructs and the hegemonies that protected them. These 3 were the Animus, Necrotic, and the Automaton universes. They left behind the liberated, Euthenia, Omicron, and the abyssal universes. As for Noah, these universes that contained universal constructs and existences that he could have pledged fealty to him to gain the remaining half of the marks of antiquity he needed. He considered these universes to be the fat sheep that he wanted to milk. All of them would involve battles with hegemonies, but the latter mentioned four would also grant Noah billions of marks of antiquity, as it was within these four universes that Noah sent a clone of the blue slime in each, THRUM. Simultaneously, a glimmering blue slime appeared within the liberated, Euthenia, Omicron, and the abyssal universes as the hegemonies protecting the universal constructs within them were alerted en masse. One might wonder, what happened to the authority of antiquity that prevented any hegemonies aside from those that branded their origins onto the universal constructs or were already within the universe when the authority descended? How could the blue slime at the level of a hegemony so seamlessly enter four vastly different universes? The answer was, of course, the seamless assimilation of the universal construct devoured through universal devouring. Aside from the gift of 10 billion marks of antiquity for the blue slime, it also took in and assimilated the aura and core of the universal construct as it understood them inside and out, with even more depth than those that merely branded their auras onto them. So the four clones of the blue slimes appeared seamlessly in the universes with quintillions of beings and universal constructs, their auras reverberating out wildly as their shining cerulean figures shot towards the universal constructs where the defending hegemonies were located at with fervor. Noah's other subordinates that had entered these four universes to begin the conquest before continued unhindered. The 7 deadly sins, legions of undead, automaton sentinel legions, all of the forces went forward from galaxy system to galaxy system as they already took the first steps to spread Noah's domination. The blue slimes were the topping on the top as they would face the defending hegemony at each of the universal constructs. The defeat of these hegemonies meaning Noah could widely spread his essence of fealty out across the universe like he did for the Thonian universe and bring the conquest to a close on these universes as well. This was the mission of the four clones and Noah's subordinates that were given for the sake of efficiency. You then had Noah himself and the fifth clone of the blue slime that appeared in the Animus universe, WAA, when he teleported away from the Oathkeeper and others in the microbial universe. The Thonian figure of Noah seated upon a blue slime appeared in the Animus universe as he was soon joined together by an alluring figure of a hegemony that had this same universe as her home. The vibrant clone of Valentina looked towards the mountainous figure of the blue slime at the realm of a hegemony in a daze as she questioned everything she knew about cultivating the power of realms, sighing endlessly in her heart about how such a thing could even become a reality. The three of them appeared not too far from the universal construct, the figure of Ambrose coming to attention and looking towards them with cold eyes as he wasn't alone. The hegemony that had broken the oath and initiated the chase across the universe while holding on to Noah was also there, hegemony Dark Shadow looking towards them with baleful eyes that shook with the aura of tenebrosity. But even this wasn't all. It was because at this very moment, Kronos received information on all the happenings of the 5 affected universes that Noah's forces arrived in as his expression changed, and he spoke towards the many hegemonies around him and gave out commands. Numerous figures flashed and disappeared, a particularly jubilant cerulean hegemony being one among the party of hegemonies that went towards the Animus universe while others went to reinforce the defenders in the other 4 universes. As for Kronos and the Goliath, their eyes were on the Oathkeeper that could make his move at any moment, these powerful beings also conserving their power as they got ready to fight with everything on the line to achieve their dreams. Their actions meant grand changes in the Animus universe as Noah's eyes raised up when he began to see the light of teleportation call forth multiple hegemonies to stand beside Ambrose in Dark Shadow. There was Salerno, 2 other hegemonies Noah hadn't yet met, and the cerulean hegemony. The 2 that Noah was seeing for the first time was the caped heroic hegemony and the hegemony of fire, a being from the race of flame spirits that shone brighter than many suns. But even with all of these new faces, Noah's eyes perked up when they landed on the cerulean hegemony. The eyes of the cerulean hegemony also landed on him and the blue slime as this hegemony with the blue crown brilliantly floating on his head looked towards them with immense hidden greed and fervor. Enemies that had known each other months ago met again on this day, huh? Noah couldn't help but let out a boisterous laugh that shook the surroundings as he looked at the cerulean hegemony that was delivering himself to him on a platter. The figure of the cerulean hegemony also buzzed with power, this being seemingly not being able to wait amidst his excitement and greed as he was the first to vibrate with essence before he shot out towards Noah and the 2 hegemonies surrounding him as he shot out to what he considered a free cosmic treasure. Chapter 1090, Delivered on a Platter. 2. A beautiful sight was opening itself up at this moment in the animus universe. On one side was an apex paragon and 2 hegemonies, the other side actually having 6 hegemonies standing against them as their very aura caused the surroundings to distort and fracture. The heroic hegemony shone with a glorious aura as his caped costume shimmered gold and red, looking like a valiant hero that was standing against immense evil. You then had Ambrose bounded on both sides by Salerno and Dark Shadow, with the hegemony of fire floating beside them as he raised the temperature of the surrounding hundreds of miles. Then there was the cerulean hegemony. His body had actually turned into a vast sea at this moment, building up immense momentum as it expanded to become bigger than 50,000 miles, and it continued to stretch out endlessly. One must recall that when the cerulean hegemony was first introduced within his universe, this being had been sitting down on a galaxy as he could expand his body to vast sizes. This was an innate nature of his body that seemed to be made from an endless sea, the color of this destructive sea shining in illustrious blue as it was fighting for supremacy against the glimmering color of the blue slime. Such was the fantastical scene currently in play. A vast sea filled the essence of a hegemony rolling towards a planetary-sized blue slime that had a starry galactic Cthulhu sitting atop it. A beautiful hegemony of summoning expanding her body as it also began to throne with power. Towards such a scene, Noah breathed out slowly as his fused clone that was with the blue slime resonated with each other, their connection becoming crystal clear. The chaotic undulations of the void around them seemed to slow down as they nearly came to a stop, Noah's mind being the only thing that was moving millions of times faster than anything else. The star of conquest above him shone brightly as it cascaded down waves of the essence of conquest. He had gone through multiple other universes since he last used the essence of conquest, and it had built up immensely again as when faced with the shocking number of 6 hegemonies. Noah was actually unfazed. Against 6 hegemonies, he wasn't the least bit worried. His eyes glimmered brightly as in this slowed time, he turned towards the glimmering star of conquest as he thought of enhancing another one of the strongest skill trees he held at this moment so that he could carry out a certain fantastical plan. It was the skill tree that allowed the smooth and simplified usage of the Tao of Chronos, the Tao that he could now use to play with these hegemonies in a myriad of ways. It was a Tao that was only a level below the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination, and the blue slime at the level of a hegemony could now utilize it to call forth a shocking array of results against other hegemonies. With the descent of an antiquity on the line, Noah was planning on going entirely crazy for the battles to come as just too many things were in play: his fight for his own universal realm, the fight for the universal constructs, and the fight for the fealty of multiple universes. With such things in the back of his mind, Noah gave the command for the pure essence of conquest to flow into a skill tree, fill the wielder of Chronos with the light of conquest, rumble, his main body that was floating in the skies above the huge stadium that the main bodies of his subordinates were observing everything, and gave the command. A pristine white color shone as the star of conquest buzzed, half of its current essence rushing into Noah's soul and origin as it searched for the wielder of Chronos skill tree that was entrenched into Noah. Thereafter, Noah's body shone a glorious cacophony of colors as a powerful skill tree of a cosmic Tao was enhanced, its effects becoming crystal clear in the next instant. Wielder of Chronos, empowered, a skill tree geared towards a basic application of the cosmic Tao of Chronos. Abilities include temporal looping, 5/20, instantaneous age regression and progression, 5/20, temporal manipulation perception, 5/20, temporal halt, 5/20, temporal inversion, 5/20. First was the fact that after the empowerment of this skill tree, the cap on its skill points for how strong its abilities could be was enhanced from 5 to 20. Such an enhancement allowed for crazy possibilities, and Noah would have to undertake many tests just to know the full quantitative effect of such a thing. But at this moment, he just clicked the plus button as he filled all the skills to their new max skill point cap before viewing their details once more. None of the abilities of the skill tree, whether it was temporal looping or temporal halt, had any numerical quantifiable number for the resultant of their skill effects, so when the light of conquest filled them, these skills simply all gained a percentage of the enhancement they received attached to them, as well as a few unique boosts of their own. Temporal looping, 20/20, enhanced, depending on the mana used, the user can place a certain area or being on a temporal loop that is extremely hard to escape from. Only those capable of releasing strength to shatter the effects of time itself of beings proficient in the workings of time can seamlessly escape temporal looping. Mana requirements are reduced by 90% for this ability, while its effectiveness is increased by 20,000%. 20,000%, that was an effectiveness increase of 200 times, and it was written like so for the rest of the skills under the wielder of Chronos. Noah felt the strength of these skills scream out from his soul as he finally came out of his reverie. He looked at the vast sea that was the cerulean hegemony rushing towards him, this being seemingly not caring about the fact that hegemonies could not hurt those of the lower realms under the rules of the universal constructs. The cerulean blue sea should have been extremely beautiful to look at in the darkness of the chaotic void, but it was actually tinged with the green of greed and envy, as this being only had one thought in mind. That was the thought of a cosmic treasure. Chapter 1091, delivered on a platter. 3. As the vast sea roiled towards him, Noah's gaze was calm as neither Valentina nor the blue slime made a move. They remained utterly still as no fluctuations of essence could be seen on their bodies, even going as far to make one think they weren't thinking of fighting. This was somewhat true at this moment, as the only being on their side to be thrumming with essence was actually Noah. His body released waves after waves of power as the image of the starry Cthulhu that had the majestic colors of moving galaxies on his body, actually lifted off the planetary-sized body of the blue slime and went forward alone. The gazes of the 5 hegemonies behind the cerulean hegemony had already turned dark when they saw their ally give no care about who he attacked. And they were even more dumbfounded when they saw the figure of the apex paragon be the one to move towards the cerulean hegemony and not the 2 hegemonies he came with. The rumble. Their bodies lit up brightly with a myriad of essence as they also turned into streaks of light that followed behind the vast cerulean sea, intent on stopping the 2 hegemonies that the apex paragon left behind, as well as deviating the attacks of the cerulean hegemony against the paragon if need be. Against such a fantastical force of 6 moving hegemonies, Noah's body only blazed with more and more power as he stood before them, his right hand pulled back as if he was charging a punch. Yes, a punch. The aura around him rose ever higher as hiddenly the cosmic treasure ruination had begun to light up with him in his chest at this very moment. His tentacles and feelers stretching out of his face rumbled with the essence of ruination, Kronos, and many others, as at this moment he looked extremely magisterial, with his tentacles waving around madly. A bellow came out from the galactic Cthulhu that shook the very void itself, the image of a single paragon standing against 6 hegemonies being made a reality at this very moment. Ulu. A bellow that resonated with the bubbling essence that reached its peak. Noah was like an arrow pulled back to its furthest point before it could be let go, the very void around him beginning to crackle and break. At this second, Noah's red eyes flashed madly as he could feel his heart thumping in excitement, his terrifying tentacles covering his face actually forming into a devilish smile as he howled out while shooting like a supersonic missile towards the roaring blue seas. Let's go. His bellow was a crescendo that reached the very void itself, shaking everything with it as his hand punched out, a mere punch. But when it neared just a few tens of miles away from the vast sea that was the cerulean hegemony and the 5 other universal experts behind him, this punch actually caused the void itself to break. With this punch as the center point, an enormous rupture began to stretch out as the folds of the universe itself were torn apart. The covered distance was extremely wide as Noah gave but a single command to his cosmic treasure: turn the area in front of him in a vast and endless sea of ruination, as it should cover all of the 6 hegemonies before him while sparing the universal construct behind them, so a fracture tens of thousands of miles in diameter spread out, and it covered within it all 6 hegemonies that could only experience such a reality in shock and horror. The moment Noah's punch landed on the void, it cracked and shattered as they found themselves in boiling ruination sea that began to eat away at their defenses and origins simultaneously. The terror they felt was something that very few would ever get a chance to experience. And they wanted to make an escape and leave this sea of ruination at the quickest time possible, but this was when one of the hegemonies behind Noah shimmered with light. The blue slime that was fused with Noah's clone spoke lightly, Noah's clone using a skill that had just been pumped with the light of conquest through the authority of a hegemony. Temporal halt, RUUMBLE. A vast blue clock appeared above the rupture within the animus universe as it gushed out the essence of Kronos. Endlessly, this essence was extremely unique, as with the 20,000% effectiveness under the light of conquest, the blue color was tinged with a pristine white as its authority seemed inevitable. It wrapped around the shocked and horrified hegemonies as all 6 of them without question were put on a halt in time. All 6 hegemonies, none could break free. For the few seconds that they were halted in time and couldn't move, the ruination sea ate them up, as the cerulean hegemony was actually the one affected the most, with his body that was turned into a vast sea. No, the sea body called out in despair and shock, as it could have never imagined this, as it could have never thought a paragon would be able to utilize a cosmic treasure to such an extent. Meanwhile, Ambrose, Salerno, Dark Shadow, the heroic hegemony, and the hegemony of fire were all just in utter confusion and horror, as they didn't even grasp what was going on, just that a pervasive essence was corroding everything about them and eating them up before they could even blink. But they were, of course, powerful hegemonies, as in the middle of such a life and death reality, they bellowed out as they burned their very universes for the essence to defend themselves and break through the shackles of Kronos that the blue-slike had set up. But just when they thought they were close, temporal halt, WAA, the skill was cast again as the fantastical blue clock above the rupture gushed out more essence of Kronos. Temporal halt, and again, temporal halt, and again, rumble. Every time the blue slime uttered such words, its enormous body moved ever close to the rupture as the essence of ruination wrapped around its body protectively, its eyes hungrily looking at the desperately struggling hegemonies within the sea of ruination that seemed like they could have their origins corroded and eaten up at any time. Chapter 1092, Butchering Hegemonies as if they were nothing. Glorious scenes of such utter majesty didn't come often, but when they did, they were ones that should be witnessed and inscribed onto history books. The current scene of an apex paragon releasing a single punch and causing a rupture to split apart the very fabrics of the universe itself was seen by a few hegemonies that had been following the actions of this being and the universal emperor slime he controlled. They were actually following the actions of a being that had seemingly popped up from nowhere in the primordial cosmos just weeks ago, and yet now he seemed to be in the center point of the most crucial battles as he stood in the way of some of the most powerful hegemonies. Outside of the boundary of the animus universe, the few that were paying attention to the happenings of the 9 affected universe arrived just in time to see Noah's Cthulhu figure throw out a single punch that tore apart the space for tens of thousands of miles. The watching hegemonies didn't see the blazingly crimson ruination sea stretching out from Noah's punch, as through the Tao of subterfuge, their eyes saw a blooming and massive black hole expand outwards from the punch of this apex paragon. This overwhelming black hole overtook the bodies of all 5 hegemonies that stood against him as a moment later, the enormous figure of the blue slime glimmered brightly with the essence of Kronos gushing forth from it, locking the 6 hegemonies that could barely be seen in this terrifying black hole. Even with their eyes being shown something false with the Tao of subterfuge, what they saw still shook them to their cores as their eyes focused on the terrifying figure of the apex paragon. Their minds were buzzing with questions on exactly how this being had been confident enough to throw out a punch against multiple hegemonies, and how it was even possible for this punch to display enough prowess to lock down and terrify universal realm experts. How could a paragon have climbed over the ranks and be able to match a hegemony? WAA, a myriad of questions, but not a single answer in sight as only the shocking reality before them played out. Within the animus universe, the glimmering body of the blue slime was spamming temporal halt as every millisecond as the essence of Kronos flew around widely, the cerulean blue clock above the rupture spinning in a dazzling fashion as wisps of conquest were released from it. This essence wrapped tightly around the 6 hegemonies as their terrified gazes turned to those of despair, their vast experience telling them at this moment exactly where they were that could cause their mana and origin to be getting eaten up like so. The reality that they were somehow in the ruination sea caused them even more fear, as when it was compounded with the fact that their bodies felt constant shackles from time constricting them. They weren't able to pay attention to anything but trying to preserve their souls and origins. None of them could even pay attention to the planetary-sized body of the blue slime that had begun to edge its way towards the torn fabric of the universe and enter the very same portion of the ruination sea they were struggling in. The hegemony of slaughter that was the first one to design the terrifying universal constructs that were then modified and adapted by Kronos could not do anything. The wizened being that had cursed Valentina and threatened her with slaughter could not do anything. The holder of tenebrosity that could traverse the primordial cosmos and was known as the strongest assassin couldn't do anything. Even the powerful heroic hegemony that didn't even get to display a hint of his shocking power and how much more unique it was compared to others, even this being couldn't do anything. None of the hegemonies within the ruination sea could make any actions, as they could only watch in shock and despair as their origins were slowly corroded and devoured. Mind you, these were genuine universal realm existences that lived for millions of years, but shockingly, it seemed that the battle against these 6 hegemonies was about to end in a short minute, as if they were the same as the subjugations of the usurper that were defeated not too long ago, as if Noah and the methods he could deploy with his cosmic treasure didn't differentiate between the titles of paragons or hegemonies. As their numbers didn't matter, as if their power was just nothing, and truly so, against the ruination sea, it was nothing. Rumble, unknowingly, the enormous body of the blue slime arrived within the vast stretching ruination sea, its body wrapped all around with the essence of ruination as its eyes targeted a single being first. It was, of course, the largest one that had changed his form into an endless blue sea, this cerulean hegemony being affected the most by the ruination sea, as his body had been nearly entirely corroded crimson at this moment. Against the vast sea body struggling to survive, the viscous body of the blue slime instantly overlapped and superseded it. its eyes barely glancing upon the terrifying enemy that had crowned itself the head of the spirit race in the dark universe as the slime uttered forth coldly. Universal devouring. Whap, the gorgeous flash of cerulean blue, and only a single blue-colored being remained in the horrifying sea of ruination, the cerulean hegemony in all of his greed for the cosmic treasure that he didn't even share the information of the enemy he knew of was actually the first to die among all hegemonies, as if his death was insignificant and not worth anything, at this time. The only hegemony that had first-hand knowledge on another cosmic treasure within the primordial cosmos aside from the primordial disk in the Oathkeeper's hands perished. The only hegemony that somewhat understood Noah and his history from the dark universe perished as after him. Many more would follow, chapter 1093 butchering hegemonies as if they were nothing. 2. As he watched the death of the cerulean hegemony, Noah's face was placid as his flashing eyes recalled the feeling of excitement of throwing out a single punch that sealed the lives of 6 hegemonies. Yes, it wasn't his own power and it was actually the power of his cosmic treasure, but still, to be capable of doing such a shocking feat was something very few could say they accomplished. Trum. While taken in by his own reverie, the situation was still unfolding within the ruination sea. The bound bodies of the hegemonies still trembling in a terrifying manner as the blue slime moved towards them. The more important detail to observe was the fact that within the origin of the blue slime, the second illusory galaxy that had formed hazy outlines after the devouring of the great old Kubo has become more distinct, the lines of its galaxies seemingly being drawn in as it slowly came to life. The aura that the blue slime released only shot up higher and higher as efficiently. It already pounced on the other remaining targets before they were devoured by the ruination sea. The blue sea that represented the cerulean hegemony was vast to cover, but the figures of the heroic hegemony, the hegemony of fire, Salerno, Dak Shadow, and Ambrose were simply human-sized, as it meant the blue slime could cover all of them at once. To the universal emperor slime, it didn't matter whether it was one or millions. As long as it could fit them into its stomach, it wouldn't matter, as everything would be devoured. BZZZT. The bodies of the 5 remaining hegemonies tried to twist madly to break the chains of Kronos binding them, Noah having found a truly deadly combination of throwing people into the ruination sea and making it so they couldn't move with a temporal halt. They all twisted and turned crazily as if they knew that somehow their time was here. Their very origins cried out fearfully as they didn't want to face oblivion, but these beings couldn't do anything. The essence of Kronos surrounding them was something cast through the body of a hegemony, with the skill being enhanced by over 200 times through the essence of conquest, as it wasn't something these beings could break through. With such a reality in play, the blue slime silently moved as his viscous body covered the figures of the 5 hegemonies. The terror within their eyes was clear as their alarm bells rang out, but it was all for naught as the voice of a blue slime thundered down coldly, universal devouring. Whap! A resplendent flash of light, a disappearance of 5 hegemonies. It mattered not their status, it mattered not their power. It didn't matter that Ambrose, who had been the first to design the universal constructs, was now dead, or what history and uniqueness the heroic hegemony and the other 3 hegemonies had. To the blue slime, it was just meals that it had now devoured. Rumble. The body of the blue slime seemed to thrum gloriously as the second universe within its origin bloomed with illusory galaxies, this universe gradually becoming more and more complete as it was only a matter of time before a shocking process took place. It was the process of a being achieving a second universe without first forming a splendiferous universe, without obtaining 100 billion marks of antiquity and turning all of their galaxies into Tao galaxies. They wouldn't be stepping on the path for an antiquity, but instead it would be a path that didn't follow the natural laws and was termed false, the stage of an apocryphal antiquity. As for how strong this apocryphal antiquity stage was compared to real antiquity, how vast was the difference between it and hegemonies, all of these would be things Noah would have to figure out, as at this moment, the cosmic treasure within his origin vibrated out as a command came from him. Close the rupture. WAA. The folds in space of the animus universe began to heal and close as the figure of the blue slime teleported to appear below Noah again. Valentina, looking at such a scene in a stupor as her mouth formed an O shape, she wasn't the only one to be utterly surprised at the scene of 6 hegemonies being wiped out within a minute, so effortlessly at that, as if they weren't powerful existences. Amidst her surprise, she was also dissatisfied as she didn't even get to make a move herself to take care of these beings. She could only stare at Noah to direct her shock, as even with what she knew and had been finding out about him, his actions just now were really stretching it. Her voice was shaking as she carefully spoke. Are you actually in antiquity and hiding or something? How can you? The cosmic treasure was Noah's secret that he didn't make a habit of sharing, and Valentina had yet to find out about this fully, as she only had some guesses. towards her shocked question, Noah just shook his head as a devilish smile formed on the enormous starry Cthulhu. It's nothing like that. These hegemonies were just too weak, merely being low-tier beings in the universal realm. Rumble, maybe if they were to comprehend Kronos or extinction they could stand a chance against me. But for now, they can only be cannon fodder. His words were extremely cruel, domineering, and even seemingly looked down upon hegemonies. All the hegemonies that heard them felt their bodies trembling as they couldn't refute such words, yet Valentina found her heart beating faster at the sight of Noah saying such words, the way he said them, the way he carried himself, the utter confidence he had in the words. When he said these words just now, just why did he seem just so damn devilishly handsome and hot? The thoughts of Valentina would remain her own as Noah gave another command to the blue slime. Go ahead and devour the universal construct. SHA, left without any protectors and pulsing dangerously by itself, the blue slime bloomed to be larger than even a galaxy as he went to devour a second universal construct. In total, it would be the third one to fall as its effects were bound to be far-reaching. Chapter 1094, An Unrelenting Will. A glorious blue expansion of color covered its second cocoon-like universal construct as the blue slime called out calmly, universal devouring. Whap, the thumping structure was eaten up an instant later. The body of the blue slime once again shone with a gorgeous array of colors as within its origin. Billions of Tau galaxies fantastically bloomed, only when a full 10 billion were added on did its body stop vibrating. The origin of the blue slime currently showing over 25 billion Tau galaxies, the other 10 billion were from the first universal construct, and he had actually gained 5 billion Tau galaxies after collectively devouring 7 hegemonies now. The great old Kubo from the Thonian universe, and now the 6 hegemonies from this animus universe, the blue slime was only 75 billion Tau galaxies away from attaining antiquity, its pace being something that would horrify even those that were already antiquities. This was because even the great usurper had promised Kronos that he would share with them the method for one to attain antiquity within a few million years. Yet the slime was 1/4 of the way there in just less than an hour. Even Noah had to work hard and put in a few days to reach the 1/4 of progress that the blue slime reached, but it mattered not whether it was unfair or if others could not do it, the blue slime could do it, and that was the end of the story. Noah looked at the vibrant and powerful aura of the blue slime as Valentina's clone beside him stretched her slender fingers out the chaotic void they were in. She could no longer feel the oppressive aura of a hegemony in this universe as it was returned to normal, this powerful existence sighing endlessly as she turned to focus on Noah, the existence that had truly changed her destiny and fortune to what it was now. And it seemed he was going towards her realm of power and even superseding it constantly as she felt like he would exceed her in power before she knew it, when she gazed on the blue slime that had happily returned to Noah and was nudging him with the very same dangerous body that just devoured 6 renowned hegemonies. One could even say he had long since surpassed her. We'll be going to another universe. Things could drastically change at any moment, so we have to continue moving quickly. His voice echoed her mind as she nodded while biting her lips, this regal hegemony actually speaking in a pouting manner thereafter. You didn't even need me here for support, yes. Noah and the blue slime had finished everything themselves as Valentina had not even been able to make a move. Towards her words, Noah just smiled and patted her head as his body and the figure of the blue slime began to be covered with a spatial light. I'll let you know when I'll need you again. You can give all the support you want then. The regal hegemony nodded as Noah disappeared, her gaze reminiscent as she looked at the vast animus universe she had called her home for so many thousands of years. The moment Noah's actions finished in the animus universe, the reality of his actions spread out as they were far-reaching. He had just caused for the devouring of renowned hegemonies like Ambrose, the cerulean hegemony, and Dark Shadow as he just nonchalantly destroyed a universal construct and left thereafter. But to others, the result of his actions were truly shocking as in the microbial universe where the Oathkeeper was healing, his hands held the wings of primordial destiny that communicated to him what a few hegemonies just saw within the animus universe. The hands holding the wings of primordial destiny were trembling as the content of the voice coming out was too shocking. He killed 6 hegemonies simultaneously. Rumble, Ambrose, hegemony of fire, heroic hegemony, Salerno, dark shadow, and the cerulean hegemony, they are all dead. The universal construct within the animus universe has also been destroyed. Word after word came out, each one being more unbelievable than the last as Oathkeeper and the hegemonies protectively surrounding him could hardly believe it. Didn't this being just eradicate the great old Kubo in the Thonian universe and destroy a universal construct there? Did he not just leave this same universe after saying shocking words to Oathkeeper just minutes ago? Yet somehow within these minutes, he had decimated 6 hegemonies and destroyed another universal construct. The hegemonies were silent as they had no words. Oathkeeper's eyes were lighting up brightly as while taking in such news, he called out lightly as he held a thoughtful expression, "Mana." This word caused the eyes of many beings to perk up as they remembered Noah's offer to Oathkeeper. It was about mana reserves, where he offered to expand them tens of times if Oathkeeper pledged fealty to him. As they now saw this being moving relentlessly from one universe to another doing things they themselves could not do, they actually started to believe his words. For him to constantly move without ever stopping, his mana reserves and those of the Universal Emperor Slime should be multiple times that of any of us, if not truly tens of times. The hegemony spoke out from a barely discernible place as his words caused a tremor to pass through the hearts of all hegemonies. The golden color undulating over Oathkeeper's body also shone brighter as his wings thrummed, repeating this word to himself as he recalled the words of the aped paragon, mana. This word and concept fully began entrenching itself into the minds of the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos on this day. It would only perpetuate as time passed, and it would be the reason why many of them in the not-too-distant future would utter forth a certain name. It would be the reason that they would look up in utter awe and stupor as they unconsciously called out, "The Antiquity of Mana," Chapter 1095, an unrelenting will. 2. Their shock about this being's mana reserves aside, there was also the reality of him defeating 6 hegemonies all at once. This shock was perceived more not by Oathkeeper's group, but Kronos' group that was getting ready to focus on their big battle with the Oathkeeper. Currently, Kronos had a blank expression as the black hole on the face of the Goliath swirled silently. These powerful beings could barely absorb the fact that somehow, 6 of their people were dead within minutes of them being sent out to stand against a mere paragon in the hegemony he controlled. None of them could fathom what the hell had happened, Kronos being the only one capable of speaking a moment later as his eyes still seemed blank. This existence must be the true chosen weapon of the primordial cosmos. He has to be. Rumble, he came out of nowhere, and now he displayed such unrealistic and impossible battle power that one might even mistake for him to have the cosmic treasure and not the Oathkeeper. Kronos actually came close to the truth as his black face adopted a pained expression. The heart of this being actually thinking of the unfairness of it all as he looked at this situation. All he wanted was the method of antiquity. After so many reincarnations and living so many lives, he just wanted to progress forward and didn't want his path to be restricted to just hegemony. But why? Why would his own home stand against him so much? Why would the primordial cosmos break its own natural rules to bring forth existences that could stand in his way like this? The being questioned inside, but he received no answer as the others could only blankly stare while thinking of the news they just heard. Aside from the Goliath and Kronos, the other hegemonies were actually feeling a myriad of emotions, as among them was fear from looking at the fact that most of them were on the same level if not weaker than beings like the heroic hegemony and Ambrose who had birthed their own grand Tao. And yet they heard how all these beings were collectively killed in such a short period of time by this apex paragon. They began to feel fearful as when the news spread to the other 4 universes where the clones of the blue slime and Noah's subordinates were moving across for conquest. The hegemonies actually didn't proactively go to stand against the terrifying blue slime. All they had to do was protect the universal construct, and the blue slimes were only leading Noah's forces on a speedy path of conquest across the galaxy clusters of these universes so that Noah could quickly gain immense numbers of the marks of antiquity. The 2 or 3 hegemonies within these universes actually didn't move a single step away from the universal construct to stop the clones of the slimes, even hoping that they would not target the construct that they were protecting. This was how shocking the result of Noah's actions of killing the 6 hegemonies were. Should we still be preparing and waiting for the Oathkeeper's move? Or should we go to stand against the apex paragon wherever he appears next? A careful voice of a hegemony known as the hegemony of thunder stretched out amongst Kronos and the group of hegemonies around him. His words actually received no answer as these beings were actually evaluating the strongest threat between Oathkeeper and Noah. And they actually couldn't arrive at an answer. But as they reeled themselves in with the recent actions, so did another being that was much more powerful than them. Across the vastness of space and time, even across timelines and dimensions, the consciousness of an antiquity that had just burned a splendiferous universe was looking at the thick cylindrical line of connection he had with a faraway cosmos coldly. He sensed the consequent downfall of 2 more universal constructs one after another, as if it was to challenge his authority after he burned an entire universe to speed up his descent. The antiquity eyes became exceedingly cold at such an outcome as he looked within his origin and gazed upon the myriad of universes within it. His cerulean blue eyes flashed emotionlessly as between the normal universes filled with the bright 100 billion normal galaxies or the splendiferous universes filled with 100 billion Tau galaxies. His eyes actually chose 3 universes at this moment as they also began to burn, without a second pause or delay. This being had actually chosen to burn not 1, but 3 universes to act as the fuel for his descent. 2 were normal universes shimmering calmly, while the third was another splendiferous universe that shone beautifully with Tau galaxies, Yi. In response to the increasing reality of him being stopped from obtaining a cosmic treasure, something that only those in the cosmic realm enjoyed, the great usurper chose to burn these 3 universes without even a pause. He was a being that had lived for too many millions of years and had experienced too much. The sacrifices he could make were things that even other average antiquities could not understand, and he had reached the upper stages of this level of nirvanic antiquity as he was very close to the cosmic level. His methods of searching for cosmos not by traversing the ruination sea but through the unique means he was using right now was actually the secret that Kronos wanted to find out, and his success had always been achieved smoothly apart from a few losses. The only losses suffered were caused by a set of beings stretched out across the cosmos that uniquely shared similar names. But the great usurper didn't consider these existences normal as he waved off these losses. But, in this primordial cosmos that had no such a being holding a high rank of power? How could he lose such a cosmos that even had a cosmic treasure? Rumble, as 3 universes burnt and became a fuel to further increase the rate of his descent, the antiquity merely looked on coldly as he couldn't wait to glance upon all the faces of the beings within this cosmos. They would learn of the unrelenting will of the great usurper. They would learn it very clearly as he would make sure to descend no matter what. Chapter 1096, merely hours before an apocalypse arrives. From the stupendous strength of the antiquity, authority descended down like a tide as it followed the thick cylindrical connection he held with the primordial cosmos, this line of connection burning crimson gold with the essence of 3 more universes burning through them. In the primordial cosmos, these changes were that much more pronounced as the 6 remaining universes which held the universal constructs were pulled in closer together. The process of amalgamation fully underway is at this moment. The barriers of these universes had already fully melded together. After this melding, they began to slowly disappear as when these boundaries between the universes faded. The antiquity would have arrived. The authority of this being came out in even more terrifying waves from the universal constructs as Noah had at this moment just teleported to the automaton universe, raising his head towards the construct not too far from him that was protected by a few hegemonies. Looking at the newly increased intensity of the waves of power it released, his eyes shone with the light of destiny as he discerned a few things and found out that they now had a few hours and not merely the day before the descent of the great usurper. They truly just had a few hours before an antiquity descended, before another apocalypse came to be, as nobody knew the designs of this descending being. Noah's eyes shone sharply at this development as a myriad of thoughts crossed his mind. The fact that the antiquity would descend in even less time caused his heart to tighten somewhat, and it did this because one of the many cards that gave him confidence was the fact that the cooldown of plot armor was a few days away. But Deus Ex Machina could already be used, as if the antiquity ever truly descended, he would have to use this. Of course, if he was efficient enough to obtain the remaining 20 billion marks of antiquity before the descent of this antiquity, he would be able to become a hegemony himself. But he didn't know whether such a power would be enough against a being that had multiple universes established in his origin. But yes, he actually only had 20 billion marks of antiquity remaining to collect before he reached the 50 billion mark, and another 50 billion after that to make all 100 billion galaxies into Tau galaxies as he became a genuine antiquity and became capable of birthing more universes. His subordinates, and the clones of the 4 slimes he sent to the Euthenia, Abyssal, Omicron, and liberated universes had been moving with immense efficiency as they collectively had 25% of all of these universes already pledging fealty to Noah. This was what bumped his numbers of marks of antiquity crazily, as even at this moment, he was gaining tens of millions of marks every single second. His main body had to isolate itself in the skies as clouds of gold had already gathered around him while the marks of antiquity descended one after another, making him look like a primordial being undergoing a fantastical trial, with his subordinates and the clones of the blue slimes causing others to swear fealty to him and getting him closer towards hegemony. Noah could continue attacking the universal constructs protected by hegemonies as he now appeared near the one in the automaton universe that was protected by 3 hegemonies. The mechanical hegemony had its metallic gears vibrating intensely at Noah's appearance. The other 2 hegemonies being an enormous existence that was known as the World Tree from the Euthenia universe, and a huge demonic-looking creature that was the hegemony of brutality from the abyssal universe. These three hegemonies actually remained back near the barrier they enacted around the universal construct, not going forward to face Noah, as they had received the news of how this being and his blue slime had actually decimated 6 hegemonies in a matter of seconds in the Animus universe. These beings actually cursed their luck that Noah came into this automaton universe next, and they would have to put their lives on their line and even potentially face destruction against this being that they didn't understand. Noah was still in his Cthulhu form as he stood atop the blue slime, edging closer to the universal construct, and seeing the hesitation on the faces of the hegemonies as he smiled and spoke out, "Are you all actually afraid?" Rumble, a shocking sentence that the galactic Tulhu said with utter dominance. Yet the three hegemonies didn't reply to such an insult, as at this moment, they were communicating rapidly with Kronos. "What are we to do? If you don't send reinforcements, we won't be able to hold this being down." The mechanical hegemony was furious as he sent many mental messages to Kronos, not wanting his existence to be another set of news that gets passed to others on how he and the other two hegemonies around him were somehow defeated by the unexplainable being before them. Towards all of the mental messages he sent, the mechanical hegemony didn't receive anything back until only a few seconds later, when Kronos's impassive voice reached him. "Hang on for just a minute and reinforcements will come. You can achieve that against a single paragon in hegemony, right?" Frustrations and conflict were running rampant within this group of beings that only banded together for the sake of antiquity, and it was showing at this moment as the mechanical hegemony turned his red robotic eyes towards Noah after hearing the reassurance of Kronos, his voice ringing out, "No, Apex Paragon, we are not afraid, THRUM." His words came with a wild eruption of power as his body changed shape and size, mechanical gears moving in and out as this hegemony soon became a planetary-sized robotic being that held deadly weapons that could easily vaporize the molecules of a paragon with a hit. The World Tree and the hegemony of brutality beside him also received the assurances of Kronos as they roared out malevolently. These universal experts finally showing off their teeth against a being they actually dreaded to face at this moment. Chapter 1097, mere hours before an apocalypse arrives. 2. How far one could advance on their path of power. Noah thought such a thing as he looked at the hegemonies that actually turned hesitant to his arrival, only to bolster their courage a second later as if they received reassuring words from somewhere. He actually made an entire group of hegemonies fear him before he himself became a hegemony. Such a feat making Noah smile as he looked mockingly towards his enemies while his body began to bubble forth with power once more. "No. It definitely looked like you guys were scared just a second ago. Did you hear about how 6 dudes in the same realm as you perished just a few minutes ago?" Rumble. He spoke nonchalantly as immense waves of mana emanate from him, the mechanical hegemonies and the other 2 hegemonies feeling their hearts turn cold at his nonchalant words as they didn't know whether to focus on the paragon or the blue slime that wasn't even moving below him. "Do you want to know how they died? I'm about to recreate it right now." His body vibrated like an unstable bomb about to be let loose, his figure lifting from the blue slime as his right hand pulled back and seemed ready to punch. Such a stance caused the eyes of the hegemonies to shake, and this was because they had received a description of the manner that this being attacked, as they didn't want such a scene to be recreated with them in it. Kronos had just told them to hold off for 1 minute before reinforcements arrived, so the figure of the mechanical hegemony flashed with light as he continued to speak, simply trying to buy that little more time. "We can pause and talk a bit like equals, Apex Paragon. We can share with you what we are doing here and how it can benefit you to also become an antiquity." His ancient voice was as slow as possible, waiting for Noah to converse with him as the essence of his body was undulating around him powerfully so he could be ready for anything. But the reply he received, "I have no need for methods of antiquity. After all, I can become one in just a matter of days." Rumble. The moment that his words finished, Noah's figure flashed. His pulsing body that had been accumulating essence within itself and in the cosmic treasure exploded out as he appeared a few miles away from the enormous figure of the mechanical hegemony, his punch flying out as he once again used the capabilities of the cosmic treasure to initiate a rupture of the folds of the universe he was in. No more talk, just action. Boom, RIP, the rupture began to spread with him at the center as the figures of the mechanical hegemony and others bellowed out, their bodies lighting up with powerful waves of essence as they got prepared to fight whatever was to come, but their hearts were actually shaking as the words of the Apex Paragon rang out in their ears and even the ears of all eyes that were now directed within this universe. It was the words of this Apex Paragon that actually said he could become an antiquity in a matter of days. Such arrogant words would have made them scoff and not take such a being seriously, but when it came to this mysterious apex paragon, were they actually a lie, or was this being actually capable of this? As they found themselves grappling with this question, a rupture tore apart tens of thousands of miles as it completely devoured the figure of the mechanical hegemony that Noah wasn't too far from. As for the world tree and the hegemony of brutality, these beings had turned into streaks of light that shot off in different directions to try and outrun the expansion of the deadly rift they could only see as an all-devouring black hole. But could existences in the universal realm really escape from the speed that a cosmic treasure unfurled a universe? The answer was no. As shockingly, it seemed like the black hole had sentience as the main rupture split in two and set out branching ruptures in the different directions these beings were running towards, the two of them becoming embedded in it a moment later. WAA. Each of them felt like they had fallen into a quagmire, as it was already hard enough for anyone without ruination to move around in the ruination sea, but they despaired a second later when they felt the descent of the essence of Kronos wrap around them and hold them down even more. The blue slime had now made a move as his voice stretched out for all of them to hear. Temporal halt. A shimmering blue clock had inexplicably appeared in the space above them as these three beings were locked in place, their hearts screaming in anger and denial as their fear fully exploded at this moment. Even though they knew it was coming, even though they thought they were prepared, they still fell into the sea of ruination as their origins began to be eaten up while a lone slime moved towards them. Noah looked on at this scene coldly as his gaze was on the universal construct that now lay unprotected, just waiting for the blue slime to finish devouring these three hegemonies before he proceeded forward to other universes and entirely prevented the descent of the antiquity. But this was when he felt waves of spatial essence stretch out a few hundred miles away, his eyes turning towards a certain direction as they were able to hone in and observe three newly appearing figures. If it was just the reinforcements of another three hegemonies, Noah would even bat an eye, as he would simply consider them another set of cannon fodder. But from the three, the one at the very forefront had a vibrating black hole as his entire body shook with the profound essence of extinction, the Goliath of the primordial cosmos, the being that was one of the oldest who was still alive today. This being had actually appeared to stand against Noah today. Noah's red eyes shone gloriously at such a development, a devilish smile appearing on his terrifying Cthulhu-like face as within the newly formed ruination sea, the blue slime had already swallowed the terrified mechanical hegemony and was rushing towards the other two universal experts without even batting an eye towards the arriving reinforcements. Chapter 1097. Mere hours before an apocalypse arrives. 2. How far one could advance on their path of power. Noah thought such a thing as he looked at the hegemonies that actually turned hesitant to his arrival, only to bolster their courage a second later as if they received reassuring words from somewhere. He actually made an entire group of hegemonies fear him before he himself became a hegemony. Such a feat making Noah smile as he looked mockingly towards his enemies while his body began to bubble forth with power once more. No. It definitely looked like you guys were scared just a second ago. Did you hear about how 6 dudes in the same realm as you perished just a few minutes ago? Rumble. He spoke nonchalantly as immense waves of mana emanate from him, the mechanical hegemonies and the other two hegemonies feeling their hearts turn cold at his nonchalant words as they didn't know whether to focus on the paragon or the blue slime that wasn't even moving below him. Do you want to know how they died? I'm about to recreate it right now. His body vibrated like an unstable bomb about to be let loose, his figure lifting from the blue slime as his right hand pulled back and seemed ready to punch. Such a stance caused the eyes of the hegemonies to shake, and this was because they had received a description of the manner that this being attacked, as they didn't want such a scene to be recreated with them in it. Kronos had just told them to hold off for 1 minute before reinforcements arrived, so the figure of the mechanical hegemony flashed with light as he continued to speak, simply trying to buy that little more time. We can pause and talk a bit like equals, Apex Paragon. We can share with you what we are doing here and how it can benefit you to also become an antiquity. His ancient voice was as slow as possible, waiting for Noah to converse with him as the essence of his body was undulating around him powerfully so he could be ready for anything. But the reply he received: I have no need for methods of antiquity. After all, I can become one in just a matter of days. Rumble. The moment that his words finished, Noah's figure flashed. His pulsing body that had been accumulating essence within itself and in the cosmic treasure exploded out as he appeared a few miles away from the enormous figure of the mechanical hegemony, his punch flying out as he once again used the capabilities of the cosmic treasure to initiate a rupture of the folds of the universe he was in. No more talk, just action. Boom, RIP. The rupture began to spread with him at the center as the figures of the mechanical hegemony and others bellowed out, their bodies lighting up with powerful waves of essence as they got prepared to fight whatever was to come. but their hearts were actually shaking as the words of the apex paragon rang out in their ears and even the ears of all eyes that were now directed within this universe. It was the words of this apex paragon that actually said he could become an antiquity. In a matter of days, such arrogant words would have made them scoff and not take such a being seriously, but when it came to this mysterious apex paragon, were they actually a lie, or was this being actually capable of this? As they found themselves grappling with this question, a rupture tore apart tens of thousands of miles as it completely devoured the figure of the mechanical hegemony that Noah wasn't too far from. As for the world tree and the hegemony of brutality, these beings had turned into streaks of light that shot off in different directions to try and outrun the expansion of the deadly rift they could only see as an all-devouring black hole. But could existences in the universal realm really escape from the speed that a cosmic treasure unfurled a universe? The answer was no. Shockingly, it seemed like the black hole had sentience as the main rupture split in two and set out branching ruptures in the different directions these beings were running towards. The two of them becoming embedded in it a moment later, each of them felt like they had fallen into a quagmire, as it was already hard enough for anyone without ruination to move around in the ruination sea, but they despaired a second later when they felt the descent of the essence of Kronos wrap around them and hold them down even more. The blue slime had now made a move as his voice stretched out for all of them to hear. Temporal halt. A shimmering blue clock had inexplicably appeared in the space above them as these three beings were locked in place, their hearts screaming in anger and denial as their fear fully exploded at this moment. Even though they knew it was coming, even though they thought they were prepared, they still fell into the sea of ruination as their origins began to be eaten up while a lone slime moved towards them. Noah looked on at this scene coldly as his gaze was on the universal construct that now lay unprotected, just waiting for the blue slime to finish devouring these three hegemonies before he proceeded forward to other universes and entirely prevented the descent of the antiquity. But this was when he felt waves of spatial essence stretch out a few hundred miles away, his eyes turning towards a certain direction as they were able to hone in and observe three newly appearing figures. If it was just the reinforcements of another three hegemonies, Noah would even bat an eye, as he would simply consider them another set of cannon fodder. But from the three, the one at the very forefront had a vibrating black hole as his entire body shook with the profound essence of extinction. The Goliath of the primordial cosmos, the being that was one of the oldest who was still alive today, this being had actually appeared to stand against Noah today. Noah's red eyes shone gloriously at such a development, a devilish smile appearing on his terrifying Cthulhu-like face as within the newly formed ruination sea, the blue slime had already swallowed the terrified mechanical hegemony and was rushing towards the other two universal experts without even batting an eye towards the arriving reinforcements. Chapter 1098. Mere hours before an apocalypse arrives. 3. The Goliath was actually the reinforcements that Kronos sent, this being appearing in an ecstatic fashion as he brought with him two terrifying hegemonies that already had their bodies vibrating with a myriad of cosmic essence. The black hole of this ancient being locked its gaze on Noah and the rupture before them that seemed like a pulsating black hole, the feeling this black hole gave off being something that made one uncomfortable. Noah looked at such a scene with a smile as a sharp glint crossed through his eyes as he looked at the Goliath, one of the oldest beings of the primordial cosmos. A being that had been renowned in the primordial cosmos and took on its highest positions. Meanwhile, he himself was just a being in his 20s as he had begun on the path of power for only less than a year. How would such a matchup be? Could he seamlessly be on the same playing field as someone that had lived for millions of years? Such a thought brought a devilish smile to his face as with their entrance, his voice was the first to stretch out. "They're in there," Noah said while pointing to the pulsing black hole that the three hegemonies saw. In here, the mechanical hegemony had already been swallowed by the blue slime as it was currently making its way over to the world tree and the hegemony of brutality. "Why don't you all go in and save them? The hegemony of devouring will swallow them all soon if you don't save them." Rumble. He spoke domineeringly to the Goliath of the primordial cosmos and two other hegemonies as when these beings turned towards the black hole before them, their consciousness screamed for them to stay away and not even near it. Yet the arrogant voice of the apex paragon stretched in their minds as the two hegemonies behind the Goliath looked towards him for direction, sensing his very origin tell him not to go near the rupture. The Goliath actually didn't make a move as his voice stretched out instead. "What are you?" The voice of ancient and primal, seeming like something unearthed after millions of years as every syllable commanded to be paid attention to. "I have lived for a very long time, and I have yet to come across a creature that can do what you can. Just, what are you?" The ancient being sought to understand the enemy that just popped from nowhere, Noah listening to his words as he only had his tentacles and feelers vibrate with power. His eyes blazing intensely with beams, Noah actually didn't reply. He gazed upon the rupture where the blue slime had begun to come out of, its body glimmering with intense light as this existence had already finished its job and swallowed the remaining two hegemonies by the time a few sentences were exchanged. The second illusory universe that would make the blue slime an apocryphal antiquity had already had its billions of galaxies being actualized, Noah sensing that the devouring of a few more hegemonies would get the blue slime there. But without replying to the Goliath, Noah's figure teleported to stand in front of the colossal figure of the blue slime as the rupture near them began to recede. It seemed like he was standing protectively in front of the slime as his body bubbled with power once more, his eyes shining brightly as he gave a command: devour the universal construct. BZZZT. The viscous figure of the blue slime shot towards the construct behind them as Noah stood in the way of three powerful hegemonies. It was a stupendous situation to see, an ancient sigh coming out of the figure of the Goliath as his body began to rage with the profound essence of extinction, and he moved. He couldn't let the universal construct be destroyed, even if they couldn't save the ones they were sent to reinforce, so he moved as the two hegemonies beside him followed, intent on bypassing the apex paragon and stopping the hegemony of devouring. But THRUUM, Noah's voice echoed out in waves as his hand was already wound up for a punch, his galactic Cthulhu form shining with glorious light as yet another punch shot out. Shall not pass, BOM. As Noah played with his words from a story he had seen too long ago, his fist caused waves of ruptures to spread out as they covered everything before him. The figure of the Goliath glimmered with innumerable lights as extinction bloomed from him, the very space around him seemingly being destroyed as he moved, providing very little resistance for him as he veered away from the stretching ruptures. The other two hegemonies were in worse shape as even while prepared, they nearly got caught in the spreading out ruptures every few milliseconds. But the main point was that their advancement was stopped right at this moment as the blue slime was seamlessly expanding to cover the universal construct behind Noah. Rumble. The scene caused the air of the Goliath to turn somber as while wearing away to escape the ruptures, his hand that was a mass of the essence of chaos rose up as he called out with his agely voice, sword of extinction. In the void, a planetary-sized obsidian crimson sword formed, its origin coming from the handle that the Goliath held as this being swung this terrifying weapon with the intent to erase the ruptures before him. But the sword of extinction entered the ruptures as the Goliath watched with somber eyes as the destructive essence of this sword was simply swallowed up by the ruptures as if they were nothing. After all, how could one hurt the ruination sea? It was a shocking reality that came to be, but a single paragon really stopped the advancement of powerful hegemonies as at this moment, a certain slime covered an entire universal construct as he called out lightly, universal devouring, whap, in front of their very eyes. Another universal construct disappeared. Chapter 1099, Apocryphal Antiquity. A tool of descent disappeared soundlessly as only a single blue slime remained. Its body glimmered beautifully in the void as within its origin, 15 billion Tau galaxies were added instead of the usual 10 billion that were added per universal construct. This was because the antiquity had burned another splendiferous universe as his essence became even more condensed and pervasive. This put the total number of Tau galaxies the blue slime held at 35 billion as he continued forward at a pace that was actually faster than even Noah. THRUM. The ruptures that Noah created to hinder and try to swallow the Goliath and other two hegemonies disappeared, these powerful existences looking towards the area that the universal construct used to be as. Their faces were those of utter wrath and shame. Only the Goliath could not be read as he floated soundlessly in the void, these powerful beings actually not being able to stop a paragon and his contracted summon. Noah's galactic Cthulhu figure flashed as he appeared above the blue slime once more, his figure becoming situated comfortably above the viscous head as he spoke out nonchalantly. It's a shame, really, Rumble, a shame that I don't have more time to waste. Otherwise I would entertain the great Goliath of the primordial cosmos and see just how long it takes until your extinction runs out and you fall like everyone else. Shocking words came from Noah's mouth as they felt like thunderclaps descending down, his figure and the figure of the blue slime becoming enveloped in a spatial light as they disappeared. They only left behind three somber hegemonies that still couldn't accept what they just saw within their own eyes. When Noah and the blue slime reappeared, they were in the last universe that he emptied out of its existence as the necrotic universe. He was currently moving at a fast pace as it seemed like the antiquity was rushing, and so would he. After the destruction of one universal construct, he went to another just as quickly as he arrived a few miles away from the construct that was being protected by the hegemony of necromancy and three other hegemonies he didn't know. To him, it didn't matter as this time around, his body was already bubbling with power and might as his fist was ready His cosmic treasure being even more prepared as Noah was a streak of light that glimmered towards the hegemony of necromancy and those around him. Only his voice could be heard before the void ruptured as he tore open the very fabric of the universe. I told you that you'd taste death just as easily as the paragons in this universe faced, didn't I? WAA. His voice was the harbinger of death as the hegemony of necromancy had only just looked towards him in shock as his body began to erupt. With power, the three hegemonies near him doing the same as a second later, RIP, all of them fell into the ruination sea that bloomed from Noah's fist. The shocked bellows began as Noah paid it no heed. The slime already moving in position as an enormous blue clock gushed out the essence of Kronos and wrapped around the four hegemonies. What happened thereafter was just history repeating itself as these beings could simply not defend against a combination of the Sea of Ruination and the essence of Kronos that was enhanced by the Tao of Conquest. Within less than a minute, the hegemonies were devoured as the universal construct followed. It now made it so that Noah and the blue slime had taken down four universal constructs on their own, with the one in the microbial universe that Oathkeeper had personally destroyed. That made it a total of four universal constructs that had undergone complete annihilation. Only four universes remained under the influence of the antiquity at this moment, and of these, RUUMBLE, Noah's main body felt his origin explode with marks of antiquity as it signified one of these universes falling completely under his reign as the existences within all pledged fealty. It was the Euthenia universe that was filled with all sorts of plant-like races, the universe where the now devoured world tree stemmed from. The other universes aside from Euthenia weren't too far off as his subordinates and the clones of the blue slime continued their relentless advance, more than half of these universes already being conquered as the current marks of antiquity Noah held were knocking on the door of 40 billion. Just 10 billion more until he reached hegemony, within the next hour as his forces continued. This would all but be guaranteed. Meanwhile, the blue slime had now breached 50 billion Tao galaxies after the fourth universal construct, being just 50 billion away from becoming a genuine antiquity. But before that happened, Noah could already see that the illusory second universe the blue slime had gained was becoming ever real, and that this being would most likely experience the title of an apocryphal antiquity before a genuine one. All of this depended on time and how fast they moved, so Noah moved with glorious efficiency as the moment the fifth universal construct fell, they disappeared from the necrotic universe as they made their way to the Euthenia universe. And the moment they left, multiple figures of the Goliath and other powerful hegemonies appeared, only to see the devastating scene of an empty area where the universal construct used to be. A pervasive silence descended onto the group of hegemonies as they didn't even know how to feel. Under the relentless assault of the apex paragon that seemed to have endless energy, they were actually facing loss after loss as they didn't even know what to do. But there was another being that had a much stronger form of will than them, the one that had currently put everything in play and was trying to descend at this very moment, under the consecutive losses as he sensed the fall of the fifth tool of descent. The antiquity turned entirely expressionless across the boundaries of spacetime, his origin merely lighting up again as yet another splendiferous universe and three other normal universes burned with a crimson light. It was an extremely heavy price to pay, even for a being like him, yet when he saw the thick line of connection burn bloody with his authority, he only uttered forth with an ancient and emotionless voice, "A mere hour remains, Kronos, don't fail me with just this." Rumble. After the burning of numerous universes, the days of descent that had been weeks were reduced to days and then to hours, and now, only 60 minutes remained before the antiquity made his entrance. Chapter 1100 Apocryphal Antiquity 2. The authority of the antiquity burned the remaining four universes where universal constructs still lay as they foretold of his glorious dissension soon. It would be happening within a single hour as within this period of time. Some beings would actually feel as if it was prolonged to days while others would feel like it finished within mere seconds. Those that felt time seemed to be moving too fast were of course the side where Oathkeeper led, these beings feeling like the authority of the antiquity seemed to be getting closer and closer much too fast. Those with Kronos felt like this single hour was too slow as these beings were facing a terrifying entity that was ripping apart all they knew. The apex paragon and his universal emperor slime, Kronos' group could barely keep up as they received news after news of their hegemonies falling as the universal constructs they protected were destroyed one after another. At this moment in time, only the Abyssal, Omicron, Liberated, and the Euthenia universe that Noah's subordinates had just conquered were the only universes that were still undergoing the universal amalgamation, their boundaries separating them beginning to fade at this moment as they were about to become a single universe. When they did so, the universal constructs would also resonate as the authority they were cultivating within. would bloom and arrive in the primordial cosmos. This overarching situation was being followed by all, but the one major player that everyone was paying attention to at this moment was still the apex paragon. The Oathkeeper had been recuperating his essence as he planned to set off in the next hour, even if he didn't fully regain his mana reserves, and yet he just kept on receiving news after news about the apex paragon decimating more and more hegemonies as he took out 4 universal constructs in what seemed just minutes. Even a being like him that held a tremendously powerful cosmic treasure began to question the existence that was the apex paragon at this moment, not being able to understand how this being was doing the things he was doing. The words that this apex paragon said to him just continued repeating in his mind over and over again as he kept on hearing of the shocking actions of this being. Is it truly the powerful existence that wielded a cosmic treasure? Began to doubt at this moment as the situation continued to unfold. On the side of Kronos, this being had a stern expression as he spoke to the hegemonies around him that were still in a stupor from hearing what the beings that stood with them just minutes ago had already died. The vast majority of us will remain here and defend this universal construct with our very lives. The Goliath will be accompanied by a few of us from here to defend the construct in the abyssal universe. His eyes released baleful flames of wrath and somberness as he looked at everyone and continued, the universal constructs in the Athenia and Omicron universes shall be sacrificed as we focus all of our forces within the abyssal and liberated universes. Rumble, the authority of the antiquity continues to increase as his descent is merely less than an hour away, and we have to hold on just this single hour. Against a single paragon and his hegemony, we cannot lose our dream when we are this close. Oh, the magisterial might of hegemonies erupted out as their bodies burst with regality and power. There were universal realm experts, they had grand lives and stories that others only ever aspired to have. And they could not be hindered by a mere paragon and his hegemony. With an eruption of regal might and power, the words of Kronos were passed down as the revolving situation changed rapidly. The movements of these hegemonies were seen as shockingly. The Oathkeeper received word from the wings of primordial destiny that hegemonies were moving from the Euthenia and Omicron universes as they all clustered together in the abyssal and liberated universes. The eyes of this ancient being shone brightly as he utilized the wings of primordial destiny and sent a message to a single being specifically at this moment. Kronos and the Goliath are abandoning the Euthenia and Omicron universes to be sure that the universal constructs of the liberated and the abyssal universes aren't destroyed. I will aim for the abyssal universe while you take the liberated universe, a shocking message that even the Oathkeeper felt weird about when he sent it, realizing that he was actually handing off a task that an existence like him would have trouble with towards a paragon. Yet the reply he received, sure, Noah received the message as he arrived in the Euthenia universe, getting into this universe just in time to see the faces of angered and shamed hegemonies flashing away as they left behind an empty and an unprotected universal construct. They had actually made his job this easy as he patted the viscous body of the blue slime, their figures streaking across the void as they appeared beside the universal constructs that was pulsating madly within seconds. The figure of the blue slime shot out like a streak of light, expanding to cover and devour this universal construct as well. His body glimmered brightly as yet another 15 billion galaxies were transformed into Tau galaxies, this being now having 65 billion in total. Thereafter, both the slime and Noah's figure flashed with a spatial light silently as they disappeared, Noah letting his other clone within this universe that just had its beings finishing pledging fealty do the work of transporting them into the dark universe. When he reappeared, Noah was in the Omicron universe that was now also abandoned by its protectors, the slime repeating its actions of swallowing the universal construct within this universe as well. With this, a total amount of 80 billion Tau galaxies swirled magnificently within its origin, needing only 20% more before reaching genuine antiquity. After this, only 2 universes remained that still had universal constructs, with Noah needing to face the overabundance of hegemonies in the liberated universe.